iRacing right now.
He's got traction, he's going with the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to him!
Oh my God! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go! Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
It's that time which everybody absolutely loves to watch a SCOPS event. It's the time when everybody gets the elbow grease out and gives it a good old college try. It is so important to get these 3 races in the championship correct, because you are not just relying on yourself, you're relying on your friends. Welcome to Phillip Island here in Cowes, Victoria. Welcome to SCOPS 2020, and with the virtual racing school to Ezy Finance, Oceanic Sim Racing and Motor Simulation. Welcome to Enduro season on the iRacing Esports Network, brought to you as a SimSpeed TV presentation here today. My name is Jake Sperry here in the commentary box, joined as ever with my trusty partner on my left hand side. That is the Southpaw Racer. You know him very well from some super serious track guides, and when he's not got videos going up on his channel, he is normally milling about having a lot of fun. He's Reese Gardner alongside me today, especially up in the grandstands looking over at pit lane. For a little bit of information today will be Lockie Mansell, who will be joining us with Lockie's lists on everything that will be going on today. But to bring into the conversation first and foremost, Reese, this is endurance season. The teams have been all set up. Everybody's been sitting comfortably and waiting for this opportunity to arise. A very short turnaround between racing and endurance that has just come up. But Phillip Island to Imola, to the greatest Australian sim racing track ever in Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It is a trio which is tricky, which is absolutely treacherous, and one which everyone wants to taste the champagne.
Absolutely. Hello everyone, welcome to the broadcast. We hope you enjoy the fantastic racing that is sure to go on here tonight. 113 laps, 500 kilometers around Phillip Island. And this is, for my money, the most important part of the season. As you said, our regular competitors will have to depend on their teammates in this race. Driver pairings, incredibly important in this. The result will be decided by how consistent your pairings are and how well you can face off against the various spanners thrown into the works in endurance racing. I can't wait for it to kick off.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a key factor to how we see these races go off. We are currently in practice at the moment, 11.5 minutes and under on the clock, and once we get through practice, we will be having a long 55-minute qualifying session. There's no Super Split 2 here today, of course, and that is due to the fact that everybody is trying to qualify for Enduros. We had 60 teams look to try and get themselves into the top 40. There have been a couple of casualties, but Lockie, to bring you into the conversation here, this is going to be a very interesting race for a number of reasons. Of course, there is the potential of a safety car to come out, the potential of 0, 1 or 2 random safety cars to be out there on circuit, but there is also that ability of a regular safety car which could come out and change all of the philosophy that will be going on in terms of strategy in this race. But what will also be key here today is the driver stint lengths here, because of the fact that you have to make 4 mandatory changes of driver over the course of this one. So your first driver to your second, to your third, to your fourth. It's going to be a very entertaining battle today on a 4-stop strategy for 111 laps.
Very good evening to you, Jake, and good evening, Race, for an unseasonably warm pit lane here at Phillip Island. Great to be joining you for the first round of the V8SCOPS Endurance Cup. And yes, fascinating strategic permutations and combinations for us to work our way through tonight, and a few key numbers that we have to keep an eye on, particularly when it comes to minimum and maximum driver distances, and we'll get into the details of that as the broadcast progresses, but there'll be other factors that the teams will have to think about as well, including the fuel range of the cars and also tyre degradation. So there are a few of the key elements we'll be keeping an eye on this evening.
Absolutely, and you will have a good eye on pit lane when all of the action is going to be going on out on circuit. But before we take ourselves over more forward into action and what's going to be going on, let's situate ourselves with where we are. For most Australian viewers, they know this track incredibly well. It's one of the premier circuits that everybody seems to find themselves in for a premier series. But let's get an understanding. Let's get a fact file. Reese Gardner stood by talking about this wonderful Phillip Island circuit.
It's enduro time for the virtual racing school V8SCOPS, and what a place to kick things off. 500 kilometers around the legendary and historic Phillip Island circuit off the coast of Victoria. This venue has been around since the 1960s, only having its layout changed once. It was built to be the fastest circuit in Australia, and it still holds that title today. Motorcycle racing is its greatest attraction, along with touring cars. The majority of the lap is high speed, and many of the corners are long and flowing. Managing weight transfer effectively will earn bucket loads of time. Having a car that's as aerodynamically stable as you can get it and looks after its tyres is essential. The high-speed approach to turn 1 is the fastest section of the circuit and has two potential hazards in the form of the pit exits. The first exit, used for cars, is the official one defined by iRacing. It spits drivers out onto the straight on the line for the turn 1 braking zone. Caution is advised if pitting under green flag conditions because cars at racing speed come up mighty quick. The second pit exit, used by motorcycles, may provide an escape from that predicament, but rejoining the track in the middle of turn 1 is not a nice position to be in either. Speaking of turn 1, it's a 5th gear right-hand sweeper with grass just beyond. Quite the way to start a lap. As you accelerate out, you have to get the car as straight as you can because the exit blends right into the braking zone for turn 2, the southern loop, which isn't exactly slow itself. Cresting a hill in the middle of the corner in 3rd gear, it's hard to find the right point to get on the throttle. Accelerating even a smidge too early will put you on lawn mowing duty at best. This will affect your run into turn 4, the Stoner hairpin. This is the most obvious overtaking spot, but with a long braking zone, picking the entry line early is best. Any late switches with cars around you will end in disaster. The cambered Siberia is faster than it looks and is good for more passing, but beware of the exit curb. Dipping a wheel off here is quite easy to do, especially since you can get on full throttle early out of the corner. The sweeper of Hayshed is just flat out when the tyres are up to temperature, but if a move is started out of Siberia, you'll see cars going side by side through here, which quite often creates drama. Lukey Heights is the highest point of the track, where drivers fight understeer through the long uphill left. In a battle, you can pick up the throttle early to get the inside line for the next corner, the hairpin known as MG, but the track falls away at this point, lengthening the braking zone, and there's very little grip on the inside. If a move is to be done cleanly here, cooperation is needed from all drivers involved, but it's rarely given. The final 2 corners are all about the exit. Sticking tight left out of MG, drivers have to manage wheel spin while turning, and just like Southern Loop and Siberia, you can't afford to power out too early. Exit understeer will allow a rival to slip on by into the final turn. This left-hander is crucial for speed down the front straight. A lift of the throttle on the way in, and smoothly back on the power, snatching 5th gear as you turn out. Again, be careful of the grass. Going off track here will ruin not only the lap you're on, but the next one as well. A 500-kilometre endurance race at Phillip Island is a long-standing fixture of the Scops season. The fast-flowing nature and heavy braking zones of this track, plus the ever-present possibility of safety cars, means there are many avenues to success. But as always, staying out of trouble is what pays off. Enduro season is here. Bring it on!
And there are the numbers, there are the facts, there are the stats, there are the ways that this circuit can definitely bite back on those that get through. And I do want to commend Rhys Gardner being one of the few drivers who can actually make an overtake on himself. He did an amazing job there on that pass, and I think that he gets himself a nice polite round of applause from everybody at home. But more importantly, let's talk a little bit about driver pairings here, Rhys, today, because there were a lot of surprises and a lot of non-surprises when it came to who was pairing up with who and who was dealing with what. But the big one was the case of arguably the fastest driver legacy-wise compared to the fastest driver probably in 2020. It's that 77 Trans-Tasman team. It's Madison Down and Dane Warren. And this is a huge pairing in terms of star power, but there are questions about whether they have a comparable driving style. And as we've talked about so many times when it's come to these sorts of events, the team who has themselves with the best pairing on paper isn't necessarily the fastest.
Yeah, exactly right. There's a lot you have to consider when you're thinking about driver pairings for a race like this. It's not just about outright pace, but how you get that pace as well. And you see down the bottom of your screen all through qualifying, we'll have this scrolling down on the bottom so you have a good idea of who is driving with whom here tonight. Drivers like Damien Mulqueen and Damien Rasmussen pairing up, as well as Kurt Stenberg and Lee Ellis from Trans-Tasman Racing. They have traditionally driven together, but Warren and Down definitely one of the ones to look out for here tonight. Harley Haber and Forzan El Nabi pairing up in the number 21 United car that you see on screen here. I think that's another example of two drivers being quite different and being put into the same car. El Nabi has shown himself to be one of the star drivers of the mid-season. Haber had a strong start to the season, but has fallen off the radar a little bit in the last couple of rounds, so that's another pairing to look out for. They both get their pace very differently from the car too.
Absolutely, and that's going to be something worth keeping in mind, as will drivers who are maybe more unusual pairings. And Lockie, we've had a little look at you as we've got eyes on Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic at the moment making progress. This is going to be one of the teams to look out for in terms of the fuel save number, because of how these drivers go about their business. What will be key, though, is looking at the team that's in fourth position currently here in practice, the team of Jake Burton and David Sanford. Now, it's no secret that David Sanford does not have the same pace as Jake Burton, so what we could be seeing here from this team is something a little bit out of the box of tricks.
Correct, and that's one of the things that we'll talk about a bit more once we get into our strategy discussion. The fact that while there are some pairings that are going to have drivers who are quite evenly matched in terms of pace, there are some other driver combinations, such as this one, where there is a bit of a difference in the performance of the drivers, and you will have one who will be not quite as fast as the other one. And in that case, it's all about how you manage their stints to ensure that you get their 38 lap minimum out of the way in a stage of the race where it's going to affect you least.
Exactly, and I will correct myself, they don't have to switch their drivers 4 times. I'm very tired. I woke up about 45 minutes ago at this stage, and everything is all nice and dandy. So they can change as many times as they want. They can change only 2 times. They can change a whole boatload of times. The key, though, is that they've got to go 38 laps at least with one driver here today, as Lachlan has just previously mentioned. But we are about 30 seconds away from going over to qualifying. Now, let's talk format very, very briefly here, Rhys, as they go on through. They're going to be setting themselves out in 3 groups. Group 1 will be groups from P40 to 26 in pre-qualification. Then qualifying Group 2 will be P25 to P11. And then qualifying Group 3 will be that top 10 shootout who will all be looking to try and move up through the field as much as possible. That dynamic track today is going to be key, especially those winds, 31 Ks from the northwest. It is blowing a hoolie.
Yeah, absolutely is, and that translates to a bit of a tailwind down the front straight here at Phillip Island, which means that speeds going into turn 1 are going to be immense. We are green for qualifying. The cars are making their way out of the box now, but with these track conditions and the dynamic track factoring into it, it's something that we go over just about every round. It's going to be very important when you set your fastest timed lap, because the track very likely will fall off in terms of grip as the session goes on.
Exactly, and that's going to be very, very key. We are in really realistic weather. The track has cooled a little bit. The clouds have come over here for qualifying. It's partly cloudy. Now track temp 34 degrees, so a little bit further down to where it was earlier on in the session by about 3 degrees, as drivers all on their outlaps looking to try and warm the tyres up and run it to about 75 to 80% of their capability at this stage around this outlap. They want to preserve these tyres as much as they can to really go out and have a run. Someone we haven't seen very much streaming live on Twitch, it's Emily Jones. She's driving around with Andrew Fraser here today. First appearance this season, a very big surprise to hear that from Emily, someone who has been up as a career best finish of 6th place here in this series. But really, Reese, when we're talking about Emily Jones, she has transitioned a little bit further away from the iRacing game, so to speak. But what she'll be trying to do is really help that Trans-Tasman team get as high as possible in terms of result and getting back into the swing of things for the endurance season. Anything's possible when you're qualifying here in SCOPS.
Absolutely, a little bit of a slide there for Em. She's been quite busy over this year of 2020, but she certainly puts in an awful lot of effort to get herself up to speed. And of course, we do have times coming in on the board, but those are outlap times. The pit exit at Phillip Island is just at the start-finish line, so you see drivers setting times of about 1 minute 35, 1 minute 36. That is no cause for concern. Those are their outlaps. We'll be expecting the fastest times up at the top to be in the 1 minute 29s to even 1 minute 28s.
Exactly, and for those who think that this is an Australian-only season and series, and you can only be a part of this series by being from Club Oz NZ, you are very much wrong. There is the normally IndyCar outfit of Power Slide Motorsports, Adam Blocker, Arjuna Kankipati, who of course is a good friend of the iRacing Esports Network, has a podcast with RaceSpot TV that he features on. But Adam Blocker right now is someone who will be looking to try and go forward, and this is going to be interesting to see where Blocker goes. He's run previously in the past, Lachlan, with Mark 1, trying to make some good progress today. It's also worth noting, fun fact, he puts on his iRacing bio
We appear to have briefly lost Jake Sperry there as we continue to look at Adam Blocker making his way around the circuit. I'm sure he will finish his question to you, Lachlan, once he gets back. But Blocker, through the final turn, this has looked like a reasonably good lap so far. You've seen falling down the timesheets as people set their fast times. And across the line he goes, and that is a lap time in the 1 minute 29s. It's excellent stuff from Adam, puts himself into P11 on a 29.593, but currently Damien Johnstone has put the Gone Rogue Motorsports Enduro number 1 car on top. 1 minute 29.131 is the time.
And on screen at the moment, Race, we've got Hugh Barter, young Victorian who's in real life certainly establishing quite a reputation for himself in the go-karting scene, but has joined with the experienced and accomplished Evolution Racing team. He's being mentored by Brenton O'Brien, the team owner at Evolution Racing, who will be his co-driver for this race. Great to see young Hugh Barter in the field tonight.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how he goes, because that's certainly a great spot for him to be in. Evolution Racing Team, one of the teams in this series with the most experience and great success records to boot as well. To boot, he has the team manager, Brenton O'Brien, in the car with him. Damian Johnstone rounding the final corner and into the pits. Got to remember, if you're new to V8SCOPS, we have the no escape rule in effect during qualifying and race sessions. The drivers cannot just stop on the track and escape back to the garage like you would usually do in a racing sim. They have to bring it back to the pits manually and get themselves a fresh car, fresh tires, fresh fuel. It's all about making it more realistic, Sperry.
Sounds like we may still not have Jake Sperry back just yet, race. So in the meantime, sounds like it's just you and I commentating this qualifying session. One of the good things about these Endurance Cup races for V8SCOPS is the fact that you get drivers and driver combinations who you may not have seen racing in the top split at any of the other single drive rounds throughout the year. But now, because we've got a concentration of top-level talent with a lot of the gun drivers and a lot of the front runners in V8SCOPS joining forces, it actually means that you now get some of the drivers who typically wouldn't qualify inside the top split getting the opportunity to race in the main event.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's awesome to see that, drivers like Josh Morris here, who we've seen make a couple of split 2 appearances, will be able to strut his stuff up here with the best in the business. I believe we do have Jake Sperry back with us. Do you have us, Sperry?
Yes, we do, and the big issue for me is the fact that I absolutely hate my internet right now, and absolutely all of you should do as well at home. So at this stage, everyone's still looking to make some great progress right now. We've got 48 minutes left in qualifying this first group with a lot of work. Damian Johnstone, though, the Gone Rogue team, up at the top of the timing sheet at the moment, but keep an eye on that 488 Pursuit Sim Racing car, because, Reese, I thought Blake Purdy had a really good shot of things over the runs that he had in the season to actually be paired up with Andrew Gilliam.
Yeah, he would have had a great shot of being paired up with Andrew, and I think that would have been a very strong driver pairing, but I reckon putting Michael Taliancic in with Andrew Gilliam is a great decision as well, because we know from past experience Michael Taliancic incredibly good at fuel saving. Blake Purdy here is paired up with Job Stewart, which is certainly no slouch either.
No, certainly not, and these are going to be 2 very quick drivers looking to try and find that progress. 9 thousandths only, though, the margin at the top. Johnstone, Purdy, Jones, Preston and Feigl, the top 5 that we see out there on circuit at the moment, as they're all trying to just think about how they're going to negotiate their laps, and it's every single bit that means a lot. That small kink right, for example, into Siberia, very underrated, but always seems to catch out a driver here or a driver there if they're being too aggressive when it comes up onto the power. But this is going to be a very, very key battleground that we're going to be seeing. How they're going to manage the life of their tyres. They don't have to worry so much here, Lockie, when it comes to this qualifying session. But what's key about qualifying here is the no escape rule, which is fully in effect. For those who don't understand sim racing, normally you get yourself a nice little reset button. It allows you to go to the pits and go out again with a fresh, clean car. Oh no, not in Scops. You don't get that luxury. You race as you would do at any track in the world if this were life itself. If you bin the car, if you crash it as Emily Jones puts almost a whole 10th past Damian Johnstone, or 129 flat, then what you're going to be seeing here, Lockie, is the fact that a lot of drivers here today will be looking to get their big lap, and they'll maybe take 1 minute 33 to get back to the pits, make sure they get a fresh set of boots and back out again.
Yeah, and the thing here at Phillip Island is that, especially with the tyre model that we're using, is that the new tyre gain that you get, it is quite pronounced, but it's only going to last you for 1 or maybe 2 laps if you're lucky. So after you come out of the pits and you do an out lap to cycle the tyres up to their optimum operating pressure and temperature, you really only get 1 chance to nail that fast lap, because then the tyres fall away very quickly and don't deliver their peak performance. So I think you're absolutely right there, Sperry. What you'll see throughout this qualifying session is drivers coming out of the pits, doing 1 or maybe 2 flying laps, back in for a fresh set of tyres, go out and have another crack.
And we are seeing drivers now starting to really ratchet up their pace here and move up forward. There is Simon Feigl driving with Zach Hanlon there in the True Force Altus car in 5th position overall. I did just notice, though, Jacob Knight jumping it up into 7th position, which is going to be a big bonus for Jacob Knight and the Exto Gaming team, so they'll be looking to do well. But Reese, Simon Feigl, team boss of Altus, has put in a lot of time and effort and dedication to get that team to where it needs to. They've lost a lot of drivers over the last couple of months, and they've said that it has given them some consolidation, some foundations to say, okay, every driver now needs to pull their shift and do some work, and that includes the boss. Lead by example.
Yeah, exactly. And I went through a similar situation myself with my team a couple years ago. It always sucks to lose drivers from your team, but the people that are left are strengthened by it. The bonds are strengthened. And Simon Feigl, very hard-working guy. He's done a lot for professional sim racing in Australia. His work with Motum Simulation has been very appreciated over the last couple of years, trying to get sim racing into that public eye at events like PAX in Melbourne. And it's a good time from him so far to be sitting in that 5th spot. Only 2/10 off Emily Jones, who has just recently gone fastest in the session. Feigl is no slouch himself in an Australian touring car, and he's currently the only driver on a flying lap at the moment. So we're going to get a really good opportunity to see how he wheels this Mustang around this Phillip Island circuit. Nice clean line into the Stoner hairpin, climbing up over the curb, very smooth exit. When you come into Siberia, though, you can really chuck the car in and stick it to the inside, use the camber of the road to your advantage, and get on the throttle nice and early. Use that exit curb, but you don't want to dip a wheel into the grass as you go through hay shed. Meanwhile, is he flat? I think just.
I think just as well. Now up the rise, Lukey Heights, always a brilliant corner to keep in mind. It's all about commitment. It's all about that grip. How early can you go? There's a bit of correction going down the hill. Had to get some opposite lock going there. Keep the car pointed in a straight line in the downhill braking zone. Now the final couple of corners. A rise and looking for that lap. 29 flat is the benchmark at the moment. And this is going to be an interesting little order that I think we're going to be finding here. Going to make a cross for the stripe, and that is a 29.246. So not much improvement. Slight hundredths found there from Simon Feigl. Makes the gap almost a 10th to Hugh Barter and his former team, the Evolution Racing team. They're just behind, having another team boss playing second driver, and that being Brenton O'Brien, and that's going to be worth keeping in mind. They always have the ability to surprise, do the Evolution Racing team. It's Kenneth Latter, though, in the Exto Gaming Motorsports number 554 machine, 12th position at the moment, Lachlan. And I've had a couple of abilities to chat with Kenneth Latter. He seems pretty chill about things coming into this one. He's joined Exto Gaming from Mark 1. He's happy with the team. He's happy with the direction that they're going. And I think they're all knocking on the door. The one thing that they may be a little bit concerned about is that all three of their cars are in this first part of qualifying, and they maybe hope that they'd like to have at least one in the second part of qualifying here today compared to what they were expecting.
Beautifully presented cars being turned out by the EXG Motorsport team, though. As we have a look at another one of them on screen at the moment. That's the Brad Ratu entry, the Commodore that's currently running in position 4 within this session. The other car that they've entered for this event, the Jacob Knight and Jet Bennett car, which is also running quite a spectacular livery. There we go, the number 024 car on screen at the moment, looking resplendent in that bright chrome livery.
Absolutely, as we have just seen Blake Purdy jump up to second. Brad Ratu just came over the line and actually put the car third with that lap. So now we're starting to see drivers just dialing it in and gaining the place, but it's a final minute that they find themselves in. So this is crucial. Justin Wallace now falling back into 12th place because that's Adam Blocker who's put the car up in 9th. Scott Zaslowski up into 7th place, and Kobe Williams has got the 181 up into 5th place, which will be very exciting. 29.7 from the race on Oscar. That's not going to be good enough to find improvement around this place. But there's the SE Motorsports machine there. Kobe Williams has found a little bit more time there in 5th. We haven't talked much about Kobe so far today, Reese, here, as we are in that final minute. So what's been key is that Kobe is learning and developing, and someone who could be knocking on the door of a Blake Purdy style of drive not too far in the future. But at the moment, this is Blake Purdy making that progress around the penultimate couple of corners, diving it into pits. Will not go any quicker or any higher than 2nd position overall. A lot of drivers coming in, though, as the clock has seemingly expired at this stage, as Josh Morris now will try and get the hyperdrive car up quicker.
Yeah, currently sitting in P11 is Morris in the 032 onto the straight. He's going to have to beat a 29.37 if he wants to move up, and it doesn't look like that's going to work. It's a 4.16 from him. And this initial group that's come out in qualifying, 29.0, the fastest time. Let's cast our minds briefly back to practice. The fastest time in the practice session was a 28.491 from the number 77 Trans-Tasman car. So these drivers not quite able to touch the pace of the leaders, but still, there are the results from our first group of qualifying with Jones and Fraser on top.
Yep, and Jones and Fraser will be very happy. It will be Purdy and Stewart that get themselves into 2nd, with Ratu and Preston at 3rd at the moment. Then you got Johnstone and Boyd, Williams and Carpenter, Brenton O'Brien and Hugh Barter there in 6th position. Sislowski and Neck, Beigel and Hanlon, Blocker and Kankipati there with Knight and Bennett. And then over the page for the final 5 drivers, you got Morris, five teams, I should say. Morris and Kenton, Wallace and Blackburn, Mulqueen and Rasmussen. And then you've got Kenneth Latter, Sean Linsdale, Robin Kirk and Daniel Misdale. A little bit disappointing down at the back of the pack. But we're in a little bit of a recess, some would say, at this stage. We'll be looking at the 2nd group getting their times out and away very shortly. And how important has it been here, Lachlan, to look at pre-qualification, get yourself into a certain position as we get a little look at where we are situated? Got some of the great tracks that go along, got the likes here, of course, going through Winton all the way across, but it's here on this fantastic island here, Phillip Island, we could say, to get things going. Cowes Victoria, and there is the track, just a stone's throw away from the coast, and one of the few circuits that looks iconic and can really say that it is a coastal paradise.
And it's steeped in history when it comes to endurance racing here in Australia as well, because it was the hosting venue for the great race, the annual 500-mile endurance race back in the 1960s, before, of course, that race moved to Mount Panorama at Bathurst. And more recently, we've seen that Phillip Island has held the 500-kilometre endurance race as part of the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship in 2007, 2008 and 2009. And also, it's held a number of GT endurance races as well. So it's a circuit that is certainly steeped in history when it comes to holding long-distance races, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and Reese, you know, we're just seeing right now here the SCOPS safety car, the VRS safety car, making progress around the circuit right now, making sure that there is nobody who shouldn't be out there on circuit, effectively giving it the once-over to make sure that they're okay to go race again.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Korolev at the wheel of the 000 machine. Of course, in V8SCOPS, we have manual safety cars. This sits at the end of pit lane with one of the race control crew at the ready, and if a safety car is called, out he goes onto the circuit to pick everyone up, and we go under a full course yellow. So it looks like the track is to Mr. Korolev's satisfaction. He's going to bring it on into the pits, and in just a minute's time from when the clock hits 36 minutes up there in the top left, we will be able to get out for our second group of qualifying. That's positions 25 to 11 in pre-qualifying.
I was just looking at Korolev going around there and having a nice gentle drive. I believe that was actually how quick he can actually pilot the car around here. So he'll be hoping that he has a little bit of fun going forward. It's all in jest, Mr. Korolev. I know that you like a little bit of banter, as do all of us here at SimSpeed TV, but we are just that half a minute away. But let's talk numbers a little bit here, Lockie. We got a small bit of time, a window talk about that. Let's talk about margins, and let's talk about how drivers will be looking to try and get as long as they can on fuel numbers, and how there are different variances for 111 laps.
There are, and the key thing is that theoretically you could actually complete the race on 3 pit stops based on the fuel range of the cars, which is about 31 laps out of a tank of fuel. But the race regulations mandate that you have to do 4 compulsory pit stops in this race, so there's a few different ways that you can split that up. Probably the most logical way to do it, particularly if you've got 2 drivers who are relatively evenly matched in terms of pace, was to try and split the tyre wear evenly across your 5 sets of tyres. So 5 stints, 4 pit stops, pitting roughly every 22 or 23 laps, with your final pit stop on lap number 90. However, based on that 31 lap fuel range, we do actually have the critical lap of lap number 82, which is the earliest opportunity that you can make your final pit stop and make it to the end based on fuel range. So the other thing to take into consideration as well, pit stops. So a full pit stop to take on 110 litres of fuel takes around 36 seconds based on a fuel rate of 3 litres per second. The tyre change, which you can do simultaneously with your fuel stop because we're racing supercars, that takes about 8 seconds. So I expect to see the teams changing tyres every time they stop for fuel. And the driver change, which you can choose to do whenever you want, basically, that takes 30 seconds as well. So again, considering that we've got a minimum driver distance of 38 laps, a maximum permissible driver distance of 75 laps, look for some teams to mix and match. There'll be some teams that will change drivers at every stop. There'll be other teams that will elect to do double or even triple stints, depending on the difference in lap times and performance between their drivers.
Another little number to keep an eye on, it's 32. That is the track temperature. It's gone down a couple of degrees here. It's 4:25 p.m. In sim time at the moment, so there's going to be a lot of work to be done here as drivers look to get onto their lap times. Sam Blacklock here, driving with Simone Maria Marcheno, is on the Zoom camera for us here today as he looks to try and pilot his opening lap there in the Altus machine, trying to get everything out as much as possible, and it will be the first time since Snetterton 2018 since we've seen Simone Maria Marcheno, the Italian god himself, inside the vehicle and racing. The last time he was here, he did not make the Christmas card list of Richard Hampstead, but Sam Blacklock at the moment is looking to try and get some laps. Not getting a little bit of help there from Ben Christensen, who's sliding about the process here. He's trying to get some laps in. He's driving alongside with Kobe Jones. Now, they've been very even in pace, Christensen and Jones, but Kobe Jones is not as quick as maybe the team were expecting him to be, and Christensen's made no real misdemeanor about it. He said, Kobe's not as quick as what we were expecting. We hope he's quicker for Imola. We hope he's quicker for Bathurst.
Yeah, well, you gotta focus on your race pace, don't you, in an event like this, and it looks like Christensen not quite able to get as much out of his car as Blacklock is able to get out of his. I don't know if that's going to balk Blacklock to any kind of extent, but out of the final corner they go. Yeah, it's not the best position to be in if you're slightly off pace to your teammate, but I do think that endurance season is a good opportunity to get that seat time in the car and get himself up to speed.
Well, Sam Blacklock only goes 10th fastest over the line. Michael Schreier doing well. Brett Loxton's 209 Zuvacard as well. Lee Ellis makes it Trans-Tasman 1-2. There is Corey Shepherd and the Premier Racing team going to the top of the timing stands. First to really make that effort and break the 29 barrier. Going on through Adam Briggs and the Simrigs.com DPR car. The 72 goes second as Ben Smith puts it on top for the Evolution Racing team. Someone that we didn't talk about, didn't expect there, Lockie, is right there in the mix with Scotty Boy Gamble.
Yeah, good driver lineup there, and I know that Benjamin Smith, he's a driver who Brendan O'Brien, the team boss at Evolution Racing, rates very highly, and lining up with Scott Gamble, who's becoming quite an experienced driver in these V8 race cars and continually improving. So good early qualifying lap there from Benny Smith.
Absolutely, some great times coming in. Now, we do have a little bit of news that's been coming in with the 88 machine, and we've got Glenn Postlethwaite driving the car around at the moment, someone who does love this place, driving with Brenton Hobson, but there has been an emergency at the Hobson household. We have been alerted to, Reese, and it's involving Brenton's 3-year-old child who may potentially have a broken leg, and that might just be one of the latest changes that we could be seeing to the team right now. So Brenton Hobson is basically on notice at the moment, and he may get a chance to drive, he may not. It depends on the emergency situation that he's facing at the moment.
Yeah, of course, our thoughts are with Hobbo and his family at this time. And, you have to take care of the most important things here at the moment. So will be interesting to see if Hobson gets a steer in this race. But if he cannot make it, then we're hearing that Bruce Kiley might be drafted in to replace him in the number 88 there with Mr. Postlethwaite, as we see more drivers come across the line. Lee Ellis up there in position 6, driving Kurt Stenberg's number 47 car, and Geordie Sinai for Synergy Sim Racing as a driver that we've seen absolutely light it up in second split at Mosport, and driving with Scott Nolan here tonight. Only P20 at the moment, but there's still time to be gained.
Absolutely, and Jordi Sinai just trying to get through the paces, through the mixer, some would say, and try and get as close as possible up the order at the moment. It's now Smith, Shepherd, Briggs, Pink, and then Jones in 5th position after all of the times that we have seen so far. So at the moment, Benjamin Smith is the one who is setting the pace at the moment, and we'll be looking to see who can really make that progress up and through the field with all of the times. But there is a good smattering of drivers here and smattering of drivers there who have all been looking to try and put those times in on the board, get it in. And here's a team that I think that could really make some good progress here today. Brett Loxton, Thomas Hinds. It's one of those quiet pairings, Lockie, which you see out on circuit, and you just know that if everything just manages to get together, Loxton hasn't had a little bit of luck this season so far, but if they get the luck, they're right up there, and Zuva knows it.
Indeed, and if you go to our Sim Racing Oz expert race preview, which all three of us contributed to, this was one combination that a few people rated as a dark horse for this race based on the fact that they have been quiet achievers, not necessarily among the fastest combinations, but extremely consistent and very, very good at just punching out the lap times, lap after lap, and that's the sort of driving style that tends to reward you in endurance races. So this is definitely a combination that could be up towards the pointy end come the end of the 500k race. Speaking of those types of combinations, guys, I've just noticed as well that the number 72 DPR racing entry, Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson on board that car. They've moved up into 3rd position within this stage of qualifying, 0.094 of a second away from Benny Smith's pole time. Another combination that's very much dark horse and one to watch out for. We saw that DPR Racing managed to get 2 cars into the top 10 in the previous round of V8SCOPS at Virginia International Raceway, with Phillip Worley getting 5th and Andrew Dyson finishing in the top 10 as well. So that will be another car to look out for.
Absolutely, they've got a brilliant little outfit there at simrigs.com DPR, and they'll be hoping that they find what they want out of it. Just a shade under a 1/10 of a second. That's the only margin that we're seeing at the moment here. So they'll be looking very, very entertained at the moment by the fact they're in 3rd position. They're jumping up the order with Sam Blacklock going to 4th place, 5 thousandths behind Adam Briggs, as Brett Loxton jumps into 6th, which is suddenly down to 7th. Once again, because Lee Ellis has found a little bit of time. He's tied it. Jordi Sinai's gone to 2nd for Synergy there, Reese. That's a great time. Young Luke Pink looking to go through. He's the idol there going through, as Postlethwaite now up to 2nd, as Pink crosses the line on a 28 there and does not gain the positions much. He goes to 5th there, but we have said it time and time again. Historically, this is the Synergy track.
It certainly is. Synergy have traditionally put in a great ton of effort to prepare for Phillip Island, and they are traditionally very strong here. And proof of the pudding is in the eating. They are 2 and 3 in the session at the moment. Excellent stuff from both Glenn and Yordi there. And to boot, the times are quite close, only separated by 0.03 of a second. Adam Briggs, meanwhile, 28.8, and that puts him right to the top. Excellent time.
0.75 of a tenth of a second. Adam Briggs puts the simrigs.com DPR 72 on provisional pole position for the moment. Of course, they've got 5 more minutes they can find. The track can do a whole number of things in those 5 minutes, and you feel that drivers coming in maybe have 1, potentially 2 more runs of things to get themselves going forward and get themselves the positions that they need out here in this qualifying session. But they know they've really got to find some good times right now. We were seeing in pre-qualification, when all of those times coming in, Lachlan, that we were seeing 28.6 be the real benchmark time at the front of the pack. And if there is a couple of tenths of a second still there, still yet to be found right now, that top 10 will look to exploit with a cooling track.
The times are just unbelievably close. It never ceases to amaze me just how razor thin the margins are between cars. You can find 1/10 of a second and it will vault you up 5 or 6 positions just based on how close the times are.
And that's the key here. Phillip Worley here got that top 5 last time out, or a couple of times out ago as he went on through. Got Darren Lobb alongside him. We look to try and have a good run of things around this place here today. And I think a lot of drivers will be hoping that they've got the run inside of them that they think that they have. Who can put that vehicle up as forward as possible. There's going to be a lot of drivers who may be a little bit disappointed with a couple of times that have been going on today. One of which that I'm surprised to see a little bit down the order, I believe, is going to be the 707 machine right now piloting around. That is Tom Freer in the Pursuit Sim Racing team, the second of the Pursuit Sim Racing team cars. Freer and Stovall, a team that is very much well known with each other, Reese. They work incredibly hard together, and Tom Freer has said, he's made it no secret, he doesn't know where the pace has gone.
Yeah, well, only 17th position in this session at the moment. It's definitely not where they would want to be. But Tom Freer has had an awful lot of experience racing in that upper midfield in Scops, and certainly had quite a few adventures in the previous rounds. So I think from this point forward, Freer and Stovall are going to be focusing on race pace, because qualifying is one thing. It's all well and good to start further up the grid, but remember, this race is 113 laps long. It's going to take something around 3 hours to complete if there's a couple of safety cars. So qualifying ultimately doesn't matter that much, but dipping a wheel off into the grass like that's certainly not going to help him either.
No, especially with the instant points around this place. See, the lap gets invalidated over the line and onto a flyer. Freer will go as everyone goes through, and we haven't really had much opportunity to talk about those instant points in qualifying. You have got to be squeaky clean when you go around this place. You need a very, very efficient lap. You can't dip a tyre off here, a tyre off there. If you run into a 0x or 1x, any sort of incident, then the time is not going to be helpful. Benjamin Smith not improving enough there to gain what is needed. Still stuck at that margin in second position. But really, Lachlan, what we're saying here is you have got to be putting clean and consistent laps in when it comes to qualifying and making next to no mistakes.
Correct, because if you do make errors, the incident points will bite you, that's for sure. And again, just interesting to say that drivers have come into the pits quite late in the session. They've bolted on another set of tyres. They've gone back out onto the racetrack, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more chopping and changing towards the top of the order in the final 90 seconds of this session.
Oh, Wally
Sam
into the top
Blacklock
10.
jumps to second. Oh, good time there. Worley there tonight. Then Lee Ellis jumps to second now. 0.5 of a second. Adam Briggs, the lock there just getting a little tighter. Got 5 within 1/10 of a second here at the top with 1:20 to go. There is Michael Schreier in the Synergy Sim Racing, JK Science Racing, number 30 machine, trying to improve on 11th at the moment. He's a sleeper hit, is Michael Schreier. He always seems to surprise at the moment. Dylan Rudd puts the Premier Racing Team second machine up into 5th position, the 017. Schreier jumps a little bit into the top 10, so that's a good little run. But look at this in terms of closeness. 1/10 splitting the top 10 drivers at the moment, almost 2. There's Postlethwaite there, who is in 6th position right now and unable to find a little bit more. But we're into the final 40 seconds right now, Reese, and it's crunch time for these drivers.
Yeah, for Brett Loxton too, who you see driving up ahead of Mr. Postlethwaite there. Adam Briggs, who currently sits on the top of the timesheets, coming round to complete another lap. It looks like that is an in-lap potentially. No, an out-lap for Adam Briggs. He is going to... We're hearing that he has abandoned his first attempt at a flyer on this run and is going again, so looking for some improvement there from Adam Briggs, but I'm interested to see what happens to Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins, because it looked like he was on a fast time in the 209, but had to pull out of it on the last run, and he's got a bit of traffic as well.
Oh, that's not going to be helpful. The timer has expired then in part 2 of qualifying. Everyone gets the chance to finish their laps. Slightly wider there goes Loxton, fighting to put the power down. There, as you can see, the Zuva call on the back of the car. Absolutely fantastic, and dive down into the pits. The lap meant nothing come the end, as everybody is trying to find the smallest improvements up and down the circuit. Now here is Corey Shepherd here, looking to try and find something more. 9th position, not even being the fastest in the team. That will come as a little bit of a shock at the moment to Shepherd and co, but needs a good run out of the final corner. Going to try and make that progress here. 28.827 is the marker at the moment. That's a 29 flat for Corey Shepherd. Could not find the time in the end. Will start no higher than the 5th row of the grid. 9th position overall so far. Here is Adam Briggs looking to try and make a run, and if the lap time's quicker, then that's all plain sailing. If not, it's going to be a flick on left into the one-track pit lane, and of course Australian tracks are known very well for being very difficult to get onto pit lane. In he comes, and so this is how it looks after part 2 of qualifying. The top 10 yet to go. It's Briggs and Dyson for the Simrigs.com DPR 72 on the top, with Lee Ellis and Kurt Stenberg second, so they are guaranteed at least the 6th row of the grid. Sam Blacklock and Simone Maria Marcheno in 3rd. Then you got Smith and Gamble, Rudd and Borg, great time from them, up in 5th place. Postlethwaite and Hobson, potentially Kylie, if things go the way or don't go the way. Jordi Sinai and Scott Nolan there, with Luke Pink, Riley Blythe, Corey Shepherd and Clint Shane Smith, then Michael Schreier and Daniel Ackland. What's key about this one, Lachlan, as we look down the order, is the top 12 were all quicker than that first part of qualification.
Indeed, they were, and you would expect with 10 drivers remaining for the third and final segment of qualifying that they're going to be probably the 10 that will feature up towards the top of the order. What that means, though, is that Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson, they will start no lower on the grid than 11th position, so that's a pretty decent qualifying result for the DPR Racing duo. Just while we've got a bit of a break in proceedings before we do get the final segment of qualifying underway, guys, I just thought that I'd fill you in on a bit more of the strategic insights that I've come up with in the background. And in particular, let's just talk tyres. Let's get it out of the way now so that we don't have to bore everyone with it too much during the race. But just based on what we saw during the pre-qualifying sessions and during the practice session that was held earlier today as well, is that the new tyre gain, the amount of time that you gain when you bolt on a fresh set of tyres, is significantly greater than the old tyre loss. And what I mean by that is that when you bolt on a new set of tyres, there'll be a couple of laps where you will be 3 or 4 tenths of a second quicker straight away, whereas on an old set of tyres, they don't actually tend to fall off the cliff all of that much. They tend to maintain a pretty consistent pace right the way through the stint. So what that means is that you'll see drivers pitting early and potentially trying to take advantage of the undercut strategy, whereby putting on a fresh set of tyres, getting out of the pits and doing some fast laps, they'll be able to leapfrog their opposition.
And that's going to be key, especially with the fact that one driver coming in and making a stop can completely send a chain reaction through the field of drivers having to react to what a different driver is doing. Other drivers, other teams, they'll be looking at trying to play a strategy to a number, but This is going to be very, very entertaining to watch here. And of course, if you want live timing, head over to simspeed.live to get your timing ready. We are 1 minute away from the top 10 shootout here in this qualifying. 10 teams are looking to try and get themselves up with that credited pole position. If none of them can manage it, then it will be that DPR 72 of Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson who could find themselves with that pole position. But Reese, this is where all of the big gun teams and the championship teams find themselves at the moment. You've got United, who are the net championship leaders. You've got, of course, the likes of Altus with James Scott, who is the overall on points championship leader. And, of course, this event here is one of the few times where you can say it doesn't even need to be your fault to use a drop weed.
Yeah, exactly right. The amount of points on offer here is right about the same as you'd get for a couple of rounds. So it's certainly going to have an effect on the championship coming out of this round, depending on, you know, who does well, who suffers bad luck. There's certainly a lot of bad luck to be had in a race like this, but it looks like our top group is now out on track. Leading the way is Brad Ryan in the Simworks GB Galvanizing Racing entry. Now, Brad Ryan is one of those drivers that has been around the iRacing scene for an incredibly long time. He's driving there with Mitchell Cialak in the number 96. I'm really looking forward to seeing how those guys go, because it's really quite the pairing to look out for when it comes to enduros. They've got a good track record.
Absolutely, and if their qualifying was anything to go by, Brad Ryan was even a sleeper hit for all of the sleeper hits. So this could be a really interesting battle to see how the GB Galvanizing car is going to do. Of course, you got a number of drivers up and down the order looking to go through. You got Jake Burson and David Sanford in the VRSX Prologue React car. That's going to be something worth keeping in mind here. Just behind them in qualifying, Burton has proven that he's got pace, and this is his first start of the season. He'll be looking to do well, but of course, eyes on Dane Warren and Madison Down. It's a blockbuster team at the moment. It's almost like having Scott McLaughlin and Shane Van Gisbergen no, I wouldn't even say Shane Van Gisbergen. I'd say it would be like having Scott McLaughlin here, Lachlan, and Jamie Whincup in the same team.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad analogy, but just interesting to say that Dane Warren has been given qualifying duties aboard the number 77 car because, of course, Madison Down has been the regular driver in that car throughout the season. So obviously there at Trans Tasman Racing, they've decided that Dane Warren's been the quickest driver in terms of one lap pace, so he's been charged with qualifying duty. And equally interesting to say that in the 088 Altus Esports car, despite the fact that it's James Scott who is at the top of the championship standings, it's actually his young stablemate Cooper Webster who was behind the wheel of the car for this qualifying session.
And you can see there with the red banner across the front of the car, that indicates the points leader at the moment going on through. It's almost like the caps you see in the IPL as they go on forward. Now, this is a key lap here for Cooper Webster. That first lap really does tell you where you stand in terms of the laps. Over the curb a fair bit then, going through at the Honda corner, a Honda hairpin, of course, this formerly being a Repsol Honda testing track, and now through the left-hander of Siberia, always trying to put the power down as early as possible, and a slight little correction there going on through. Now through the hay shed and up the hill once again, a little puff of grass there coming up off of the tyres. The iRacing dynamic track is in full view as well, so anyone who has gone off and run off the circuit around this place will have brought some of that grass and dirt and grime and all of the nasty things you don't like onto the circuit, and that will be just a little bit of a concern. The first times will be looking to come in sometime around about now. Brad Ryan pushing a little wide there through the final corner, looking to try and find a good run to start. It's an 8.73 to get going, so that will be good enough to go second. An 8.92 for Jake Burton goes fifth. Richard Hampstead, 128.5. That is dynamite there, Reese.
It is, and so is Cooper Webster's time, a 28.67 from him, with Dane Warren ultimately not setting, setting a very representative lap time. That is faster than anyone has gone tonight. That is a crazy time. Dane Warren once again proving that he is the best on one lap pace in this series. Forzan El Nabi and Andrew Gilliam with a great showing as well, second and third so far.
Absolutely, and Dane Warren has proven being a one-lap king. Madison Down is someone who knows what to do and when is his time. He's very much the team player as Madison Down. There is Andrew Gilliam in the 201 car in third position and really making great progress is Andrew Gilliam. You could say he is definitely in the title fight here for this battle that will be going on up and down. But what's key here about this front row that we see at the moment here, Lachlan, is that 21 machine is there in second position as Ross and Stokes currently in 7th. But that 21, Forzan Elnabi, Harley Haver. Forzan Elnabi on points with drop rounds is the championship leader. He'll be looking to try and mitigate as much damage as possible here today because of Madison Down in that 77. We talk about the form book, but as we know, the form book means nothing here at these races.
And Forzan Elnabi and Harley Haver, they're a combination that's definitely going to be one of the outright contenders tonight in terms of the raw pace for both of those drivers. So qualifying, it's Elnabi who's been charged with the duty of qualifying that United Sim Sports car, but look at the quality of drivers who are represented at the top of the order at the moment. And the good news is we've still got 9.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session, so our grid's not decided just yet.
Absolutely not. Every driver will be hoping to look up and see a bit of cloud cover come over the track. It has dropped a further degree down to 31 degrees only around this place, and I'm sure that cool sea breeze coming in from the west is certainly making life easier for this track to just be cooled down a little bit more around this place as they are going forward. So we'll get a little look and see who is going to be up there, who is going to be as close as possible, who is going to be knocking on the door. Team we haven't talked about so far in 6th place at the moment as we get a little eye at the 400 there of Jackson Suzlin Harlow driving along with Stuart Vaughan here for this one. Nick Cummings would have been in the car were it not for the fact that he's suspended for this round. But Ethan Grigalt and Jordan Caruso, this is a team that I think a lot of people have looked at and said, no pressure on this, no championship ramifications for Evolution Racing Team for the first time in a very long time, Reese, and could be pretty much our highlight marquee looking for the podium. 6th place at the moment. They've got work to do to get up to 3rd. They've got to find roughly a 10th.
Yeah, well, Ethan Grigalt, unfortunately suffering from technical dramas last round at VIR, which is a really big shame, but he's on for redemption here at Phillip Island, and he is a formidable driver when it comes to the endurance races. Remember, he challenged Jared Filsell quite closely for the driver's title last year, so very interested to see how he and Caruso stack up. He starts another lap. I'm also interested to see how Jackson Suzlin Harlow goes in the number 400. He recently came off a double title win in the Aussie Car Turbo Touring Car Series and currently sitting in 9th in the standings as Jackson. That's a great opening campaign from him.
Yeah, Jackson Suzlin Harlow is one of those generational talents that you talk about and go, this kid has it all. JSH is someone to keep in mind. On the brakes, narrow line into the right there. And this is what you'll start seeing from a couple of drivers. More times will be coming in here, Lachlan. The key is everyone who's going out getting times, they may not take the natural out to into out again because they feel that they can narrow the line and still carry the same sort of speed.
Here's Jake Burton. Good to see him back in the field tonight aboard the ProLocked React eSport entry, and a bit of discussion, a bit of internet chat in the lead up to tonight about the form of his co-driver David Sanford. Hasn't actually had a lot of racing experience this year. Has taken a bit of time to get up to speed, but has been working very hard to ensure that he can ably complement Jake Burton.
And there he goes up into 7th place there with that lap time, just 4/10 off of the quickest times overall, so Burton will be happy with that. Dane's got even quicker, 1:28.1. He is absolutely motoring around this place, and he is not just content with beating the field, he's content with walking with it. There's Richard Hampstead making it somewhat a Trans-Tasman 1 the Bianchi Trans-Tasman car now into 2nd place. And now all of a sudden, this race is looking like it's 2018 all over again because Trans-Tasman are dominating here, Reese.
Yeah, it looks like everyone from third back needs a change of pants after that. That is a huge statement from Dane Warren in the number 77, and still with almost 3/10 over the next TTR car of Richard Hampstead. So definitely showing that they have the one lap pace, and they'll be in prime position coming off the start here with the TTR front row. They are in no better position.
They are certainly doing amazingly. They have effectively tracked the entirety of the field, and that will be something that will be a little bit concerning for everybody else going on. There is Forza Navi in third position right now in qualifying, trying to get the United car up as much as possible. That 21 needs as much as possible out of Forzan here. Knows that if you're going to try and get through, you're going to have to do so quickly. But the big key here with Trans-Tasman, and we talk about this with 5 minutes to go, yes, they like thinking about the race result. Yes, they love the 1-2s and being back in this form. But as proven last round, Trans-Tasman cars do fight for positions.
They absolutely do. It's no secret that there is no team orders at Trans-Tasman Racing, and we saw a fantastic battle between Madison Down and Richard Hampstead for the lead at VIR. And I think they'll be hoping that they don't come together like that too early in this race. But Jackson Suzlin-Harlow will not have the Trans-Tasman team orders on his mind. He's working on getting that United Sim Sports 400 further up into the top 10.
And that's going to be the key here, getting further into the top 10, giving yourself a better opportunity here in this race. Now, we all know that the strategy is going to be ideal. Some drivers will be looking to try and make sure that they get their team up as much as possible, but this gives you the best possible chance. And this is one of the few races, Lachlan, where you look at and go, well, even if you run into troubles early on, you have a lot of time to recover that. And I've seen it so many times in distance 500k races like this, where that time just goes breezing on back.
Correct, and as much as we're enjoying this qualifying spectacle at the moment, these endurance races are the sorts of events where even if you don't necessarily qualify towards the pointy end, because they are such long-distance races, you do have plenty of time to claw your way back through and changing up the strategy and just punching out consistent lap times. So always really, really entertaining to see who has the ultimate one-lap pace. And right now, you would have to say that it's Trans-Tasman Racing, especially the number 77 car with Dane Warren on board. But one-lap speed in qualifying, while it looks good and while it's fun for us to watch, it certainly does not guarantee you the race victory.
How good of a time that is.
Yeah, that's brilliant. At 28.5, up to fourth place with 3 minutes to go. All of a sudden, it's some form racing. It's firmly a team game. Who wants to split the party up? Andrew Gilliam, do you want in? 28.6. Nope, that's not going to quite do it there for Gilliam right now. So everybody looking here with a handful of minutes to go. Jordan Ross puts a 28.7 on the board. That will be a little bit of improvement, but not enough to jump up from 9th. As Hampstead goes on to a fly, a little bit perturbed there by the ERT car having to get on by, but it is Trans-Tasman 1-2 here at the moment, Reese. And then look at this, it's 3-4 United. This is team warfare.
Yeah, for sure it is. So those two United cars in these last couple minutes of the session, they'll be out there. They'll be trying to gain as much time as they can on those laps, but the track is hotter than it's ever been. There's an awful lot of rubber that's been put down on the circuit, and the sun is making it greasy. Dane Warren, a little bit of oversteer there on the edge of the penultimate corner, and I think that's going to be the last time we see that Trans-Tasman car out on track. Does a little bit of lawn mowing as well for good measure, but it looks like Warren and Down are comfortable there in P1. What about Webster?
What about Webster, indeed? The championship leading car, 28.652 over the line. No improvement there. So Ethan Griggolt and the ERT car up into 7th position at this stage. Gilliam's going to dive down in. That's pretty much it, you would feel, at this stage. Now, Hampstead can put a cat amongst the pigeons here. Teamed with Jake Maloney, a team car combination, which I think could definitely work here with two very consistent drivers who have knocked on the door a lot this season. Hampstead making the push around the final corner, searching for a bit more time, nicely over that final curve. Here's the run to the line, and it is a 31 there on the lap. It was definitely a back out and try once more on the tyres going on forward. There is Ethan and Greg Galt going on to start the final flyer of this one. We're into that 1 minute to go. Here's Brad Ryan making progress. Lockie over towards the line, and we do not see what that is down 11th place at the moment, because here is Forzan gearing up for a flyer.
Yeah, last opportunity coming up for Forza and El Navi to try and elevate the United Sim Sports number 21, Holden ZB Commodore, onto the front row of the grid. Standout performer for mine, though, so far in this qualifying session. I know that you and Race talked about him a bit earlier on. Young Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. We haven't seen a lot of him in V8SCOPS, but we've certainly seen that he's had success in a lot of other sim racing categories. And right now, he's got that number 400 car, also for the United Sim Sports team, on the second row of the grid. That's a fine effort from young Jackson.
The clouds have come over. What's key is that Madison Down is getting in the car to start this race for them. So Burton here gets across the line with 2 seconds to go. He will be the last car over the line then to get things going. Checkered flag flies. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, 33-1. He's on the outside looking in. He did not get to the life raft in time. Here is Richard Hampstead, though, really pushing it. Needs a quarter of a second here to make it work. As we watch over the line, it's going to be a 28-7. That's nowhere near enough for Richard Hampstead. The sun came out not tomorrow, it came out today. Ethan Grigalt, 28-6. Coming over the line, jumps Cooper Webster then and moves into the third row of the grid for now, though, because here is Brad Ryan in the GB Galvanizing car, 28-7 of his own, going over the line. That's good enough to jump into the top 10. That'll be very good news for them. Forza Onabi, 28-4-5-5 over the line. That will remain and put them into third place. It was a slight improvement, but we look to Jake Burton, the last car out on track, who can do something, has one career win to his name in Scops. That came at Watkins Glen in a race filled with safety cars. Can Jake Burton find something in the VRSX Prologue React Esports car as they make their way through the final couple of left-hand corners? Is there something left in the tank on a track which has been consistently cooling here through qualifying? It's 8th place at the moment. It needs to be a whole 10th of a second almost to move past Webster and maybe get to Ethan Grigalt. Crossing the line goes Burton. It's a 28-7-1-9. It remains in 8th place then coming over, and the field shall look as follows then for the racing that we've got coming up for you. 500 Ks here at Phillip Island, and Trans-Tasman walking in a wonderland here at the wonderful, wonderful track of Phillip Island. It is the 7 car of Madison Down and Dane Warren up on top. Warren qualifying the car. They will be on pole position. The Bianchi Trans-Tasman car alongside in second place. Then United on row 2. El Nabi and Haber there for the 21. And then the 400 has Jackson Suzlin-Harlow and Stuart Vaughan along for that. Pursuit start 5th with Gilliam and Taliancic. They are fuel whisperers in that car. And then you got Greg Galton Caruso in row number 3 alongside Webster and Scott for the Astro Gaming Altus Esports team. Start 7th. It is Sanford and Burton there in the VRSX Prologue React Esports car in 8th place. Ross and Stokes for the Synergy Sim Racing JK Sides. They start 9th. And then you've got the Simworks GB Galvanizing Racing car. Brad Ryan, Mitchell Chiolak. They start in 10th place. Reese through 11 and 20.
Yes, indeed, and it was Adam Briggs who put it on provisional pole in the second part of qualifying, and it's still good enough for 11th place. Alongside them is going to be Ellison Stenberg in the number 47 machine. Sam Blacklock and Simone Maria Marchino will start from lucky 13th alongside Gamble and Smith in the ERT 543. Rudd and Borg start their premier car from 15th alongside the semi-stricken number 88 Synergy machine. Nolan and Sinai in 17th alongside Riley Blythe and Luke Pink, with Shepard and Smith putting the Premier Racing Team 4 car in 19th. Rounding out the top 20, it's Ackland and Schreier.
And well, here is Lockie Mansell with 21 down to 30.
Starting out of position 21, we've got Lob and Worley. Then we go back to Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinz in 22nd position. Emily Jones in position number 23 on the grid alongside Fraser. Christensen and Jones out of 24th, back to Stewart and Purdy. Rasu and Preston. Boyd and Johnston. Stovall and Freer. Williamson, Carpenter. And then young Hugh Barter and Brenton O'Brien rounding out your top 30.
And now we look down to the final 10 drivers. You got Zlowski and Neck for Forerunner Motorsport. There's the Altus Esports car there of Feigl and Hanlon. Blocker and Kankipati in the American outfit. Powerslide Motorsports with Exo Gaming Motorsports, Bennett and Knight. Then you got Kenton and Morris in the Hyperdrive 032. Race on Oz with Blackburn and Wallace. You got another Synergy car, that's Mulqueen and Rasmussen. Exo Gaming have car here with Latter and Linsdale in 38th. Then you got two Simrigs.com DPR cars there at the back. Misdale and Kirk, Pearson and Keane. They'll be hoping that they are moving up through the field. 3-minute gridding up time. There are your track conditions at the moment. It is in sim time 3 o'clock, so we've moved the clock forward a little bit in terms of time. There you can see it's 29 degrees at the moment, and the wind is howling in from the west at the moment, gusting in about 30 k's and plus at the moment for this fantastic 113 lap race, which is just actually a shade under the 500 kilometers that we thought it would be. It would be a 498 kilometer race at this stage in time. So keep that in mind as everyone looks to try and make some progress around this place. 113 laps worth of action is well worth the wait. It's Trans-Tasman on the front. It's, of course, behind that, the fantastic United Sim Sports team. This is going to be a really interesting run through turn 1 and turn 2 to see who's going to get their elbows out here as they get ongoing. Watch out for those looking to make progress in the mid-pack, because this race, endurance season, it will start very shortly. It will start with fire. It starts now, and they get themselves going. A horrible start from Jackson, Susan and Harlow, making progress through. And look at that, absolutely swarmed on the outside as a boatload of vehicles go on by and go on through. And this was not the start that United were looking for. What a start it was towards the front. Forzan El Nabi, Harley Haber even in the car, has got it to the race lead. And Harley loves his starts. He loves to defend, and he loves being at the front. And he finally is. And that is a stunning United start of contrasting fortunes, Reese.
Yeah, it's Stuart Vaughan in the number 400 starting that car, so lack of familiarity with the car, I think, contributing to that. But Haber, fantastic start from him, and he is not looking back, already gapping Jake Maloney and Madison down out of the Honda hairpin. Drivers mostly running single file, but a bit of side-by-side running between Brad Ryan and Michael Taliancic in the 201. Taliancic getting the better exit there, and we look at on board from Jake Burton's perspective. This is the battle for 7th on forward from Jake Burton. Very close quarters on the first lap. Side by side once again then through MG. There is Stuart Vaughan making his way through. That's a great move there to get back into 13th. Just getting past Scott Gamble in the Evolution Racing Team entry. Gamble coming under big pressure from Dylan Rudd coming out of the final turn. But that is lap 1 complete of the Phillip Island 500, Lockie, and Haber has got the gap he needs.
Yeah, brilliant start from Harley Haber from the second row of the grid, launching ahead of the two Trans-Tasman cars to take the early lead. As pointed out by Jake Sperry, an absolute nightmare start for the Stuart Vaughan and Jackson Suzlin Harlow entry after the fantastic qualifying performance from Jackson Suzlin Harlow. Basically wasted that second row starting position with an absolute nightmare start. And Harley Haber, he's got his head down on cold tyres. He's pulling a margin over the rest of the field. The two dueling Trans-Tasman cars behind, and then it's the championship leading car, James Scott and Cooper Webster in 4th position, ahead of the Evolution Racing Team entry of Jordan Caruso and Ethan Grigol. Fairly tidy start apart from that poor getaway from Stuart Vaughan. Everybody being fairly well behaved. They all know that it's a long distance endurance race. It's not about trying to win the race on the first lap or even the first 5 laps. It's all about buying yourself a ticket to the last 10 laps.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of these drivers will be looking to take it as easy as they can in these first 10 laps. Once the tyres are fully up to temperature, they will be able to start pushing. Michael Taliancic there up ahead of Brad Ryan, who we focus on, has made sure that he's getting away from that battle, starting to come up then to Jordan Caruso in the 117, but we're starting to see some battle packs really form here. Haber out in front, then you've got the two Trans-Tasman cars of Maloney and Down, and then James Scott and Jordan Caruso together. Michael Taliancic not gaining a huge amount of time down the back straight, falling back into the clutches of Brad Ryan.
So
Emily Jones.
Hearing as well that there were a couple of slight incidents on lap number 1, but no action from any of the officials at this point, as we ride on board with Emily Jones currently sitting in position number 17, having a bit of a look to the outside of the next car that's just ahead of her. Just goes to show how congested it is in the cut and thrust of the mid-pack here race, particularly in these early laps. Wherever you are in the field, you are going to have your windscreen and your mirrors full of other cars. It sounds like Jake Sperry is back online now in commentary.
Yes, I am, and for those of you who are wondering why I'm struggling, well, you know who you can call at this stage. But Harley Haber at the moment in the leads. We see there a fantastic battle. The Ryan Sholak car looking to make some good progress here through the field and try and get on forward, up already into 7th place. It seems like Taliancic here with a little bit of battle here. There is Brad Ryan trying to make that run going on through. And Reese, we look at this battle right now, we look at the mid-pack and we go, okay, where's the scrap going to be? If the gap starts forming around 6th place, the top 5 have their own race to think about in the early stages of this one. It's been pretty clean by the looks of things as they go on through 1. It's all about opening up here for 2, but you'll see drivers try and go narrow, just cover off the 1 car width, and of course there is no chance to go through from that point onward.
Yeah, Michael Taliancic getting on the throttle a little bit earlier there, and I think that unsettled the car slightly. Brad Ryan is going to have the run here coming into Stoner, so Taliancic is going to have to go defensive, but he sticks to the middle of the road, and through goes Brad Ryan. Jake Burton wants a bit of it too, makes some contact with Michael Taliancic, and he is around. Not a great start for Taliancic or Gilliam. Andrew Dyson and the number 72 DPR machine involved as well, so a couple of cars already stricken out of those top positions. It's helped out Kurt Stenberg, though, in the number 47. He's managed to get through on all of these guys, as now that number 400 with Stuart Vaughan at the wheel looks to take advantage of Taliancic's situation.
There's damage on the front, ever so slight, but it will be enough to really just start unsettling Taliancic a little. That'll be affecting the fuel numbers as well. Lunge down the inside. The ERT car's searching here at the moment and can't quite get there, can Scott Gamble, to get that one done. Of course, he's ever the opportunistic driver is Scott Gamble. He couldn't quite get there, though, as they head through the final corner, looking for lap 5 here in this race. And at the moment, it seems like every little bit of contact means everything here in this race. And that was a case of Jake Burton just trying to be opportunistic, the door closing, unable to slow it up enough, and there was the contact. And I expect the stewards may have a little look at that as they go on through. But at this stage, it's all about now just settling into a rhythm. You've got time here in this race, Lachlan, to really make something happen. There's no point losing it in the opening 5 laps.
Correct, and I think in hindsight, Jake Burton might realise that was probably a bit of an over-ambitious manoeuvre for that early in the race. It was obviously Brad Ryan who made the initial move into turn number 4, getting up the inside of Taliancic. Jake Burton tried to go for the gap that had been created by Ryan, but by that stage the door was shut. And unfortunately for Taliancic, it's caused damage to his car and seen him drop a number of positions, and also for Andrew Dyson and Adam Briggs getting caught up in that incident as well. Hopefully not too much damage to the DPR machine.
Absolutely not. Look at this for the race lead. It's certainly on. There is a look to the outside from Madison Down. He's trying to open up the corner. Nice and neat there on the apex goes Harley Haber. He is playing block strategy, and here's something that I said, it's like trying to milk an almond trying to overtake him, because it is painstaking and it will take you time, and it's almost like pulling thumbtacks out of your body. It hurts every time you try and overtake. Madison looks to the outside then, trying to get the overrun here into turn number 1 on Harley Haber, and has he got enough? No, and this is where you get caught in the Venus flytrap of a Harley Haber overtake here, Reese.
Yeah, and Madison, I think, electing not to go for the hero move around the outside. Remember, it is only lap 6 of 113, so Down needs to really measure his expectations. There's potential for another move up here at Honda, but my goodness, Harley Haber doing very well to keep it nice and clean in front of the front bumper of that number 77. But I noticed, particularly in the second half of the lap, this is where Haber struggled a little bit. Gets on the throttle early out of Siberia and gets the gap for now, but Down is still very much hungry.
And this is something key about Harley Haber's driving style when we see, as I see Preston and Ratu really tumbling down the order right now. They won't be best pleased with that as they go dropping down the timesheets. But this is the key with the Harley Haber race at the moment as they go on through. There is the car that we're seeing right now down there towards the back. Corey Preston down at dead last in 40th position. But the key that we're looking at between Haber and how he drives, we get a motion simulation replay here, Lockie, is the fact that it's all about...
Oh, no.
Right through the middle there, we see Corey Preston almost ending up having a 2008 title decider.
Or worse still, a 2013 Alex Preber and James Courtney style incident as well. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what happened here on the run into turn number 4, because it looks there like he was out in the grass and completely out of control. Did he cop it? Yeah, he copped it whack from behind, and unfortunately, he's collided with another car as well.
That's one of the synergy cars he's hit. It was the Gone Rogue machine that's run into the back of Corey Preston, and he just can't seem like he's getting any luck here, as Corey Preston was able to get off and away. We are still on replay here for the moment. We will be going back to live coverage shortly, as they were side by side, and in fact they are side by side right now. So take two, why don't we here? Preston round the outside, well redressed. And that is a case to be made of the 033 Gone Rogue car having to do a little bit more work then in this race, the longer that this one does go on. Now, with Haber at the front of the field, I do want to point out it's a top 5 train now all of a sudden, and he is backing up the entirety of this train. 6th and 7th now starts to claw in on the back, and this could be another chance then for Madison Down to get this one working here on Harley Haber. So again, taking the inside line is Haber. He's forcing Madison Down to go the long way around. It's a better run this time from the Trans-Tasman Virtual Racing School car, trying to send it around the outside. But again, Harley on that inside is just making life incredibly tough here. And now that train is looking like it wants to become 6, wants to become 7, and he's hoping that someone comes together in the middle of the pack and makes sure that those Trans-Tasman cars really race. Do not have a lock in terms of how this race is run. Defended, it seems like again here in towards turn number 4.
Tell you what, it's taking great control, self-control here from Madison Down, not to try and fire one up the inside of Haber. He's covering off all his marks really well, and Down is just forced to back off slightly in the braking zone. Doesn't want to make contact because that will definitely bring the ire of race control down upon them and also hurt their race. But Madison, very hard into Lukey Heights. He takes a bit of a wider entry than Haber does and tries carrying that momentum down into MG, almost touching bumpers as they both go for the inside. Tell you what, you are right. This is backing up the entirety of the top 5, and we're starting to see a proper train form here for the race lead battle.
And here's the key as well, Lachlan, as all of these drivers, fighters, Down will again look for another run here through the final corner. The key is all those drivers behind are saving a bucket load of fuel, and that helps the strategy.
Correct, and while Harley Haber's defending, his lap times are actually a bit slower than the cars behind him. So all of the cars in that top 5 pack are lapping in the high 1 minute 29 bracket. Harley Haber's last time around was 1 minute 30.4. So if he keeps driving defensively, he'll actually just allow the cars behind to catch up, and we're going to see this conga line get bigger and bigger. You actually have to start asking the question, is it worth Harley Haber defending this vigorously this early in the race, or would you be better off just letting the cars through and settling into his own rhythm at this stage, keeping in mind that there's still such a long, long way to go?
But you have to remember as well here, Reese, in terms of this battle at the front, as we look at the Zuva racing car here, trying to have a little bit of a look past the 181, not quite there for the time being. This is the SE Motorsports machine of Kobe Williams here, with Thomas Hinz behind trying to find a way through. The one thing that we haven't talked about is that all of this is buying time for Harley Haber here to hold that lead and give a margin for Forzan El Nabi.
Yeah, definitely helping out his teammate here as he goes defensive into MG once again. And El Nabi, it'll definitely help him out if he can come out in the lead or in a potential top 2, top 3 position. That's really what Haber's doing at the moment, just making sure that his time is bought. And Jake Burton, yes, is in the pits. That is a penalty. That is a penalty for Jake Burton. He's just been black flagged by race control for the incident where he turned Michael Taliancic on lap 4.
Well, the good news is he was stuck in a train, so he was being held up a bit anyway, taking the drive-through and coming back out again. We'll see where the VRSX Prologue React Esports car is going to funnel out. Oh, just about getting out nicely there, but right in the middle of the pack, 26th, the Hyperdrive car thinking about coming through. Nope, 26th place it will be backwards then to Jake Burton and co, trying to go on through, and this is going to be a long race to get back up the order here and try and get things going. Side by side for 4th place and 3rd here, as that is going to be the championship leading car, James Scott, the championship leader on points, trying to get by there. Richard Hampstead, Jake Maloney's Bianchi Model Cars team, not quite finding it. Can't afford to start scrapping like this, lads, in the middle of the pack. You will lose the train if you fight amongst yourselves here, Lachlan.
And we're hearing as well that Jack Boyd's got a drive-through penalty for the incident that we saw at turn number 4 a bit earlier in the race. So a few early incidents, and they've both been dealt with by race control.
They certainly have, so Jack Boyd in the Gone Road car sharing it with Damien Johnstone will definitely be dropping backwards and losing a little bit of time. Lap 10 of 1:13 will be scored in the books. They're about to go on to lap 11, and roughly they will be about a 10th of the way through this race at the moment. This has been a very interesting battle at the front, as everyone's been thinking about how to strategize. Little half look into turn 1 from James Scott, not going to be there for the time being. Now settle in, buckle up. This is going to be a very interesting ride, and I wonder maybe if a team like Ryan and Cholak there sitting on the back in 6th place will be very happy. Down gets a good run as they change quite a bit, and that is Shepherd and Smith and the Christensen Jones car both diving down here. I think we've got a couple of drivers here going for it as Madison Down's going for the move down the inside. We just cut away. He's just through, and Harley Haber's going to try and fight this one back here at Siberia. Lunge one back up the inside and try and get this one back. Madison's going to have it on the exit. A tiny bit of contact go through. Bump your way by, and well, if you got to get the elbows out, Harley Haber is going to race with racing room in a bit less.
Yeah, and Madison down on the headlight flash button as well. He wasn't too happy with that little bit of contact, and I think getting a little bit frustrated with Haber backing up the entire pack here behind him. But of course, Haber is well within his rights to do that. He is the race leader, and certainly by merit after that fantastic start and that fantastic lap 1. But I tell you what, that has certainly brought the rest of the top 5 back into contention. I did notice that they had gapped them, the top 2, at the start of the previous lap, but now they are all together once again.
They certainly are. I do believe we have had a couple takers onto the lane early here in this race, looking to get strategy working on. We're looking a little bit further down, though, the pack, and seeing where the 201 finds itself at the moment, and got a couple of drivers making progress up through the field. There is Corey Shepherd in 37th, started 19th, it's been up as high as 15th, last pitted 1 lap ago. That's the key fact here. This is strategy call from car 4. They're going to play an alternative here, Lockie.
Oh, for the outside. Madison Downs just tried going around the outside of Haber, guys. Sorry about that, but Haber defending it once again. Guys, this is going to continue for the next few laps.
Lockie, surely now someone in that front pack's got to be thinking about pitting early.
Yeah, it's not such a bad move because, again, with the 4 compulsory pit stop, it means that you can actually pit quite early and get yourself into a position where you'll have 3 stops to go to the end of the race. So if you are caught in a battle with traffic, I would seriously think about coming in and getting yourself into a position where you've got clear track and you're able to set some fast lap times on fresh tyres.
And I don't think anybody really wants to be risking their race here against Harley Haber, someone who is very staunch in the way that he defends and knows what he wants. And look at that, on cue, Jake Maloney's going to bring the Trans-Tasman car in and is going to try and force the pick. This is the key of having 2 cars in a battle here, Reese, because you can put one on an alternate strategy, and if one works, the other one won't, but it will still be great nonetheless.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a spanner in the works thrown by TTR. They are the first of the front runners to come into the lane. Other cars to have stopped on pit road include the number 4 Premier car, the 017 Premier car, as well as ANZ Motorsports with Ben Christensen. The Darren Lobb machine, the 233, Riley Blythe and Bradley Ratu all down on the pits and down, trying once again to go for it on Haber, but Haber parks it right in the middle of the road. He is not giving this up.
Well, parking the bus is a Jose Mourinho thing, and, well, at the moment it seems like the philosophy of football is translated into sim racing, it seems at this point, and that's going to be something worth keeping in mind here. Harley Haber, the more he struggles and keeps behind the entirety of the pack, the more everyone is going to be closed in, the more that it will favour those in the Bianchi model cars, Trans-Tasman Racing Machine. So, now up the hill through Lukey Heights and down it once again. Another little look to the outside. Another case of not being able to find what is to be unlocked at the moment. It may have to come down to strategy once again. And look at that pier from Madison down. He is searching every which way to get through on Harley Haber. It's been the best run for a little while, and this is what happens when you're stuck. Oh my goodness me!
Whoa.
Webster has gone off and a little bit more, able to gather it back up. There's the battle for the race lead. There is a nose to the inside slightly, loses 1 place there as they go through, and Haber taking the outside line. You can't pass him either way into turn 1.
Jesus, even Down wasn't able to hold the outside through turn 1 like that. Haber obviously incredibly confident in his car's abilities in that battle situation, but we know that Haber never backs down from a fight. That mistake for James Scott in the 088 has managed to put him behind Jordan Caruso, who now puts the 117 in 3rd. And down another look around the outside, you can tell that he has the pace advantage over Haber at the moment.
He certainly does, and Lockie, it seems like Harley Haber's car is as wide as a Parramatta Isuzu Ute.
He's certainly robust in terms of his defence, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, just starting to have a look at some of these strategies that are playing out. So some of these drivers, like you mentioned, getting stops done early, and just interesting to say that the number 28 car of Jake Maloney has elected to stay on board that car, so no driver change for that particular car at this stage. There are a few different ways that you can approach this. You can either start one driver, put your second driver in to do the middle phase of the race, and then put your starting driver back in to finish, or you can do just the single driver change, start with one driver, change around it about halfway through, and then finish with your other driver.
And that's going to be key here in terms of this race. Who wants to put one driver in certain positions here? That's Jake Burton, who's found another place. He's now up all the way into 16th place on the recovery here, and every place seems to be just one notch off. That's Scott Soslovsky in the 4Runner Motorsports car that has been overtaken recently and is trying to come back here. Holden against Holden, not going to quite find it at the moment, and it seems that the Victorian flag marshalling team will definitely have a lot of work here today at Phillip Island. Another little look down on the brakes on the inside, and look at how the pack's starting to form. You're even starting to see the likes of Ross and Stokes, and Sam Blacklock started to close in on this one as well. Look to the outside, bit of contact going through the corner, very nearly getting pitched there is Harley Haber. You can tell Madison Down's not used to having to fight this hard for a position. He is pretty much just almost biting away at the heels, you could say, of Harley Haber, and hoping, come on, fight, do something.
Yeah, certainly. And bit of a mistake for Down there. He got a bit too much over the curb up at the top of the crest at Lukey. And of course, now he has Mr. Caruso for company behind him. He will have known that Jake Maloney would have pulled into the pits earlier and will be thinking about bringing it in himself. Speaking of that number 28 TTR machine, it's managed to make itself back up into 26th position. Jake Maloney driving very nicely, setting low 1 minute 29s. He's currently chasing down Kenneth Latter.
And that's key as well. So Kenneth Latter's going to be in a bit of a world of battling here as they all head on through leading drivers. And now, this is interesting. Kurt Stenberg for the Trans-Tasman 47 dives down into the pit. So that's in the mid-pack scrap that we'll keep an eye out on here as this race progresses. Emily Jones also in. So Trans-Tasman's other cars coming in. And Michael Taliancic comes in for pursuit. So now they decide they want to pull the trigger as they go on through. Close again, nose to tail as they all go on through. It's a 5-car pack, nose to tail as they go on through. 1 lap down vehicle in the middle of that as well. But at the moment, it is the Harley-Haber defensive showcase that we are seeing right now and seeing drivers go through. Now, in terms of those who are looking to pit, get themselves out and away again and trying to gain as much strategy as possible, those cars that pitted early have jumped the likes of Michael Taliancic. So that's ANZ Motorsports here, Lockie, and as well as that, the Premier Racing team have both jumped the Pursuit Sim Racing car.
So it'll be interesting to see exactly what people have done in terms of fuel loads as well, because again, with the 4 pit stop situation, there are different options that different teams can take in terms of how much fuel they choose to put on board any particular pit stop. So I'm keeping eagle eyes on the timing screen at the moment, just trying to keep my head around exactly what people are doing in terms of fuel. So much to keep up with at the moment.
Here we go. Side by side through 1, in to look through 2. Haber's got the inside through the southern loop. You can hold it around the outside. Getting very, very cheeky contact there. And Madison Downs in the grass and spins. And through to the race lead goes Jordan Caruso and the Evolution Racing team. Now the stewards will have to have a very big look at this one, because this is a game and potentially title-changing moment that we see in this championship race.
Oh, and the 117's run wide at Honda. Haber is now back into the lead. So, modem simulation replay. Madison Down had the draft down the front straight. He went for it coming into turn 1, but Haber picked up the throttle just a little bit earlier, keeps the inside for Southern Loop, but you'll see as they come over the crest, Haber gets a bit of understeer on the exit. He went very hard into it, and bumper contact there with Madison Down. And there just wasn't anywhere for him to go. There's no tarmac runoff to save you there, and we'll stay on the replay because we'll see Jordan Caruso overcook it into Honda and Haber get the lead back.
That's just hard racing in my view there in terms of that one. There you can see Caruso. He's a young talent, he's a great talent, but there was the issue there. Harley-Haber just getting absolutely elbows through that corner and regaining the race lead overall on track. But through all of that and all of that fighting, this means that Richard Hampstead is probably about a handful of seconds down the road here in terms of his team, with Jake Maloney, who's behind the wheel right now. So this is the big key for the Bianchi model cars, Trans-Tasman machine. They are out and away by a very, very substantial margin right now here, Lockie.
Well, yeah, the early pit stop's going to be paying dividends for them, taking that option to pit, get out of the traffic, get some clear track, get some fresh tyres on. And I reckon that might just be a bit of a strategic masterstroke at this point, because as well as the fact that they've been able to set fast lap times because they're not embroiled in battles with other cars, it's also risk minimisation. We saw what happened to Madison Downs spinning off the circuit. By taking yourself out of the battle group with the early pit stop, you minimise the risks of being caught up in those sorts of incidents and potentially damaging your car.
And that's the key as well. Damage, no fast repairs in this series. You could normally get a quote-unquote T car, but you're not going to get that here. There goes one of the Synergy Sim Racing cars out in the way. Scott Nolan behind the wheel now of the Audi Sinai 018 Synergy Sim Racing car, as now that's more progress to be made. But that front pack has been the one which has seen all that battling and has been all about now how do you get by Harley-Haber, because it's been proven now here, Reese, even if you do get by him, he's still going to be in the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like he's managed to gap Caruso now in this last lap. Caruso a little bit off kilter thanks to that incident in Honda, but Mr. Sislovsky for 13th place, potentially 12th, chasing down Kobe Williams, who is very good friends with Jackson
think down's in.
Harlow. And yeah, well, that makes sense if Madison Down has come into the pits. They were in 7th place after fighting for that race lead. Might as well bring the car in and get some fresh rubber on it.
Well, no surprises there in terms of that stop, so Madison Down needs a bit of help to get back to the front of the pack. Was 9 seconds off of it at the moment, and effectively 11, maybe 12 seconds off of his teammate here in terms of the Bianchi car. So now they start looking forward, top 4 all in a line at the moment. Then you've got the battle 5th and 6th, and I also want to pay a little bit of close attention to this as well, because the 143 Synergy car is not out of the woods just yet. Sam Blacklock just behind trying to fight in on this one as well in the 215. But these two are probably just trying to run their own race at the moment, and they'll be very happy with the fact they're not a million miles away, Lockie, from the front.
It's actually been a couple of very sensible stints completed here at the beginning. So Jordan Ross, Sam Blacklock, and also Brad Ryan, they've done a really good job here. They've stayed out of trouble, and they've been punching out lap times fast enough to keep them in touch with the lead group. And with all of the battling that's been going on ahead of them, they've actually been catching up to the lead group. So the cars of Ryan, Ross, and Blacklock all well and truly in the game at the moment. And also the Thomas Hinz and Brett Loxton car, which qualified a bit further down the order than we probably would have expected. It's been steadily working its way up the order as well, now sitting in 8th position.
8th position, but yet to pit, and that's going to be key here for Thomas Hinz and Brett Loxton right now. They'll be searching for as much as they can. Burton and Sanford just behind. They have pitted. It was for a penalty, though, so they are even in terms of their battle at this stage, and it will be a case of Jake Burton trying to get as many laps as possible in under the belt. But there is Kobe Williams. There is Scott Sislovsky for 11th and 12th. Little wiggle on the exit. Very beaten up and bruised car for Kobe Williams right now. And Sislovsky may have a half chance into one of the key places to overtake here at turn 4. But it's very clear that Williams is better, or too deep on the brakes. Locks up the inside front. Just about able to keep the inside, but here looks Sislovsky to try and go the long way around to make this move happen, and ultimately is forced to wait a little longer.
Yeah, just a little longer, and Scott Sislovsky is going to be driving with Blake Neck in the 4Runner machine in this race. Coming through Hayshed looked quite sketchy, but Sislovsky is really patient at the moment. He's just letting Kobe Williams make his own errors, and to boot, he's looking after his tyres as well. And is that a hello I hear?
Scott in the pits, I do believe, or dropping time in the pits. So that's a key one here. 088's going to need to try and make a stop. Now, this is the first real comparison, Lachlan, that we're looking at, seeing, well, how much did that battling cost?
Yeah, well, other interesting thing as well, just looking at the two Trans-Tasman racing cars that have stopped, Madison Downs' pit stop was very slow. It was more than 26 seconds compared to only 12 seconds for the Richard Hampstead Jake Maloney car. So Madison Down is well behind his teammate. They lost a lot of time in that first round of pit stops.
Well, there is Maloney and Hampstead. They are, the Bianchi Trans-Tasman car is 14th at the moment. Where is the Altus car in comparison? Only just now coming out of the pits in 22nd. So that's a light stop then that we have seen from that Bianchi Model Cars team. They're of only 12 seconds. And now this is a really interesting point of contention here. Scott is now out behind the Premier Racing car, which is now effectively fighting for the race lead at this point in time here, Reese.
Yeah, well, James Scott already on the headlight flash button and on that fresh rubber, so he will have the advantage here over Corey Shepherd. Will Shepherd go defensive into the hairpin? No, he's going to stay to driver's right, and through goes James Scott. And that's going to be one extra position for him. Lapped car just up ahead here. Tyler Blackburn in the race on Oz 947. Scott will be wanting to get by this one quick, smart, and it looks like he will.
Absolutely. There is Kurt Stenberg in 20th position, just in front, who, remember, also pitted early with Emily Jones as well. So both of them have leapfrogged forward with the early stop. So Trans-Tasman's other vehicles deciding to come in early have got themselves the track position that they have needed here in this race, and that's key. In comes the United Simsport 400, Stuart Vaughan, then behind the wheel for the time being, and you'd feel that this team wants Jackson Susan Harlow in sooner rather than later. They go up on the jacks, getting the tyres, getting the fuel, and they'll be out and away soon, pretty quick, sharp. But everywhere you look now, there's a little battle going on. This is Adam Blocker in the power slide car and trying to get through. His vehicle runs wide behind, and they're side by side in front.
Yeah, wow. And that was Andrew Dyson making his way off the circuit there at the final turn. James Scott running there into the first couple corners. He's managed to put a great gap on the cars behind so far. And the main thing for James Scott at the moment is that he wants to get that clear air, get those good times in, because Lockie, I remember you telling us there's about a 0.3 of a second per lap fall off on new tyres.
Correct. So once you bolt new tyres on, immediately you will go a lot faster. But after the first couple of laps, the lap times drop away by about 2 or 3 tenths of a second a lap. And then as the stint goes on, the level of degradation actually reduces a bit. And once the tyres are about 9 or 10 laps old, you can actually do pretty consistent lap times from there on throughout the rest of the stint. But remember how I said before, 22 or 23 laps, if you want to divide the race up into fifths and split the tyre wear evenly across all of your sets of tyres, that's where we're at the moment. So you're seeing a lot of pit stops taking place in this phase of the race.
Brad Ryan has changed to Mitch Chiolak. You've got Simone Maria Marcheno in behind the wheel, and there in goes David Sanford for the VRS Prologue React car going on forward. There is Joel Kenton in 21st position. There are drivers getting out and away, and there is time on the board as a lot of drivers go on by. But what's key is that Altus car, which is just in front there. That was 17th, and that is time lost then for that, with the driver swap happening and all of the rest of the things that were going alongside it. James Scott there in 17th. Look back to where Mitch Chiolak is on screen. You can see he's only just in the back of frame, I do believe, there in 24th position.
Yeah, and it was an incredibly close call on pit exit, because Madison Down in the number 77 almost making contact with Ciolak on the run up into turn 1. And you see Madison Down just at the exit there, just up ahead of Mitchell Ciolak here. So for the Trans-Tasman number 77, they've crucially managed to get past the GB Galvanizing Racing entry, but that's only one step out of many that they have to complete before they want to get back into the race lead.
Absolutely. Pit lane penalty for Harley Haber. That would have been for the contact then with Madison Down going through, and that is huge for this race. They've got so much work to do. They'll probably be gambling on a caution, and I have to say, that's harsh there, Lockie.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that one. They were both racing hard for position, and Madison Down, I would have said that as the driver trying to execute the overtaking manoeuvre, the onus was on him to get the job done safely. The argument from race control will be that Harley Haber didn't leave sufficient racing room on the outside of the road there and moved across. So, yeah, anyway, interesting one.
He had a whole car width to try and work with, did Madison Down. He still had room. Out comes the 209 even. Thomas Inns at 26th position right now. Hanlon there is going to come out in the Altus car there, the True Force one in 31st. But Harley Haber will choose when he administers his stop. And the key here is he's staying out, because behind, there goes Caruso into the pit. So they're going to take that as and when they need to, have their weight, have their hold in the pits when it happens, and then get back out and going again. Will the 21 team, and everybody in that field will now feel that ripple effect of they've got a penalty, we're all good, we don't have to worry about them for maybe 75 more laps here, Reese.
Yeah, well, I think the decision from the 117 Evolution Racing Team entry to pit was definitely in response to that penalty call for Haber, because it means that Caruso can get that fresh rubber on. He'll be in clear air. Jake Maloney there, first car out of the front runners to pit, has jetted on by, so really shows just how powerful the undercut is in these initial stages of the race. But for the 117, they will potentially have clear air, potentially I say, because they're coming out with a long line of cars for company.
And you can see that there goes through the Brian Borg, or Dylan Rudd there behind the wheel with the Premier Racing Team car back out in 15th place behind Madison Down and Dane Warren. Trans-Tasman car by a pretty fair margin. So it's worth saying that the Trans-Tasman cars have all lightly underfueled their cars here for this second stop here, Lockie, to gain track position.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, and it's sometimes not a bad move, particularly if you don't feel like you've qualified particularly well, just to give yourself a bit of a boost and get yourself a bit further up the order so you can set the lap times in race trim that you know that you're capable of. So interesting to see there that Jordan Caruso stayed on board the Evolution Racing Team car for a double stint. I wouldn't be surprised if they pit him at around the lap 38 mark, or maybe just afterwards, and then put Ethan Grigault on board for a triple stint for the run home.
Oh, that's a great move there from Dylan Rudd. He had to work hard around the outside of the hay shed to get it done. In comes Harley Haber. In comes Jordan Ross to give it over to Kyle Stokes. Through goes one driver there of Jordan Caruso getting by the Team Hyperdrive car, but we got a couple of drivers who are still out there. Give some props for the long stop for Scott Gamble and Ben Smith. Gamble has been working the fuel nicely. He's on his 26th lap of the stint.
Yeah, that's some excellent stuff there from the 5.43 entry. And they had already showed that they had potential in qualifying, with Benjamin Smith setting the excellent times that he did. But currently, with some clear air to work with, it'll work out nicely for them. Harley Haber just behind them now.
Yep, and that will be with a matter of fact of a penalty looming over as well, out and ahead by 9 seconds. So if that was the pit lane penalty that they took, then them being ahead right now by that margin will mean that they will still have to come down in again on their stint strategy. So that's key. It's all changing up a little bit, but everybody's finding some good positions. Team we haven't talked about yet so far in this race, team number 88, Glenn Postlethwaite, 4th position right now. Lockie having a whale of a time.
He is, but of course they are a bit out of sequence at the moment because they still have to pit in that number 88 car. We're still not sure who's actually going to climb aboard that car for the second stint of the race. So it could actually mean that they have to leave Glenn Postlethwaite in for quite some time and basically max out his laps in the opening stint to work out whether or not Brenton Hobson can take that car over a bit later on.
What I will say, though, guys, is that I have noticed Brenton Hobson has connected to the server, so I'm optimistic that he will drive the car tonight as O'Brien brings the 26 in.
Absolutely. Here's some battling, though, and this is key. It's old tyres versus new. Jordan Caruso and Madison Down having this fight into turn number 1, and Madison knows better than to have a fight here as there's some side-by-side up further on in the field there at turn 4, but that is Jordan Caruso then finding a way up into 9th place, and this is where the overcut comes into play here at the moment, Lockie.
So there's obviously Jordan Caruso, having taken his stop a bit later, is on fresher tyres, and he's managed to get them up to temperature and make the move on Madison Down, who, with his experience, will probably be content just to sit in the slipstream and maybe save a bit of fuel at this phase of the race as well. But you would have to say that based on strategy at the moment, it's Jake Maloney and Richard Hadstead, with Richard Hadstead still behind the wheel of that, Maloney, I beg your pardon, still behind the wheel of the number 28 car, who are in the optimum position after the first round of pit stops.
Absolutely, and this is going to be key then in terms of this one. Sanford and Marcheno side by side. Oh, catches the inside. You don't often cut on the inside of Siberia, but Simone is proving that he's got a bit of that Italian flair about him, going on through, trying to get as much as possible out of it there. It's cost a lot of time, but Simone's crucially got a car pointing straight still here, Reese.
Yeah, he has, and I'll tell you what, that really speaks to how aggressively David Sanford is defending as well, because he pushed it really hard through Siberia. Sanford out of practice here at the moment. He hasn't been in a car like this for quite some time. Jake Burton hasn't made an appearance in Scops for a long time either, so I think all things considered, they're doing pretty good, but Sanford's going to have to go defensive again versus Marcheno shortly.
Yep, and here will be Marcheno looking down to the inside here of David Sanford and comfortably picks up the place. So nice and easy, no real worries about that one. But here's my question, though, that I've got in terms of this race. With the stop that Harley Haber's had to do coming in with the penalty, I'm pretty sure it's the penalty doesn't count to one of the 4 mandatory stops, but am I right in saying so, as in comes Harley Haber again?
You are correct. So, yeah, a drive-through penalty does not count as a compulsory pit stop. So that car will have to make a total of 5 visits to pit lane if you include the penalty. Just having a look at some of the pit stop times as well, as I give you guys a bit of a strategic update from down here in pit lane. And what you were saying before about the Trans-Tasman cars of Emily Jones and Kurt Stenberg potentially short filling, you are absolutely on the money, because they spent 12 and 13 seconds in the pits respectively, whereas you look at the stops for the likes of James Scott, Jordan Caruso and Madison Down, 29, 33 and 26 seconds. So Emily Jones and Kurt Stenberg doing a great job. They'll be in the top 3 once the first round of pit stop cycles out, but it will come with an invoice that they will have to pay back in the form of longer pit stops a bit later on in the race.
And that's the key as well. If you've got track position early here and you're getting yourself out near the front, it will also balance on back the later on that this race goes. And this is what makes some of these races just so entertaining, as out and away will go Harley Haber, still behind the wheel, but now down in 21st position, and now soon to be 22nd, as through goes one of the Synergy cars, and effectively racing along with the other one of the United SimSport cars. This was not the day that they were hoping for. That's a battered ERT13 of Riley Blythe there behind the wheel at the moment. So on the brakes going down through, there will be Damien Rasmussen trying to go around the outside, loses a bit of traction there, tries to put it down on the exit, nothing there again. There will look Jamie Stovall, the New Zealander, trying to find a way by, and at the moment he's just about getting there. Oh my goodness me, they were close as they hit the brakes into the next right, and effectively being forced to wait and almost getting stood up ever so slightly there, Reese.
Yeah, that was quite the long move, and it looks like it's going to continue, because Stovall, a little bit of a mistake there already on the outside of Siberia for Rasmussen, I should say, and Stovall slots on back through. But that onboard shot really highlighted just how much of a knife edge the cars are on through turn 3, which is Stoner. I did erroneously call the hairpin Stoner in my fact file. I put my hand up and say I was wrong there. But the amount of downforce that these cars produce, when you're traveling at high speeds here at Phillip Island, it's still not a huge amount of aero grip gluing the car to the road. So the drivers are fighting through that left-hander.
They certainly are, and that's going to be crucial here today. Turn 3 is a corner which many people just bank down as, oh, you just go flat out through there. It's so much more technical than that here in this race. And now we're talking about who's got strategies, who's got this and who's got that. Now, how important is a long stop going to be is here's the fight for 13th with very old tyres for Ben Christensen here with the track position in the ANZ Motorsports car. They hate it if you call it ANZ Motorsport, apparently. Last pitted 20 laps ago, was one of the very first takers onto the lane here, and they will be going long with their strategy here from now all the way to the end. This is Lob and Worley's car here, the DPR one. They last pitted 19 laps ago, so they are fighting neck and neck for track position. They are on the same strategy here, Lockie, as they go down on the brakes into MG. That's deep. Christensen leaves the room, but he'll be a little bit concerned, and bump for your troubles.
Yeah, for sure. My goodness, that was quite the move there. And Kyle Stokes now right in the middle of this battle, having made his way past Darren Lobb as a result of that incident. But these cars are on the same strategy as Sperry said, Lockie, and that means that they are going to be putting in real hard yards all the way to the end of this one.
Yeah, again, just shows you how fierce the battles can be in the mid-pack here. We saw Phillip Worley had a great result in the previous round of the series at Virginia International Raceway, where he got up into the top 5. And again, just looking at the strategy here, Scott Gamble and also Glenn Postlethwaite, you would expect that both of those cars would be heading pit side very soon, because we are now on lap number 31. We were estimating the fuel range of these cars to be 31 laps, so their fuel tanks will be just about dry at this stage, you would have to say, and they'll be having to come into the pits for a top-up.
Harley Haber sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:28.972. If there was ever a hurry up and go message from Jamie McKnight and co there at United, that would be the case to be made. So now Harley Haber's been given the message, move forward, get as much as you can out of it, because at the moment we need everything. In comes Scott Gamble and Ben Smith. They're going to change their drivers around right now, and that will also be a case of Maloney and Hampstead also in. So that's really interesting. 2 stints there, lasting all of the better part of 16 laps each there, Reese.
Yeah, that's very odd there. Odd strategy from the number 28 machine, but I guess they've run the numbers in their head and it looks like it might work out for them. Of course, Jake Maloney on lap 31, coming around to start lap 32 when he comes out of the pits. And remember, minimum driver time is 38 laps. So I reckon Jake Maloney is going to be in there for another full stint. He's off the jacks and away.
Well, that's going to be so very interesting then, how that will all funnel out. Of course, you have to remember some drivers will be banking on certain factors here in this race, like potentially a mandatory safety car, which could be coming out. It also could not be coming out here today. Anywhere between, or not necessarily between 0 to 2, but including 0, 1 or 2 safety cars could come out at some point during the race. They do not know when those safety cars are coming out. The only people who do know are up in race control. And of course, the safety car can come out for a very, very big accident out here on circuit as well, or an engine blowout or anything of the like. So that's interesting. Postlethwaite and Hobson's 88 machine leads this one. They're yet to stop. But what's key here is you've got Ben Christensen trying to get by the GB galvanizing car of Chiolak, and there is a big difference in tyres, but there's a difference in pace as well. Look at that, down the inside, Christensen inside the top 10 for ANZ.
That's a great move once again from Ben Christensen. He seems to be very comfortable there in that MG section of the track. And Mitchell Ciolak at the moment just trying to keep the pace up, because they do know, he and Brad Ryan, that they are in contention for a top 5 position. Meanwhile, that 88 car, Glenn Postlethwaite, making his way through turn 4 once again. It's going to be a very long opening part of this race for these guys. They've been carrying damage the whole way through.
But they've also got, sorry to chime in there, guys, but they've also got very good fuel range in that car, because this is now the 33rd lap of the race, and they're yet to take a pit stop. So Glenn Postlethwaite, by virtue of driving technique or some other, I don't know, whatever it is that they've got going on in that car, they've managed to stretch this stint a good 2 laps longer than anybody else has been able to.
Fuel whisperers. You go fuel, and for every lap that you go on, you've got a genie in the car, you rub the magic lamp and you say, what do I want? I want a lap more fuel. Okay, you got 2 more wishes. I want a lap more fuel. What do I want? I want 3 more wishes. Nope, you don't get 3 more wishes. You can dive down into the pits.
All right, there we go. Glenn Postlethwaite brings it down, and this may be a driver change, or it might not be. He's going to have to stay in for another 5 or so laps in order to satisfy the minimum driver distance. Meanwhile, number 21 of Haber and El Nabi continues to fight through the lower reaches of that field. They're currently up there in 16th position. The Trans-Tasman number 51, on the other hand, Emily Jones and Andrew Fraser, now assumes the race lead. Remember, this is one of the first cars that pitted.
Exactly, and that's the key for Emily Jones. She is one of the leading lights of women in sim racing, and she has done a sensational job time and again to bring more and more women into the sim racing sphere. Long stop, Brenton Hobson in behind the wheel, so was able to get going, and we've got Chiolak now falling behind the 96 DPR car there, who has managed to find a way through. So that's Darren Lobb now inside the top 10. But it is Trans-Tasman 1-2. But here's the key with this race right now here, as we look at it, Lockie. Look at the car in third. It's James Scott and Cooper Webster of the leading drivers. They are the team in front right now.
100% right. So out of all of the teams, they're on what you would have to say is the optimum strategy, because their first pit stop was the longest out of anybody, and they're only about 3 seconds off the lead of the motor race. So the Scott Webster Altus Esports car, the Caruso Grid Gold Evolution Racing Team car, and despite the spin when he was battling for the lead, Madison down, still not in such bad position strategically. They're probably the 3 cars at the moment that are in the best place overall when you look at the bigger strategic picture of the motor race.
And you've also got that powder keg dynamo of Dane Warren to come into the car yet. So that will also be playing into the factor of everybody's race at the moment. Madison down, team boss in the 77 will be trying to get on forward. And first up will be, of course, young Jordan Caruso. That's going to be something very much worth keeping in mind here, as you've got potentially a future champion in this series going up against the champion, some would say, or the people's champion in Madison Down at this stage. But look at the mid-pack. Here is David Sanford under pressure. This is Benjamin Smith trying to find a way through in the 543 ERT car here in the Prologue React machine. Well, how much can you really fight it here? Nope, not going to find it just yet, but you're in pack mentality right now, and battle pack series are always tough. Pushing a little bit deep there was Benjamin Smith, able to gather it up, but again, looking and searching, takes the big wide line, a huge diamond, trying to get anything off the exit.
Yeah, the thing with turn 3 is you can double apex it if you carry enough mid-corner speed, and that can set you up for a great launch down this following stretch. And you see Sanford going defensive there. He knows that Benjamin Smith is coming, and he is on fresher tyres as well. So,
Hello.
Hang on. That is one of the DPR machines. That's Neil Pearson in the number 062. They're currently 4 laps down on the leaders. So it was good of Pearson to jump out of the way quick sharp there, but they are not having a very good day in that machine.
No, absolutely not, and it has been very, very key to the way this race has gone that they have not been in the best position. We're on lap 36 of 113 around this place here today, and for the time being it looks like James Scott here is thinking about that second position and hoping that it can be unlocked here with a good move, and hoping to get by Kurt Stenberg and Lee Ellis, but it is Stenny behind the wheel at the moment. And the key with Kurt Stenberg is that he is not just racing here. So there's a spinner just in front there. That's the Power Slide Motorsports car there going around, I do believe. And is that Arjuna Kankipati behind the wheel? It is Arjuna Kankipati behind the wheel. They're going for a spin, and well, this is the thing. It's always very tough, this vehicle, and most people underestimate this. And why Australia is so good at sim racing here, Lachlan, is the fact that they drive this car, which is the toughest car to drive, some would say.
Indeed, and we've seen some international drivers get in and really struggle to come to grips with these cars, as we see James Scott locking the rear brakes heading into turn 10, or MG corner as it's often described, as he looks down on the inside there of Kurt Stenberg. And in fact, Kurt Stenberg's going to bring that car on into the pits to give James Scott a bit of clear track. Just having a look at some of the other strategic permutations and combinations. The Andrew Dyson and Adam Driggs car probably not looking too bad at this point either, because their first pit stop was just as long as some of those other leading contenders. So they're probably looking to move up into effectively a top 5 position once this first pit stop cycle is completed. We're on lap number 37 as well, guys, which means that we're only a lap or two away from completing lap number 38, which is the minimum number of laps that the drivers who've started the race need to complete before they can vacate their car and put the second driver on board for the run to the checkered flag.
I've just thought of something completely maverick, as Jake Maloney is now into 12th place, going by Michael Taliancic. Is there any form of a possibility here, Reese, that we could be seeing a 5-stop strategy here from the Trans-Tasman car, or the Bianchi Model Cars Trans-Tasman, and they're going to try and undercut an entire stop through this race to try and win this one?
That is quite the wild strategy if they are going for that, but I reckon you're the mandatory amount of pit stops is already one more than you can really make it to the end of this race anyway. Remember, as Lachlan said, you can get to the end of this race on 3 pit stops, so they've already got one extra that they have to do. Why not make it one extra again?
Well, there down the inside goes Sanford, looking and trying to get it done on the 200 there. Noah's Ark racing here, too wide, too deep towards the hay shed here. That's the 543 of Benjamin Smith trying to get by the 181 SE car going on through and just about managing it there on that overtake. So well played with that one there. So that was nicely done from Ben Smith. there's the little bit of trouble that's going on for Sanford to try and find a way through. Fall back into line, why don't we? Not ideal in terms of this one. Williams, or Kobe Williams here, just trying to stay here with this pack, but this is right in the thick of things, Lachlan.
You would have to say that the number 400 car with Stuart Vaughan on board at the moment, no disrespect to Stuart because I actually know him quite well from his real-life exploits in New South Wales production touring cars, but he just hasn't quite had the pace of Jackson, Suzel and Harlow in that car this weekend. And I would imagine that their strategy with that car is to get Stuart Vaughan's minimum 38 laps out of the way and then get Jackson, Suzel and Harlow into that car to run the rest of the race to the checkered flag.
And, well, he's still going to give it a red-hot go here against David Sanford. It's the battle of these drivers here. The anchors, some would say, and on the anchors they go here in towards the Honda hairpin. And again, nothing changing between those two at the moment. Stuart Vaughan there in 18th place, looking to try and get as much as possible out of this one, as much as you can, and sometimes you get as much as you need out of it if you can just put it in. And this is the waiting game that you see driver upon driver get at this stage. Top three at the moment, split by 4 points.
Oh,
and going through, Stuart Vaughan has completely missed his braking zone, and both of them go skating into the kitty litter.
Oh, that's no good, and that's up at Lukey Heights. The 062 coming through. Once again, that car is off pace. Let's Mr. Vaughan go. Modem simulation replay then. Thank you very much, Modem, for your support over the years. Let's see what happened between these two. Now, the run up to Lukey, it is quite a hard corner to go in, but it looks like Vaughan just went in way too deep.
You don't often see that. You don't miss your braking marker too much, but that is a big missed braking marker there from Stuart Vaughan. And at the moment, I think he'll be the one who looks at that one and goes, well, that was not quite ideal at all. We'll be looking back to live pictures, and we do right now here with Stuart Vaughan trying to push on forward as much as possible here now, a little bit further back down the order. But now this mid-pack becomes a case of, well, who's gaining what? Team we haven't really talked about too much here over the course of this race so far. Down in 13th place right now, the 201, Taliancic and Gilliam. They've just been quietly getting about their race so far at the moment here, Lockie. How have they been looking? Last pitted 24 laps ago.
Yeah, well, we saw that they got caught up in that early contretemps where they copped a bit of a hit from behind heading into turn number 4, and they've just been sort of quietly recovering since then. But again, I think Taliancic will be doing the best that he can to conserve fuel and stretch out the stints as long as he can, but Andrew Gilliam's probably slightly faster out of the two drivers. So again, I think it'll be a case of Taliancic trying to get his mandatory minimum time in the car out of the way and maximise Gilliam's laps for the run home.
In comes the 72 car. They'll put Adam Briggs in and get themselves going again as we focus on third place here. And the VRS Trans-Tasman machine of Madison Down just clinging on to the back of Jordan Caruso, 0.8 of a second between them, but the gap has crucially not been changing. In comes that said Pursuit Sim racing car we were talking about earlier on, as well as Simone Maria Marcheno in the Logitech G Altus eSports machine. So a lot of drivers coming in. Andrew Gilliam's going to get behind the wheel then on lap 13, end of 39, start of 40. Out and away goes Adam Briggs then to go and tackle this race.
Yes, for sure. And I want to bring your attention to the number 51 TTR car as well, because Brenton O'Brien has just been given a penalty by race control, and it happened at the start of lap 37. Andrew Fraser had just come out of the pits, and O'Brien going at full racing speed into turn 1. They came together, and Fraser was knocked right off the circuit. So that number 51 certainly on the back foot, and things aren't getting much better for the ERT number 26 either.
No, that's definitely a shame. Team boss of ERT running into Trans-Tasman's number 30 there, and Andrew Fraser will not be a happy bunny. He was having a really good run of things on the same strategy as Kurt Stenberg. So we're going to try and have a little look back here on the Motum Simulation replay, see if we can try and catch what we've got. There is Brenton O'Brien. They're down in at the 31st position. I'm not sure we're going to be able to catch this one or not, but driving through the final couple of corners, I think we will. So this is where we're going to be seeing this one happen, through the left-hand bend of the final corner and onto that Gardner straight as in comes Madison Down to give Dane Warren the car. Worley is in, Kobe Jones is now in the car as well. But this is where it all happens. Slow through turn number 1. O'Brien looks down to the inside. And is it a 2 into 1? Oh, it is. Both go sideways. O'Brien's done well to save it.
He has indeed, but of course Andrew Fraser on those cold tyres coming right out of the pits, there wasn't much he could do about that incident himself. So race control deeming that not good on Brenton O'Brien, now outside the top 30 in that number 26. Dane Warren, meanwhile, is in the number 77 and already looking to smash down some fast lap times.
Well, he's got traffic. That's not going to be very helpful, though, and it will be the Pursuit Sim Racing car to first negotiate. There's Brenton Hobson just behind in the Synergy Sim Racing machine. And there goes Warren down to the inside. Move out of the way, please. I'm a man on a mission, and he doesn't need permission to go on through. He will just take it, will Dane Warren, as he finds himself very comfortably on by. And it did look quick as the stop there from Dane Warren and Madsen down in the 77 Trans-Tasman car. They're back out and away now into 14th place. And looking at anybody who has made that stop, they are a mile ahead, as in comes Chiolak in the Simworks GB galvanising car here. And Lockie, we're starting to see this now, the nuances coming in of the strategies.
Well, we're in that zone now as well, where with the even tyre strategy, this is around about the part of the race where you would want to pit. And especially with the minimum number of laps now being completed by all of the drivers who started the race as well. So we're right in that zone now, and it'll be interesting in the case of that Trans-Tasman car to see if Madison Downs' night's done or if he gets in for another stint a bit later on, because they've got options. They can actually go either way. They can put Warren in until the end of the race, or if they want, they can have Madison Down get back in a bit later on to finish off the race.
That's going to be key as they go on through. Job Stewart and Benjamin Smith having a little hoo-ha for 7th and 8th position here on lap 42 of 113 right now, as we got ourselves some good little things going on, and that is your race leader here, James Scott, who I believe has just run off the circuit, I do believe, and you caught eyes on it there, Reed.
I did, and I was actually watching he and Andrew Gilliam. Andrew, of course, just coming out of the pits. He wanted to unlap himself from the race leader, but James Scott, it looks like, did this all on his own coming out of the final corner. And you see him jump over the curb and off the circuit. Gilliam goes on by to unlap himself, but in that Astro Gaming Altus Esports car, it's a little bit of wayward behavior that they might want to try and tune out.
There's a whole second that they've lost because of it, so that won't be doing them any favours in terms of that little moment. Andrew Gilliam gets his reward. He goes back on the leading lap, and that's key, actually, being on the leading lap here of this race here, Lockie, because if a safety car comes out and if you're a lap down, that's it. You're in deep trouble.
100% right, because the safety car does not discriminate. Pick up whoever the race leader is at the time, regardless of where they are in terms of pit strategy. So if you've gone a lap down because of coming into the pits a bit earlier and the safety car comes out, bad luck, you get trapped a lap down, and it makes the rest of your evening very, very difficult.
Exactly, and that's going to be what a few drivers will be hoping that they do not manage to find themselves with over the course of this race. Good battling going on, though, with Harley Haber in 5th place, of course, right now. So they had to serve a penalty. They're effectively one stop into their 4 at the moment as they go on through. And that's the 033 machine thinking about coming on back on fresh tyres. It's Damien Johnstone in the Gone Rogue Motorsports car. So technically they're not fighting for place here, Reese, but they are technically a battle of vehicles who have had to come down in and serve penalties today.
Yeah, exactly right, and they'll want to have to they'll want to keep their noses clean out there on the circuit. And I've got some potentially bad news here. I think the number 400 United Sim Sports car is out because Jackson Suslanalo brought the number 400 into the pits and has not come out.
Well, that's a retirement then. It's hit the wall entry, we are hearing. So whatever happened there at the stop, it seems like a disaster coming onto the lane. I wonder if we'll be able to sneak a little look at that one. I'm not too hopeful, but ultimately, pit lane, we're not going to be able to get a replay for you, but pit lane is always the toughest place to try and gain things in Australian sim racing because it is so narrow, and if you are off either side, you're in trouble. There's Daniel Ackland in 18th place, and he's got one Premier Racing Team car and one Simrigs.com DPR car, wants to get through on a vehicle that has no rear spoiler, Lockie.
And therefore not have a lot of rear downforce either, but that's a shame for the number 400 United Sim Sports entry, because after that great qualifying performance from Jackson, Suzel and Harlow, putting that car on the second row of the grid, they were looking pretty strong. But after the slow pit stop for, the slow start, I should say, for Stuart Vaughan, it all went downhill from there, as we've got the Ulster Esports car of Cooper Webster and James Scott coming in for what will be that car's second pit stop of the race.
And a driver change too.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Oh, we're in sync, Reese. I love it. We're in sync. But there is Cooper Webster doing well, and there is Adam Briggs in 19th place trying to find a way through Daniel Ackland, and he's trying to focus everything on trying to get by. Kyle Stokes gets in behind the 143 as well. That's come in. Look at the inside. Oh, it's been defended hard here by Daniel Ackland. This is not what you want to see if you are a Simrigs.com DPR fan.
Nah, for sure. Ackland with that lower speed through the corners thanks to the rear of that car dancing around a little. These cars now all line astern coming through the last turn. It's Ackland, Briggs and Smith all in a line. And Briggs, it looks like, getting a good draft, but Ackland going defensive to avoid the car of Kyle Stokes coming out of the pits there, and through goes Briggs into turn one. He's got the extra rear grip to deal with, and he completes the move before they get to the braking zone for turn two. Have a look at Smith as well, trying to go around the outside, but he's got Kyle Stokes for company too.
Oh, that got a little bit hairy, and now all of a sudden, fresh tyres for Kyle Stokes. Clint Shane Smith's got to have his head on a swivel right now if he's going to be looking at what he wants. Half looks to attack, half looks to defend. Stokes is going to be stuck in the middle and not quite finding anything there, so that's going to be interesting as they go on through. Now, in terms of where Warren and Down are in comparison, as that's a little look at Siberia, that's not going to work. In comparison, the gap is 3 seconds right now between Webster and Warren, so ultimately how they've come out, that 77 car is ahead of the 088 on the road here, Lockie.
Indeed, so that's a net change of position for those two cars. So the Webster Scott car was looking pretty good, but it's just shuffled around a bit in this last cycle of pit stops. And again, interesting thing is that both those teams have got some flexibility up their sleeve in terms of what they elect to do later on in the race, because they can either choose to leave the drivers who are in the cars now all the way through to the end, or they can swap drivers again. It just depends on how they want this race to finish off.
Let's get Stenberg in 14th place. Looking at the Simrigs.com DPR car. A little bit of a tap there to the inside to outside. A quarter panel tap, some would say, going on through. But you're not going to give that one up if you are Captain Kirk at this stage, who wants to make sure that he is piloting his ship on forward. As in comes Daniel Ackland's car to put Michael Schreier back behind the wheel here, Reece.
Yes, and I don't think they'll be able to get that rear wing fixed with the time that they're in the pits, so they're going to be driving a stricken car for some time to come. Kurt Stenberg, meanwhile, not done with Robin Kirk. Remember, this number 47 Trans-Tasman machine started in 12th. They're currently in 14th position. So Stenny looking to try and get his way further up this field, but it's proving to be quite difficult despite him lunging it into Lukey Heights. Still not enough to try and get a move done on Kirk, and MG maybe. Stenny tries going to the inside. Kirk goes defensive. This is quite the battle they've got at the moment. Oh, and Stenny's going to slip through maybe. Oh, maybe just not.
Oh, Stenberg's trying to look as both Loxton has come in and out. Out comes Ethan Grigalt now for the 117 and away in 7th place. Through all of this, Maloney and Hampstead, they've got a margin here of 19 seconds over Dane Warren and Madison Downs, so that's what they're working to. In comes Robin Kirk, and remember, Robin Kirk started on the back row of the grid, the DPR back row of the grid, but there is Ethan Grigalt, and this is crucial, ahead of Cooper Webster by half a second right now here, Lockie.
So we've got three of the powerhouse teams of the V8SCOPS fighting it out at the front. Trans-Tasman Racing, Evolution Racing Team and Ulster Esports. Cars nose to tail, currently in positions 6, 7 and 8. interesting to see what the strategy is with Maloney Hampstead car, because we saw that they made their first 2 pit stops a lot earlier than the other key runners, which means they're going to have to do longer stints now in the run to the finish. It could mean that they have to spend more time stationary in pit lane a bit later on, but the advantage for them is that they've got clear air. They're not embroiled in any battles with any other cars, and they can basically run at the maximum pace that that car is capable of. So, yes, they will have longer stops later, but the advantage for them now is that they've got clear track.
And that clear track needs to be used right now, as Dane Warren here might be under pressure. He's made a mistake. He was, remember, 3 seconds down the road. I want to try and catch a replay, see where something's gone wrong here for Dane Warren, because he is now right with these two here out on circuit. So it's not often that you see Dane Warren making too many mistakes, but it looks like that can be the case as the Feigl handling car is down in on the lane in the 923. So Dane Warren down the field here, Reese, a little bit more, has just simply put, can't see anything in terms of incident, has just literally been reeled in since the stop.
Yeah, I went back and looked through Dane Warren's last few laps, and I couldn't see any big incident that set him further back. It's just the fact that the pace is getting slower and slower. Our director Jay is speculating that he might be fuel saving, but looking at his past few laps, they've just been getting slower and slower by a couple of tenths each time, and now the 117 is right on the back of them as the 88 emerges out of the pits. Brenton Hobson back out onto the circuit, but it looks like it might be on here between Dane Warren and Ethan Griggolt. Ethan almost leaving the track on the entry to Lukey.
Oh, Ethan Griggolt wants to get through. How many times have these drivers had scraps up and down the order? Pretty much near the front. Ethan Griggolt will want to get through quickly here, as this has been a case where maybe the setup does not favour long stint running for Dane Warren. As he goes through the final corner, he looks to try and put the power down in the 77. The 117 is looking to try and get on by ASA and P, and they can't hold each other up too much here as they go on through. Which way do you go? It's the outside is the try, but it's not going to happen through turn 1. Pick up a good run, maybe you might have a chance through 4 as you go on by. Linsell and Latter's Exto Gaming car dives down in onto the lane, but look at that. Nose under wing as they go on through turn number 2, and now towards the Stoner corner of 3. A half look through there, that's not going to happen. It's going to be on the inside, you'd feel, into turn 4. Is this one defended? It is from Dane Warren, so he is very firm in this. He's now playing hold everybody up tactics, you'd feel right now, Lockie.
Well, maybe he is fuel saving at the moment, or maybe, for whatever reason, the car setup's not just suiting him at the moment as much as what it was suiting Madison Down earlier on in the race, because he's under some severe pressure from the Evolution Racing Team car, and I can tell you that Cooper Webster is sitting there maintaining a watching brief as well, and will be ready to pounce should either of these two cars come together.
Oh, here we go. It's the move. Look down the inside. A little bit of room given, but not quite there. And this feels so apropos from what we saw right at the start with Haber and El Nabi having that moment. They're still out running in the race lead right now. They've got 2.8 seconds, but they're down the inside of the final corner. Tries Ethan Griggolt. They give each other just enough room. Has to fall back into line, and this could be where James Scott decides to start getting aggressive here in terms of this scrap as they go on through. Little look to the inside, back under the toe, and well, it seems like Dane Warren's trying to hold the outside. He'll have the inside into turn 2, but there's the overlap. Hit the brakes, and finally done from Ethan Griggolt.
Excellent job from Ethan to get it done in that manner, but I think it really speaks to the lack of pace that the Trans-Tasman 77 has, that Ethan has already got a couple of car lengths on Dane Warren here, and James Scott smells blood. He looks to the inside. Warren goes defensive. But the top 3 here, not for the top 3, but battling for 4th on back. They're effectively the top 3 in terms of pit strategy all together at once. And Ethan Griggolt, with that aggressive throttle application out of Siberia, he's looking very comfortable at the moment.
He certainly is, and I wouldn't hold your horses just yet. We don't know the full picture. In comes your race leaders in, and that's an aggressive stop line from Harley Haber. Full opposite lock on the brakes. trying to get through. He's trying to get everything out of it, trying to slow it down. Maloney and Hampstead will take the lead in the Beyonce Trans-Tasman racing car with Maloney up in front. But the key here is that that's the second scheduled stop then for the 21, who will be looking to come out into the middle of all of this. And it will be Forza and El Nabi, you'd feel, getting into the car. And now suddenly it's Quick Driver and Quick Driver having a good run here as the 21 will look to go forward, falls behind everyone who was fighting against here, Lockie.
Sorry, I'm just running through a bit of information on the timing, just doing a few strategy calculations. So last stop for our race leader at this point, the number 28 car, they will last in on lap number 31. They haven't changed drivers yet, so they can go to about lap 62, we expect, if they were to run to the maximum 31 laps that is the normal fuel range for one of these cars. So as mentioned, their first 2 stints very short, so we're expecting that their final 3 stints will have to be quite a bit longer than everybody else.
And that's the key here. So longer stops means more time in the lane, and the gap that they have to Greg Galt, Caruso, Warren Down and Webb Scott is around 18 seconds at the moment. So those 18 seconds will get eroded stop on stop. You've also got the Smith Gamble car, which has been yet to come down in for that second stop as well. They'll be looking to try and go as long as possible, it seems, for the second stint as well. But the key here at the moment is that Dane Warren has got mirrors full of his old team just behind Cooper Webster, the young upstart, of course, in terms of the swings and roundabouts of team changes, used to be part of that blue car up in front that Ethan Greg Galt's driving. So all 3 of them is a case of I'll go here, you go there, we go there, and there's the merry-go-round, and it's almost like you've got to play the Magic Roundabout theme song at this point in time here, Reese.
Yeah, Magic Roundabout for sure, because the amount of position changes we've seen over the course of this race, it can get a bit mind-boggling, and I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up with it myself, but I think Dane Warren definitely having trouble keeping up with Ethan Greg Galt there, because he is continuing to eke out that gap. And we take a look at Jordi Sinai fighting with the True Force. That's the sponsor, the True Force Altus Esports car. Simon Feigl at the wheel at the moment. Zachary Hanlon is going to be driving with him in this race, and Feigl is looking mighty quick here at the moment. Hooks up the throttle beautifully, actually, out of the final turn. This is going to translate into a little bit of a run down the straight, but it looks like Sinai might have the advantage still.
Jordi looks incredibly good for a kid of his age. He will be one to definitely look out for in the future if he finds the pace that Synergy wants him to find, going through, no dramas at all. Then as they hit the brakes down into turn number 2, the Southern Loop, the wide line taken there from Mr. Feigl. He's not going to get close then through turn 4, you'd feel, after running slightly wider and diamonding off the corner a little bit more. So that's going to be worth just keeping in the back of the mind as every driver looks continue to work out where are we going to be best placed, how are we going to make these runs and get everything working. Through all of this, though, there have been some really good stories here in this race. As there's a vehicle off in the background there, I didn't quite catch who it was, but I saw someone off the road there just trying to get out of the way, and it's the 181 car of Dale Carpenter having a struggle there, Reese.
Yeah, and the other SE Motorsports car, and already facing that pressure from Tom Freer in the Pursuit Sim Racing 707 machine. Now that incident for Carpenter happened back down at Honda. It looked like he just overcooked it coming into the corner. A little bit of rear brake locking as well for good measure, and Freer potentially going for the move there into MG, but we are seeing more cars down on the pits. That's Clint Smith in the Premier car. He's staying in.
Yeah, he certainly is. Third stop, I do believe that is. Oh, Kyle Stokes getting all crossed up there into Honda there, Lockie.
Yeah, and he's actually not in a bad strategic position at the moment. The 143 car of Kyle Stokes cruising along very nicely and comfortably inside the top 10 positions at this stage. So, again, just running through a few various strategic bits and pieces here in the timing system. One of the interesting ones is that Emily Jones, we saw that she actually led the race for a while. She came in for her second pit stop on lap number 36, so handed over to Andrew Fraser 2 laps short of the minimum requirement. So Emily Jones will have to get back into the number 51 car at some stage to do some more laps.
Well, that's going to be crucial. That car's pitted 17 laps ago, so this is going to be a long little run for that Trans-Tasman machine, trying to get through. There's Andrew Gilliam, hoping to try and find a way through. Ever impressive is Andrew Gilliam, but he's a little out of position right now here in this race, trying to recover the car as much as possible. And, of course, here in these sorts of races, a little tap earlier would not be ideal in terms of the championship. Look, 17th from starting in 5th place. No matter which way you try and cut it and you try and avoid the little piece of the cake that's gone off a little bit, you could say, or has gone stale, Reese, it's still not the best cake in the world to be eating.
No, certainly not. I think Gilliam and Taliancic would have been hoping for a lot more from this one, but of course that little tap that they got earlier on has put them right back in the mix of things. But Adam Briggs, in that DPR number 72, driving with Andrew Dyson, they've put on an excellent drive so far. Started in 11th, and now they are back into the top 10. Still carrying some damage, but they have the pace. 30.3 on the last lap from Adam Briggs.
Yep, and that will be crucial to try and move on forward here through this one. Some teams have done a brilliant job as just looking at it. In comes Benjamin Smith and Scott Gamble's 543 ERT car to make a stop then. And this is going to be a key little stop from 5th position, from what was 2nd position at the time. They've been going long, and this will be the 3rd stop there. Only the 2nd stop that they would have had in this race. So Gamble back into the vehicle. So it looks like one run, one stint is the way that they're going to be running things in the 543 here, Lockie.
Yeah, so they're stretching the stints out. So that's sort of the reverse strategy to what Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead are doing in the number 28 car. So that's the other way you can play it as well. You can stretch out your early stints and then have a shorter pit stop or a shorter final stint a bit later on.
There is Jake Maloney, last pitted 24 laps ago here, looking to start lap 56 then of this 113 lap thriller here. It's a 500 kilometre minus a little bit run, as there is Forza El Nabi just finding a way through on Brett Loxton. Thomas Hinds is Zuva 209 and puts them back inside the top 10 at this point in time. So this has been some really great work from this team to put on a showcase here to try and pull on back. And you'd probably say here at this point, if you're United looking at Forza El Nabi, just drive the thing off its wheels and see where you get to, Reese.
Yeah, that's the route I would take as well. Just go as fast as you can, hell for leather, because they've already had that penalty to deal with, and a safety car can put them right back into it as well. There is David Sanford almost getting up the inside of Simon Feigl, but Feigl with the better exit there, out of Siberia and through into Lukey Heights. Very close racing, even outside the top 20. Jordi Sinai back in on this as well, looking to find a way past Sanford. Just goes to show, we say this just about every time we go racing in V8 SCOPS, it doesn't matter where you are in the field, you've got someone to race with.
And it's more important than that. It doesn't matter which split you are sometimes in. You've got someone to race with. Not the case here today with endurance season starting up. They've got Imola coming up on the horizon. And then the great sim race, of course, of Mount Panorama Bathurst. And, of course, here is Jordi Sinai looking for the inside here to try and get it done. And, later on the brakes compared to Sanford, and absolutely waltzes on by without too many issues at all. Sanford's later on the brakes, but can't get anywhere near to come back. Gives him a bump for troubles. And that is Andrew Fraser back in then for the Trans-Tasman 51 and away again there, Lockie.
Yeah, pit stop time 16.6 seconds. What is that car's third pit stop of the race? So 19 lap stint, and having completed lap 54, we are almost... we've actually completed lap 56, so we are now halfway through the race.
Certainly are, and of course it's always nice to live in the past a little bit by a couple of laps, but we don't matter about that. Jake Maloney, your race leader here in the Bianchi Trans-Tasman racing car. They've gone light on the fuel to start this one. Their lead is 19 seconds over Ethan Griggolt and Jordan Caruso in the Evolution Racing Team 117 car in second. It's been a great recovery in the stint in third place for Dane Warren, who's driving it with Madison down. He's caught the car back up and is within 0.3 of a second here in this scrap for second and third, with Cooper Webster and James Scott, the championship leading car, in fourth place at the moment. Rounding out the top five, and this is really impressive. Kurt Stenberg, Lee Ellis started 12th, and they've played that undercut as well, and they have got themselves right up there in track position. They're fighting now 5th, 6th, and 7th now, with the Briggs Dyson 72 just behind the 143 machine here, Reese.
You got to hand it to Stenny and Lee. You can always count on them for excellent drives in enduros when they manage to avoid trouble, and that's the big thing for them. They've been quite unlucky in more than one enduro in the past, but Stenberg doing very well, fighting off this advance from Kyle Stokes in the 143, trying the move at MG, but Stenny, nice and consistent. You know, that is one of the few cars in this field that is not carrying any damage, that Trans-Tasman 47.
Exactly, and that Trans-Tasman 47 has been squeaky and clean, and that's the way that Stenny loves to drive, and drives very well at being a clean driver as he goes through. He knows how to put the foot down, so to speak. There goes Kyle Stokes down the inside at turn one. There is an emphasis on that foot down, because Stenny gave him only just the inside, and that's why Kyle Stokes had to go through. Kyle Stokes, a former, I would say 2018, or was it 19, most improved driver in the SCOPS series. He has certainly done very, very well, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely has, and continuing to show why he is one of the most underrated drivers in this field is Kyle Stokes. Great move from great car positioning, I should say, from both of the drivers in turn one. It takes a lot of trust in your fellow competitors to pull off a move like that. Turn one here at Phillip Island doesn't quite strike you as a passing zone initially, but the amount of speed these cars carry, how valuable the draft is, it turns into a prime passing spot around here. And Joel Kenton has brought the hyperdrive car in. Will he swap over for Josh Morris?
Well, that's a question entirely. Forzan El Nabi then is through and up a place, and Worley as well has run into troubles a little bit. He's now down into 11th here behind Brett Loxton as well. So I wonder if something happened there to substantially drop those 4 seconds. That has been done. But look at Dane Warren. All of a sudden, it's like the tyres have come back to life, and he's been reanimated with magic here. Ooh. As there is Forzan El Nabi, who's slow and looking like he's giving back the place and redressing it here. So that was interesting from Forzan. It seems like the pass on Worley wasn't clean. So we'll get a look at it. I think we found it. Potentially. So no, this is just after. So he's going to try and get through on Worley here. He's looking for the inside here at Siberia. Never quite alongside, and just pushes him off the road and a bit sideways there. Forzan, we said just go for it. He went for it, and he went too hard.
Yeah, that is true, and I think the DPR crew aren't going to be too happy with how that happened, but Forzan El Nabi has redressed the position, so he should escape the ire of race control. Meanwhile, Kurt Stenberg has brought the number 47 in, and Lee Ellis is now in that machine, so we'll be able to see how his pace compares. Warren still pressuring Ethan Griggold here, and you know, I do reckon initially at the start of that stint, they either might have been fuel saving in the 77, or the tyres just weren't up to their optimum temperature and pressures in those first few laps of the stint. Now it looks like Dane Warren is back on the wagon.
And he's back on the wagon trying to attack here, it seems, with Ethan Griggold. The gap is 0.2 of a second as they cross the stripe and look towards turn number one. Happy just to sit in behind and wait. They've got a bit of traffic in front. That's not going to be helping out too much in terms of the philosophies that they'll be looking at here. But lap 60 here at the moment, this is going to be key in terms of how they look to put this on going. And you can see how Dane Warren is actually having to counter steer through the corner, trying to get through. There goes one of the other ERT cars. Didn't make life very tough for either driver there at that stage. But Dane Warren's really pushing here, the way that he is trying to negotiate a way through with this one, Lockie.
So what this is shaping up for now, with 53 laps to go at this stage, is a couple of different strategies playing out. So you've got this awesome three-way battle between the Grid Galt Caruso Evolution Racing Team car, the Warren Down Trans-Tasman Racing car, and then the Scott Webster Altus Esports car. Way out in front, leading by more than 19 seconds, you've got the Trans-Tasman car of Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead, but like I said, they're on a different strategy. They're going to have to run longer and make longer pit stops for their last two pit stops, which will bring them back into the clutches of those other three. So what this is shaping up for at the moment is a four-way titanic battle between those cars for the win in this race.
But we were talking about this earlier on, Lockie, about how Cooper Webster had the best stop out of anyone, or James Scott had the best stop out of anyone early as they went on through. They look like they're close here, just in front, no changes of position into turn one. Oh no, I lie. Side by side they go, and that one is inside still for the 117. Turn up the wick a little bit, it's there, but what we were saying was Webster Scott, the 088, had the best first stop. Are they still in that same sort of category with the way that they've been playing the fuel numbers here at the moment, Lockie?
The other thing as well is that Cooper Webster, he's driven really well.
Again.
We've got to move on up the inside.
Can't argue with that one. That is plain sailing. Dane Warren's got that one, and there's nothing you can do if you're Ethan Griggold with that one. So Reese, that is a big move there for Dane Warren.
Yeah, nice and decisive there from Warren, and it looks like they haven't lost much time to the chasing 088 behind either. So now this is going to tell us what the late pace, what the late stint pace from Trans-Tasman Racing is like in the number 77, because we do remember Warren was slow at the start. So now we'll see if he can turn up the wick now that he is in clear air. He is going to have to be careful though. Those tyres are quite old now.
They are, and there will be an idea of maybe finding the lane sooner rather than later. You would feel, try and make sure that everything's working, but if he's got the tyre life and he is starting to try and pull away from Ethan Griggold, which he's managed to find 0.4 of a second, that's good. Out of the pits comes one of the Premier Racing cars. It's the 017 that is there, so that will be the Rudd Borg car there that's come right out into the middle of this, as in comes Jake Burton in the, or out comes Jake Burton in the 71 Prologue car to get back racing again, and that one then not ideal so far for the race, but we'll try and get as much as possible out of it. Sanford's done a pretty decent job of things, but there is your race leader, Jake Maloney, and there is not much help from the 47 behind, who feels it's quicker at this point in time here, Lockie.
So the race leading car as well of Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead, which there it is just ahead of Lee Ellis, albeit those two cars separated by a lap at the moment. Maloney and Hampstead are due a stop any tick of the clock. They've been out on the track now for 30 laps, so that car will be just about out of fuel and due to dive into the pits for a stop, and right on cue, in it comes.
Yeah, just like that. So they've got themselves probably a 30 and a 20 remaining here in this race in terms of laps left for stops, so they'll be thinking about how they best try and sort this one all out. We'll see how much fuel goes in, if it's going to be a short, middling or long stop. Out of the pits will come Brad Ryan for that GB galvanising car, which looked good early on, was fighting it out in that race leading pack, but has dropped back substantially since Cholak has been behind the wheel. There is Stokes, there is Briggs in 5th and 6th place. Your leaders all full on through, and just looking at where Hampstead and Maloney is going to be popping on out. Hampstead will get in behind the wheel and get his requirement laps in under the belt for that, but this is going to be key. When's it going to go? It's still awaiting. You can see still in neutral. 5th and 6th go on by as the fuel all gets put in. But the weight is there, and there is just that one little bit of, well, how long is it going to take? It's a very, very long stop. No surprise with how much fuel they put in. Normally we see fuel tanks restricted and limited in this series. Finally, out and away goes one Mr. Richard Hampstead. You can see where he's come out in the middle of that, because that is a Mr. Andrew Gilliam finding a way through there at the moment, Reese.
Yep, so that is one more position for now for the pursuit car, but Hampstead on the fresher tyres may very well get back by in due course. Dane Warren now has assumed the lead of the race, and I gotta say, those lap times are looking pretty good for late in the stint. He's back into the low 1 minute 30, setting an 0.55 on the last lap and continuing to stay out.
And that's the key as well. They've got to try and work their strategy numbers the way they want to here. And they feel like they're probably going to need as much as they can out of this one in the mid to late here of this one. Lap 63 of 113. We have gone all 64 laps now. Or sorry, 63 onto lap 64. We've gone all laps green so far. And you'd feel if there was a safety car to come out, it would be coming out in this critical window. I know that the stewards, Lockie, they don't like having a... Oh, blown engine for a DPR car going through. That's the 233 machine as they go by. So that is Wally there, and he's gone too aggressive on the downshift. That'll be spewing things all over the track. We'll get it down into the pit, and crucially, we'll keep the race green as Jake Burton just went purple. A motor simulation replay, and, Reese, it's already popped there down at the Honda hairpin.
Yeah, that's the heaviest braking zone on the circuit, and you're smashing down through the gears there, bouncing off the rev limiter. Of course, you have to give these cars a good kick at the throttle to engage the next gear, but for Worley, it just went right there on the downshift down to second. That is a big shame for those guys, running especially well for the time being, but they are down in the pits, and now Worley out of the car.
Out to the car, and well, that is a huge hurt for them here in this race. That's not what they wanted to see. A blown engine halfway or even more than that, nearly heading towards 2/3 of the way through this race, and well, it's going to be a case of that's not quite good. Oh, Cooper! Sideways, why don't we in the 088? Trying to get everything out of the car right now, and ultimately you would feel at this stage that everyone's looking at their tyres going, Lockie, well, we're going to be driving on rims pretty soon, but we can still give it everything that we've got.
If there was to be a safety car at some point, we're still not close enough to the end, obviously, to reach that critical lap number. But that's okay, because the bulk of the field have only done 2 out of their 4 compulsory pit stops. So, yeah, if we were to see a safety car soon, you would expect the people who are yet to take their 3rd pit stop to come in and get it out of the way, which would leave everybody with 1 more stop to get to the finish.
And that's going to be crucial. You may even see a couple of drivers look to try and do something maybe a little unorthodox. Track position becomes very vital if a caution does come out, but it doesn't look like that's the case at the moment. So we continue on lap 65 here of 113. Dane Warren in control of this one at the front and coming out. Oh, there's the safety car coming out. Hello, it's on cue, and it's almost like we've summoned this one. We are under caution. What a time for it to come out.
Oh, man, this is going to really spice things up, especially up the front. Dane Warren is going to bring it in now, and following him in is Ethan Griggold. They see the safety car message that race control posts, and pit lane is going to become a hive of activity now.
What a time. And this is key as well. Richard Hampstead can't afford to let off the throttle here, because he knows that because we're under safety car conditions, that this stop is going to effectively neutralise the field. He's got to get back into track position. I expect all of the drivers in front will look to try and get their 3rd stop in and away, and Hampstead will regain the race lead. But this is a crucial part of this race for Richard Hampstead and co. They will be on older tyres come the restart, but with the field bunched up again, we'll have some great racing here on lap 65, and no, we'll come down in onto the lane. So we'll sacrifice the track position, get the final stop out of the way, but we'll still have to come in once more, trying to get maybe a little bit of something. So now you have to start asking, well, who's going to come out where? And they are side by side off the pits, it seems. So that is Ethan Griggold, who will be out and effectively the race leader once again. But crucially, it's Webster in 2nd, Warren in 3rd, and at the moment, everybody looking at this going, well, it's time to come in. It's time for a stop. I believe Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinz, who haven't come in and made a stop here, are going to... Oh, sorry, they've just come out. They've come out in 4th. How's that happened, Lockie?
Wow.
Yeah, that's been an unbelievable stop. I'll tell you how it's happened. They were only stationary for 14.7 seconds, whereas all of the other cars that came in were stationary for well over 25 seconds. But I'm shocked by the decision from the number 28 car to come in. I would have gone around and picked up the track position and taken the race lead, because they've now made 4 pit stops, but they still have to stop one more time, just like everybody else. So that strategy that Hampstead and Maloney were working towards by running really, really long for their stints, it's now pretty much evaporated as a result of this safety car falling when it has, and their decision to come into the pits.
Unless they felt that on the fuel numbers, they weren't going to win this one outright. They didn't want to play any fuel save games. They didn't want to put themselves in a position where their final stop was longer. That's the only reason I could think they could come down in and make a stop. So now this is how the field looks. So you've got the Evolution Racing Team car in control at the front of the field. They have this one completely directly at this stage in a 117. Then you've got the 088 of Webster and Scott there in second, as drivers will be getting the wave around here at this point, waiting for that 117 to crop up. Everybody will get themselves the chance. Yep, go through. We're waiting for the 117 to show up. It will be Dane Warren in third for Trans-Tasman. Then you've got Zuva in fourth, Trans-Tasman in fifth, Synergy in sixth. And get this, in 8th place right now, you've got ANZ Motorsports having an absolute stormer, it seems, with Kobe Jones and Ben Christensen here at the moment, Reese.
Yeah, I mean, we were focusing on them earlier on in the race, seeing Ben Christensen putting on those fantastic moves at MG. Well, they've certainly got extra pace in the car and extra fuel as well, because, man, they are in a great position here for the final stints of the race. Remember, they may have to come in one more time before the end of the race, but this is a great position for ANZ to be in 8th. Fantastic.
Absolutely. For car number 9, this is Christmas at the moment, but there's no guarantees. There's still work to be done. Now, guess who else this really helps here, Lockie? Look at that car in 11th place, the 201. Andrew Gilliam needed some help to get back into this race. A safety car has done just that.
The other one who has helped out has been the number 21 United Sim Sports car, Forzen El Nabi and Harley Haber. They were struggling to get back the time they lost from that drive-through penalty. They'd fallen more than half a minute behind the leading contenders. This safety car gets them right back into the game, and we know that El Nabi, in terms of pace, is every bit a match for those top teams that are fighting it out at the front.
He is the net championship leader, some would say, with 1 drop round in. Forzen El Nabi is someone who has done absolute wonders here in terms of this, but of course there are 3 drop rounds in this season that they all have to try and deal and work with, and that's going to make life really entertaining to watch here in terms of how this season will go about. Nick Parker then at the front of this pack and leading everyone around at the moment. The key here is how on earth this is all going to play out, because Dane Warren is the quickest driver in this one, has passed Cooper Webster before, has passed Ethan Greg Galt before here in this race. This now becomes a huge battle, and every lap under this safety car as well, Reese, that's fuel numbers, that's fuel saving that they'll all be dealing with, and that's going to be absolutely fantastic for those who felt that they were going to be cutting it a little bit fine.
Yeah, extra bit of fuel saved under safety car is definitely going to help out those drivers here, and with the fresh tyres coming off the restart, they're not going to be getting much heat into them at the moment, but once the green flag flies, I would look out for Dane Warren, because we definitely know that he's able to get 120% out of a race car on a single lap run. With those fresh tyres, he'll be right on the attack, and with the number 117 up in the lead, Ethan Greg Galt is clutching it at every opportunity he can, and that's something that we've come to expect from Evolution Racing Team and Ethan Greg Galt. They love to get on the fuel-saving game, and safety cars are a happy hunting ground for them.
They certainly are, and of course this race is such a happy hunting ground for so many. No guarantees so far, but everybody in this pack who are maybe down the order a little bit will now be pleased that they've got some running, especially Jake Burton as well in that 23rd position here at this stage, Lockie, because we were talking about this before the safety car came out. Jake Burton set the fastest lap of the race on lap 62. You can see it there on screen, 128.943. So the key here for Jake Burton is, well, if I'm the fastest car in this train, in this field, it's quite simple what he needs to do. Pass cars, gain places.
Yeah, and interestingly, he was not one of the drivers who elected to stop under that safety car. And Andrew Fraser in position 21 in a similar boat, electing not to stop under that safety car. So they've both decided to stay out on the racetrack, get a bit of track position and make up for some of the time that they lost earlier on. Make sure that they're on the lane lap as well, obviously. And obviously they'll be a bit out of sequence now, and they will have to pit earlier for their final stop compared to everybody else, but at least they're back in contention.
And what's also going to be key about that car there for Andrew Fraser as well here, Lockie, is the fact that this pit stop effectively gives them one more to work with, and they can then put Emily Jones back in for the final stint.
Correct, which they need to do because, as I mentioned, she's not yet completed her minimum number of laps. One car that seemed to have just been compromised a bit in that whole pit stop shuffle, the number 72 DPR entry of Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson. So it actually came in just before the safety car was deployed, and I just think the fact that they'd stopped under green where all of their rivals were able to stop once the safety car had been called, it meant that they lost a bit of time in terms of track position. So they were in the top 10, but they've fallen back to 15th.
Well, those are the long and shorts of things that happen here out on track. You know that sometimes if a green flag stop falls in your window, you go for it. Sometimes if it doesn't work, then you're falling a little bit behind in terms of the strategy. So Locks and Hins, they did pit, remember. They did come in and make their stop. They did do exactly what they needed to. But the key here for them is that they are on that one stop remaining. Everybody in this field now effectively on one stop remaining from now to the end. And this has all of those feels, all of those makings now, Reese, of one of those classic races, which is those race 2 nights that we find here with Scops, where everything comes down to that one stop and try and get it home as much as you can. We're only, get this, I count it down to about 44 laps away from the end of this event.
Yeah, and of course, a car can go in excess of 30 laps in a stint, so it's going to be short and sharp, these pit stops. I just want to give you all a couple of updates on retirements. Unfortunately, the car of Phillip Worley and Darren Lobb, the DPR machine, is now out. Darren Lobb has exited the server. We've also had to say goodbye to the United Sim Sports number 2, the number 400 of Stuart Vaughan and Jackson Suslin Harlow. The Forerunner Motorsports number 380, Sislowski and Neck, is out 40 laps ago. And 2 of our 3 Exto Gaming cars are out. The 024 and the 098 out of this race. That's a very unfortunate end for those guys, but the safety car is going to start pulling away very shortly, and we'll be getting a green flag.
We certainly will. Nick Parker doing a great job under the safety car's jurisdiction at the moment. He flashes the lights. He says, yep, I'm pulling away right now, and I'll be doing my level best in the next couple of moments, just waiting for the call to go and give himself as much room as possible. Everyone just sitting and waiting behind Ethan Griggolt. He's been in this position many times before in that Evolution Racing team. Holden, there goes Nick Parker as the field backs itself up as Parker's given the cue to go away. You can get that run through the final corner, and you can see how now it's going to be all about what can Ethan do over this stint. Has put together a really good piece of work with the Evolution Racing team. They haven't really raced too much this season, but they know what they needed, and what they need now is some really good results right now. Griggolt just waiting for this chance, and there we go. Here's the restart, and it's been some good starts up and down the order. Big wiggle there from Johnstone, who's a lap down in the middle of all of this there, but we got some side-by-side immediately here as they go across the line. Paulson El-Nabi immediately attacking Jordan Ross here, looking for place, looking for position. Out on the outside is Brett Loxton, as well as Richard Hampstead immediately goes down the inside and picks up the place. But you can see as well, everybody fighting, and that's Hobson there going through on Kobe Jones, finding a place as well. Everywhere you look, overtakes off the restart race.
Yeah, Brenton Hobson doing incredibly well, especially considering the poor circumstances for him and his family heading into this race. Now up into that 8th position and down into the hairpin. Ethan Griggolt continues leading from Cooper Webster, but my goodness, it is close. Webster initially did not get the jump off the start. Griggolt was right on it, but now They are in on it, and Kobe Jones continuing that great run in the ANZ Motorsports number 9. He's trying to put a move here on, it seems, Jordi Sinai, but we got a DPR car getting involved in this as well. Oh, and a bit of contact. Briggsy makes contact. Goodness me. And they've all managed to just gather it up, but they've got MG coming up. There's drama going to happen down here.
On the brakes they go. Front three are all fine at the moment, but they're looking as well as Sam Blacklock trying to find a way through. Kobe Jones has been freight trained here in this one. Oh, a little bit of contact, and behind as well. There's a little bit of a slide as well as they go on through. They're all beating and bumping and banging against each other as they go back on the restart and get themselves going. If they're not careful, they'll cause another safety car. Here's the fight for the race lead, though. Cooper Webster goes purple on the restart. Dane Warren slightly pips him, though, with that one. And here's the little look here towards turn number 2 once again. And once more, the 088 forced to sit and watch behind the 117, the team he formerly used to be at Lockie.
What a race start this has been, and we knew that Forza El Nabi was going to be aggressive off the race start. Well, we gained one spot round the outside of Jordan Ross heading into turn number 1, and El Nabi now attacking on the back of Brett Loxton as well into turn number 4. That'll be another spot gained for the United Sim Sports car. El Nabi on the charge.
Up to 5th place now is Forza El Nabi. Knows what he needs to do. Just work that stint to the end. Is very similar on pace with Dane Warren and knows that he's not a million miles away. He's only a couple of seconds off right now, and that is perfect for what United are looking for in terms of their recovery in this field. There is the 117 of Ethan Griggolt leading this pack at the moment. Everybody trying to work hard to gain as much as they can here in the latter stages of this race, and they all know that they've got that one stop remaining, hanging like a Damocles over all of their heads right now, and they know that the magic number race is coming up, which is going to be roughly 82, but we saw how earlier on that number could be as high as 9 laps time. Lap 80, you could be brave and come down in and maybe make it to the end if you can fuel save a bunch.
Yeah, but with the field as close as it is at the moment, I think fuel saving would be a massive disadvantage if you're driving out there and not pushing 100% like these guys are up at the front. Yes, 82 is the critical lap, and at the end of this one, we'll be 10 laps away from that critical lap. Have a look at Dane Warren behind Cooper Webster. We see Ethan Griggold has managed to gap them a little bit, and Warren trying to have a look down here at the hairpin. Webster sees him coming and leaves him the room, and Warren is through. Fantastic move there. I told you he'd be great on this restart.
He would be, and he is. He's got through, and he's up into second. Next up will be 117, Ethan Griggolt. And he will try and get through as soon as possible. The 77 Trans-Tasman car is rolling at the moment, but they can't afford to stop and hold their breath at the moment because there is Hampstead and Maloney just 6/10 back. They're in 4th place. Forza El Nabi is a further 7/10 back of that. It's a 5-car pack at the front, and suddenly Ethan Griggolt may just have to bring out a Harley Haber in terms of this one, trying to get this one working here in terms of this race. We're looking forward at this one and thinking, well, Dane Warren's definitely got the 1-lap pace. He's definitely got race pace, but has he got what it takes to bring it home and bring it home dry? This is a big battle right now as they head towards turn 1. You can see the gap right now for Dane Warren. Closing. He's not close enough this time, but he'll be looking to gear up.
That he will, and it might happen down at the hairpin. Tiny bit of oversteer for Ethan Griggolt on the exit of turn 1, going very hard into the southern loop. They leave about half a car's width there at the apex just to get the double apex going. But Ethan Griggolt with a great exit once again. Warren, though, well in the slipstream. I think he might be a little too far back to try and make a move, or is he? He's going to try and slip up there anyway. Griggolt leaves him just enough room on the inside. Can he hold the outside coming into Siberia? He will have the inside now, will the 117. Trading places at the lead. A tiny bit of contact between the two of them. Warren's going to try and gear up the late apex here. Straight line it, with a great run coming up towards Hayshed. This is not over.
On a dime, he stopped it, but couldn't quite get himself enough spare change. Here we go up Lukey Heights, and now the top 3 nose to tail as they go on through. This has got to be some brave driving here as they go down into the next section. And I think this has got to be minimal risk here from the VRS Trans-Tasman car if they want to get through. Lockie, this is big right now. You've got to get through quickly here. If you get stuck, you fall into a pattern so quickly in this race.
And with one round of pit stops still to go, track position leading into that round of pit stops is going to be absolutely critical because everybody's pretty much on the same strategy now. They all stopped on the same lap under that safety car. They've all got pretty much the same amount of fuel to put on board to get home.
They do, and there was another little look into the mirrors. Now starts to play the mind games a little bit here. Is Dane Warren into turn 2. Well scouted and covered there by Ethan Griggolt. Happy to take that racing line, but it's turn 4 where Dane Warren has been an absolute beast in this race, and there's no other way to describe how he's been on the brakes into 4. Nobody has been even close in terms of that. You can see he picks up a good run. He brakes a little bit later. Again, he scampers to the inside, and again, Ethan Griggolt sees it coming, gets some overlap, has a little run, but this time doesn't have it. Dane Warren has the race lead by being a monster on the brakes, Reese.
Yeah, and a monster on the throttle as well. He put it down beautifully, took advantage of all 650 horsepower that these 5-litre V8 engines produce in these machines. And now that he is out in front, you can see Ethan Griggolt starting to lose touch slightly. Once you have a car in front of you, especially around a fast circuit like this, it is very difficult to keep the consistency up. He goes very deep into MG, and ultimately that has not worked. Warren continues to vault himself ahead.
He's game, and you're just seeing that right now. Cooper Webster wants in on the action. Nobody here in the field, apart from maybe the 28, might want the 77 to try and pick up that win. But there's the look. It's going to the inside. He goes for the path lesser travelled and does not get it through turn 1. So ultimately, trying to get aggressive is Cooper Webster. That's not going to work here because it's almost like trying to push on through and dealing with a mousetrap. If you put your hand in quickly, well, you're going to get caught. If you take the cheese out slowly here, Lockie, you're able to get the place.
Well, Cooper Webster, he'll be getting impatient because he will see Dane Warren disappearing up the road. He will not want to let him get too far away. But look at this. Hampstead, opportunistic move up the inside at turn 4.
Oh, it doesn't matter if it's a Bianchi model car or not. It's still not done contact on entry as they go on through, and Hampstead will remember that. He's the wise elephant that never forgets if someone makes contact with him. And now, all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure Hampstead will make Cooper Webster's life as difficult and as miserable as possible for the last 35 to 40 laps of this race.
Yeah, and I think the contact, partially due to the way the circuit kinks to the right just before you get into Siberia. Fun fact, that Honda hairpin that we have is actually the second iteration of the corner. It used to be much more open with an apex by the lake in the middle of the track. So that's one of the changes made to the circuit in the late 80s. It worked out pretty well for Dane Warren there. He used the tighter radius to his advantage.
Certainly has. He's nearly got a second already here on everybody else in this field as they all try and scamper on towards the next section of road here. Lap 76 we're on of 113, and everybody due in to make one more stop. El Nabi is there, 5th position in the train. Now he's got to be really cautious about how he tries to go through as they get on moving forward. And also keep an eye on Brett Loxton here through all of this in 6th place, because he's not gone away from these drivers. In fact, he's staying with, and that Zuva 209, we were talking about maybe how 6th place might be where the dark horse lands, and for some, that 209 team were thinking, well, 6th place, that'd be great, as the 88 has gone through on the 143 just behind.
Yeah, and I want to say they'll be happy with 6th in the 209, but they have missed a 6th place Brenton Hobson now charging down upon them. Hobbo, I think his form since the restart especially has been fantastic. It's been a difficult day for Hobbo, but passing his teammate Jordan Ross into the hairpin. Oh, there's a car stopped there. That is Tyler Blackburn in the number 947. That could indeed be a caution. Stopped right on the outside of the entry to Lukey Heights, and he's far away from the fence. A tow is not going to work from there.
Oh my goodness me, he was driving with Justin Wallace and the race on Oscar in all sorts of dramas. Let's get a motion simulation replay, try and work this out, as we will get confirmation on when a safety car happens or not. So we'll see how this one has happened as they go on through. The question will be, is this... Oh, the engine went! The engine completely went, and that surely has to be a safety car.
Yeah, surely. He's still out there on the circuit. There's no cars around him at the moment. They're all on the other side of the circuit right now. But I think a decision has to be made pretty soon from race control, whether or not a tow is granted to Blackburn or a safety car is called, because the leaders are going to be coming up to him quite quickly now.
They certainly will. Dane Warren in control of things. We'll get some confirmation as and when it happens. Brad Ryan, Jake Burton, they've dived down into the lane. They've been looking at their final stop. They've thought that a caution's probably going to come out, and we'll get the stop out and done now. And there is the safety car. So Nick Parker's been called, and he'll be looking to go through unless they have called out someone else, and that would be letting those other drivers get out and away again after making their stop. The safety car will wait. The safety car has been called, so we're going to go back under caution. Dane Warren had control of the field, got it off the restart, but that is a key moment in this race, because that could just bring everybody in with a bit of fuel saving here, Lockie.
What do you do? Because we're about, 5 laps short of the critical lap number to get home, but in they all come. So they're all going to gamble on coming in under this safety car and hoping that they can save enough fuel from here to get to the end of the motor race. What a fascinating strategic finish we're set for tonight.
Well, this is all going to be reliant on who's going to put themselves in the best possible position. If they're all trying to run the tank dry, this is going to be a big battle. Now, who takes track position here out on circuit? The answer is Smith and Gamble will. So they're going to take the other way. They'll take a stop later on and hope that everybody's going to have to come in for a splash and dash, which I like from that position down in the field, Reese. They have nothing to lose by staying out.
Absolutely, 100%, and it looks like very close on pit exit between our race leaders. But as you say, that number 543, absolutely nothing to lose. They have everything to gain, on the other hand, by taking this gamble. But they are going to have to be careful on the restart, because all of these drivers have just come in for that splash. They would have been saving under safety car, a very short pit stop, just topping up the tank for these guys.
And this is also key because you got Robin Kirk and Dan Misdale. They've stayed out in the 073, as have the 032 right now of Kenton and Morris right now. So they're in 8th place here, and they've managed to gain quite a few places because of that. So this has all started to change up pretty much everything here in the late stages of this race. Everybody thinking about where do they go, what's the right strategy call, and I think everybody is going to be looking at that fuel gauge for the rest of this race going, come on, stay up, we need some help.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I cannot call this from here. I honestly can't. Will we be seeing some fuel saving under green flag conditions from just about everyone? Or will drivers be going hell for leather in the final stint and take that final pit stop, potentially putting themselves way down the order? Either way, I think we're going to see a couple of cars run out of fuel on the final lap.
Well, Lockie, this is crucial here because we're talking about how long you can go. You said 31 was probably the limit. We've seen a driver or a team go 33. That was the Postlethwaite Hobson team that we saw go 33 laps in terms of the stint. They've probably got to go 34 here if they're going to get it home. This is going to take some very big fuel saving to get themselves over the line.
Well, it's actually 35 laps, and you're right, the longest stint that we've seen, 33 laps for the Hobson Postlethwaite car. That's the longest stint that anyone's been able to do at any stage today. Apart from that, nobody's gone more than 31 laps on a tank. So to just try and stretch it out to a 35-lap run, it's going to be coasting around at the minimum possible speed and throttle percentage under this safety car. And then even once we go green again, definitely some fuel savings going to be required as well. And yeah, I think you're right. I think we could well see some people running out in the closing stages. It's shaping up to be a 2014 Bathurst 1000 style conclusion to this race.
It certainly is, and we've just seen Joel Kenton dive down into the lane a lap later than everybody else. And I think that, they don't get track position, but they get genius points because they've given themselves here, Reese, an extra lap of fuel to play with.
Well, what you'll see, actually, under these safety car conditions is people at the rear of the field coming into the pits and topping up their tanks every lap they're under the safety car. I mean, you might as well. If you're up the front, you're going to lose an awful lot of track position if you come in every lap, but if you're at the back, well, you can just gain yourself a few extra litres of fuel to play with, and that was a very sad-looking Mustang there.
That Mustang looked like a Pro 2 truck, and, you know, that's not what you want to see. And in terms of fuel saving there, Lockie, for Michael Schreier and Daniel Ackland, I don't know how to say this properly, but that's not going to be optimal fuel save.
No. They might take the opportunity to get a bit of damage repaired while they're in the pits as well, I would imagine. But I 100% agree with what Race is saying. If you're a bit further back in the pack, you're not going to lose much track position by coming in and topping up with fuel. So you might as well do it, because that extra lap or extra couple of laps of fuel might just pay big dividends when we get into the closing stages of this race.
All about the final stages here. They're all playing to try and get to the border, apart from the top two here, the 543 ERT machine and the 073 right now. You can see the sun setting here in the distance with some pretty nice camera work to have a little look at things right now in Cars Victoria. There is the 543 machine, Benjamin Smith behind the wheel. We're looking to get ourselves ready pretty soon for this one. In will come the Gone Road car just to stay out of the way, and the wait. Let's get going here. We've got 35 worth of laps to try and get through, and this is all about now who can run the tank to where it's needed to be. Smith's got a good run here. They're all thinking about fuel saving. I'd hate to be Dane Warren in this position right now, because you know everyone behind's going to try and run you out of fuel from now to the end of this race. And into turn two, no real moves. You can see nobody wants to be brave here on this one. They've got one thought in their mind. Look at that fuel gauge, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. Not focusing on trying to make a move, just focusing on the fuel gauge. Let's see what Ethan Griggolt thinks of that. Oh my goodness, you see Richard Hamstead behind there. They go 3 wide through the hairpin. Just putting the move on Cooper Webster was Richard Hamstead, and Forza El Nabi got shuffled out as well. Well, Hamstead is one guy who's not thinking about the fuel.
Oh, look at this. It's Andrew Gilliam now. And these are masters of fuel here you look at with Gilliam. Side by side here for 7th place. He's really cropped up out of nowhere off of that second restart to get right up through the order. Andrew Gilliam can't quite find it, but Pursuit need places. They know they need to get Gilliam up as high as possible, but they've got some help as well in Blake Purdy in 9th place. So they've got a lot of work to do. Down on the brakes they go. Crucially, no changes. That's Jordi Sinai who runs a little bit wide and drops a place, but the mid-pack now starts to get a little bit antsy. Contact there as they went on through.
Yeah, just a little, but looks like they've all sorted themselves out coming through the final turn. Ethan Griggolt continuing to chase down Dane Warren. That's the 3rd place on track, but this is the effective race lead you're looking at the moment. And Ethan was incredibly close to Dane in the 2nd sector, but just leaning back a little on the front straight. And I think we've confirmed that barely anyone is fuel saving at the moment. They're all going flat out down that front straight. So I think there's going to be one final manic shuffle in the pits.
A splash and a dash, which might just decide the way this race is going to be run. Here's a little defensive look then, as again there's a little think from one Mr. Ethan Griggolt. He's not having any of it at the moment as they go on through. So now all of a sudden every place becomes vital. Gilliam's got to stay with Forza El Nabi as much as possible here in the late stages, because he knows that dropping all that time, all that fuel, this is the great trade-off that we're seeing right now in this race. You can save that fuel now, get yourself enough to go to the end, but are you saving enough time by saving all that fuel here, Lockie, to mitigate the factors of an extra splash and dash stop?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? And I'll tell you what, they might not be fuel saving, but with all of this squabbling for position, they are losing time to Ben Smith, who's done a really good job since the race start and has opened up a nice gap over his pursuers. So if everybody has to stop again, then Ben Smith will have to stop for longer, because he didn't stop under the safety car, but he still won't lose all that many positions if everybody else is forced to make one more visit to pit lane. So the Smith and Gamble entry could have snuck under everybody's noses here and potentially be in for a very good showing.
Exactly, and that's key. Kirk and Misdale still in 2nd, and they're doing well. There was a very shallow line taken by one of the Synergy cars there. I believe that was Jordan Ross through there in 10th place. He's trying to find a way through in 9th, and he's not getting there. But there is so much going on here in this race. Every position matters right now. And I also want to say what a great effort it's been so far, Reese, for Simon Feigl and Zach Hanlon up in 11th place.
Yeah, they've done very well in the mid-race to put themselves up there. Starting outside the top 30 were Feigl and Hanlon, but they played the strategy game perfectly, and they've also kept their noses clean as well. That's another one of the cars out here that is running with barely any damage on it. Excellent stuff from those guys, and they might be able to break into the top 10, depending on what goes on for these guys up the front. Who's he got in front of him? Jordan Ross and Blake Purdy. And we're getting a modem simulation replay here, because something has happened to this particular SE Motorsport entry. Dale Carpenter through turn 1. What's going on?
Well, we're having a look now. I have no idea what we're looking at here. Little wide, there goes Morris just behind, and neither does our director, so that's absolutely fantastic. Here, have some free publicity here as we see Dale Carpenter going on at the moment. We might have seen maybe a little something happen at turn 4, happen potentially for the 181. We'll just get a little look. Here's a little dive down the inside as we hit the brakes and go in through the right, and is it all okay as they go through? Yeah, that's just a clean pass there. No real quarrels at all about that one. That's just a clean pass there by the hyperdrive car. No worries. Get back to racing, why don't we? Dane Warren starting to hit the power, and Misdale here could be under pressure here for second place. You can see how close it is at the moment. Dane's finally got himself the bit between his teeth, gave himself a couple laps, and now Misdale, not much you can, Kirk, sorry, there's not much you can do about that one there. That's one position gone, and welcome to the freight train, son. Here is the little look around the outside, trying here, goes for it. One, Mr. Ethan Greg Galton. Has he got enough? Oh, just about, Reese.
Yeah, just about, and Robin Kirk continuing to get freight trained here through Hayshed by Hampstead as well, and he's got Cooper Webster for company coming up into Lukey. All of these guys losing just little instances of time, making their way past Kirk there, and oh, there goes the Altus Esports entry down the inside. Will El Nabi follow him through? Yes, he will.
Oh, absolutely, and this is the big worry. How many places can you lose? And this is what is life like when you lose one place at the front and you don't have the pace to gather it up and defend it. Gilliam around the outside of the final corners picked one up, and now Blake Purdy's going to try and follow through as well. That's 7 positions almost, lost an entire lap, and on the line it will be one more. So 8 places lost for Robin Kirk in one lap. That's a harrowing experience. Welcome to Scops there, Lockie.
Well, Dane Warren, based on his lap time, certainly not fuel saving at the moment. Minute 29.1 last time around, and he's starting to make up some time on our race leader, Ben Smith, the margin down to 1.2 seconds.
And that's the key as well. Ben Smith here, he knows he can run for so long, but he also plays another fantastic role in this race right now here, Reese. Blocker as they go through. Adam Briggs with a pit lane penalty, so it seems that the DPR car is going to be in a world of hurt, I believe. That would be the incident with Loxton earlier on in this one. So Adam Briggs then finds himself a number of ways in trouble. But what's key is Ben Smith can hold up Dane Warren if he can.
Yeah, for sure. And running a 29.7 on the last lap was Benjamin Smith. Nearly a 29.8. And Warren with that 29.1. We continue to look at this battle pack here for 10th place. Simon Feigl still on the back of Jordan Ross, and now he's got her teammate for some company, Sam Blacklock, there in the Holden Commodore, the lovely blue, white and orange of Altus Esports, resplendent here at Phillip Island. But it looks like Feigl didn't get the best of exits out of the penultimate turn there.
And that's El Nabi who's dropping down, and maybe in the pits it seems potentially. So there's car 21, and that's a firm call saying I'm not going to make it. I'm going to try and undercut my way to success. This could throw the train forward, and this is a huge gamble from Forzan El Nabi.
It is, and Adam Briggs there taking his penalty. Another car in the pits too, Glenn Postlethwaite in the number 88. He took over from Brenton Hobson under the safety car, and they are currently in the pits continuing with that gamble themselves. Dane Warren, meanwhile, he's inching closer and closer to Benjamin Smith lap by lap. It was another low 29 for Dane Warren, a 29.2. He is running... well, it's pretty much qualifying pace considering the conditions out there.
He's got to make a gap. That's the key for Dane Warren. He's not only got to make a gap, but he's also racing against Forzan El Nabi right now on the undercut. Now, we're talking about laps. Now, how many laps here of advantage will Forzan El Nabi have on the rest of the pack after that safety car here, Lockie?
Well, the good news for Forza Narby is that he's come out with clear track, so he's able to maximise the performance of that car on fresh tyres. He's definitely got enough fuel on board now to make it to the finish of the race, so El Narby will be on a charge here, and I would not be surprised if he does gain a couple of positions with the undercut here.
And exactly, that undercut's going to be crucial right now. Your race leader scrapping. In comes Blake Purdy then. He's going to try and cover off a move and try and get himself up as high as possible here in this race. Going to try and go as long as possible here with this. Dane Warren, not close enough just yet to get past Ben Smith, but every position matters. Every time you start seeing a driver starts to make moves, they all want places, they all want points, and they all think about Endurance Championship. This is turning blockbuster, as we see right now, and they're fighting up and down the order. I saw over the last lap Jake Burton get through on Lee Ellis, so that was a scrap for 14th place. Look at Jordan Ross behind Captain Robin Kirk, trying to find a way through, and
no.
Captain, my captain, it's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be pretty clear cut. He might have a penalty coming his way from race control for that one. Robin Kirk, I mean, he gave it a red-hot go, didn't he? And represented DPR very well up at the top of the field, but unceremoniously dumped out of into turn 4. You can see that that Jordan Ross definitely had the run on him, but Kirk would have gone defensive here into turn 4, and well, Ross just went for a gap that wasn't there.
Well, it's not a dead poet society just yet, but what it is the case that Robin Kirk is now back down into 24th position, and that has really got to hurt from having such a good run up at the front and dealing through, and there would be a drive-through penalty for that. Surely we would be seeing in the next couple of moments. Gap at the front down to 0.3 of a second as Blake Purdy, I believe that was a drive-through potentially that we were just seeing there, but look at this from Dane Warren. He's underneath, but isn't finding a way through just yet. Little bit of chance to save a morsel of fuel. Even a little bit does a lot, and this could be the run here and towards turn 4. Nobody's been able to stop him up into 4 so far. They might rename it Dane Warren Corner at this rate here, Lockie.
Well, Ben Smith needs to try and keep Dane Warren behind as long as he can to help Ethan Grigault close the gap, but will he be able to hold off for long enough? Warren up the inside at turn 4. Smith makes the mistake, locks the brake, runs a bit wide, and you're right, we can call turn 4 Dane Warren Corner because that's yet another successfully executed manoeuvre for him at that turn.
Here's the worry though, Forza El Narby, lap 86, fastest lap, 1:28.633. He is storming, and there is the worry about the undercut from Forza El Narby. He'll be trying to get by everybody in this one. Dane's got to run quali laps. He's got to put purple laps in now, Reese.
Yeah, well, now that he's got the clear air in front of him, having made the move on the 5.43, we should be expecting that from Dane. But, as we've said, it's going to be about 5 laps or so from the end that we're really going to start to see where everyone stands. El Narby, as we've said, is the best placed on fuel at the moment, but he is down in 26th position, and he has an awful lot of cars to get back by if he wants to try and get that wonderful result that they have been hinting at from the very start.
Yes, and this is all with a penalty as well that they had earlier on. They needed the safety cars to come out and give them some help, but they need to start making places, and this is where they start getting a bit tripped up. Dane Warren's got fresh, clean air. There's no worry there for that. At the moment, we know that Ben Smith and the 543 ERT car is going to have to come down in and make a longer stop compared to some of the rivals here on the brakes into the right. Hasn't fully gone away, but what's key here is that Dane Warren's pulled out 3 seconds here to Ethan Grigault, Richard Hampstead and co. I wonder if those third on back at the moment in this field are going, well, we're not going to win this one on outright pace and making a splash and dash. We might just have to save here, Reese.
Yeah, so I think you're going to see a lot of drivers backing off in these final laps. Blacklock and Sinai out in the lower reaches of the top 10. The gap is just way too big to the drivers ahead for these guys to make any kind of advance. So I would expect them to back off shortly.
And that's also the problem. Just sorry to cut in, but that's also a bit of a problem for Forza El Narby as well, because yes, he's lighting up the timing screen with purple sectors while he's got clear track, but if he catches up to a big bunch of cars that are all going at 9/10 saving fuel, he's not going to be able to continue to punch out those lap times, and all of a sudden the pendulum's going to swing back towards the likes of the Warren Down car, the Griggolt Caruso car, the Hampstead Maloney car, and those that are leaving their final pit stops till later on.
Oh, there we go.
Andrew Gilliam comes in the 201, so this is a splash and dash. They couldn't make it, and they're normally good on fuel. That's an omen for everybody in this field who's trying to think about how to win this one outright. So that's going to be crucial right now for Andrew Gilliam, who's in with the stop and will be looking to try and get back out again. There is Jordi Sinai in 9th position. Gilliam out and away in 24th place. On the road, there is Forza Elnabi, 22nd, and a fair distance down. So Andrew Gilliam with work to do then to try and get those sits in. Oh, Blacklock, straight on, keeps it out of the wall. What on earth happened there?
That is a very good question, and I will have to see what's gone on. That was down at Honda. So coming out of Southern Loop then, Blacklock had the Sinai machine behind him. We'll see if there was contact. It looks like there might have... Oh, yeah, there was. There was a bit of contact. Tried to sneak through on the inside, and it just bounced Blacklock offline and unsettled the car.
Neither of them wanted to yield, and I feel like Jordi Sinai there had to be earlier on the brakes if he wanted anything, because Blacklock was going to be careening straight on anyway. They played chicken with how late can you brake, and both of them broke a little bit too late as they go on through. That will promote drivers up. Feigl now up into 7th, Burton into 8th, Kobe Jones now back into 9th, and Luke Pink puts the 13 car into 10th place on the road at the moment. Everybody thinking about now the final 24 laps of this race at this stage. There is Richard Hampstead behind Ethan Griggolt, and there were questions on whether it was the right call to come down in and make that stop there when it came to the first safety car. I think they've been proven I think they've been proven wrong in the scenario to come down in. They'd have had the track position and then a quick safety car to follow up on that one, Lockie.
That's true. It's very true. But it's fascinating to see how all this is going to play out. As we can see on the timing screen at the moment, El Nabi continuing to set some very fast times. He's still the fastest driver on the circuit, minute 29.4 last time around. A couple of tenths quicker than our race leader, Dane Warren, but starting to catch up to the traffic that is potentially going to disrupt his run for El Nabi.
Well, there's a car in the pits right now, and there's another car in the pits right now. That's Kobe Williams in the SE Motorsport car down on the lane, and there is one of the DPR cars. That is Reese Keane in 34th position, a long way from home. So that's going to be a case to be just watching that one late on. There is Luke Pink in the number 13 Evolution Racing Team car right now, having a pretty solid run. Has a Jordi Sinai behind, has a Kobe Jones in front to try and race with. So Luke Pink, work to do here in 10th place, but there is still a lot of time then to go in this one. And of course, every position race matters here, and sometimes it might just be about sitting behind. Here's Forza Elnabi with a few issues. He's got a hyperdrive car that he's got to fight effectively for race position right now.
Oh, and getting off the circuit at the final turn, not going to help his run, so he's going to have to wait behind for a couple more corners here. And this is one of the big thorns in the side of El Nabi at the moment, as I can confirm Ethan Griggolt and Richard Hampstead are fuel saving out on track. Brett Loxton comes in for a splash and dash, but these two are lifting and coasting. I've been listening to them.
Oh, here we go. Contrasting styles right now as they try and go as long as possible. We've just seen Brett Loxton in the 209 Zuba car come out of the pit. But Ethan Griggolt now here is looking at trying to run the tank, play the lottery, and hopefully he comes up with a jackpot along with Richard Hampstead. Around goes the hyperdrive car of Josh Morris, and I wonder if there was contact for Elnabi there as they went on through. Was it just a spin? It might have been just a spin. We get a look on the motor replay and see how this one happened. It was on the exit of the corner where it all went wrong. So there is Forza Elnabi. He gets himself down to the inside very egregiously there on the brakes. The car tries to stay there, and it's just a self-inflicted wound there from the hyperdrive car. Whoopsie, by goes the rears.
Well, I guess Forza Elnabi will be breathing a sigh of relief there, knowing that that he wasn't the one that really caused that spin for Josh Morris. But now he's continuing on, still in a reasonable position. But Elnabi has one less car to deal with now, and Fortunately for him, he passed it cleanly. Meanwhile, Luke Pink right on the back of Kobe Jones, who's been one of the star drivers in the top 10 since the last restart.
Exactly, and Kobe Jones has had to work hard, got shuffled out and bumped about earlier on. Ben Christensen wasn't very
has
happy.
passed Greg Galt.
Hampstead is through on Ethan Greg Galt, so Ethan wants to fuel save more. Hampstead's going to do some work then at the front of the field in the Trans-Tasman machine. Now, this is a double-edged sword, because if Hampstead wants to go egregious on the fuel save, he could play right into Dane Warren's hands at the moment in the VRS Trans-Tasman.
He certainly could, but Ethan Greg Galt has an advantage as well. He has the draft of Richard Hampstead, allow him to reach a higher terminal speed on the straights, which means he can afford to lift and coast a little bit earlier. Remember, he didn't have anyone in front of him before this point, so it might have been a tactical move for Ethan Greg Galt to run wide at the hairpin as he did.
But Lockie, at what point do you say, okay, we've saved enough fuel, gloves off, let's go racing?
Well, I'm not sure if you can. I think that they're so marginal on fuel that if they're going to try and save fuel, they have to do it pretty much all the way through to the checkered flag until it gets to maybe one lap to go. Otherwise, they're going to be at risk of a Jamie Whincup Bathurst 2014 style situation where they run out of fuel on the very last lap. Now, just a couple of key numbers for you. Forza El Nabi, when he came in to take his splash of fuel, the total time that he spent in pit lane, 30.8 seconds. The margin between our race leader Dane Warren and Forza El Nabi at the moment, 31.3 seconds. When Warren comes in for his final splash, it is going to be unbelievably tight to see where he joins the racetrack relative to El Nabi.
And you've got to remember, that's an overtake just done there by Forza El Nabi as well into turn number 1. So he's getting nice overtakes there. That was a Pursuit Sim racing car. He managed to find a way by. But there is Dane Warren, your race leader. Vehicle looks like it's got a lot of marbles all over it. A lot of dirt kicked up over what's normally a pristine white, red and black Trans-Tasman racing machine. But the VRS car is now going to have a monumental scrap on the hands. Try and get this one home. The big key about the fuel saving by Hampstead and Greg Galt at the moment is they've not lost all of the time. Remember, they've got 30 seconds they're playing with at this stage. The key is they've only dropped 7 right now here in terms of this race so far in the final stages race. So what you can really say is, well, in terms of rate of knots, we're not seeing many people struggle. In comes the 143.
Yeah, and that is for a penalty. You remember the incident on lap 86, Jordan Ross bumping Robin Kirk off the circuit. Well, we thought a penalty would be called, and it has. That's a drive-through for them. Kobe Jones, meanwhile, in for the splash and dash in the ANZ number 9. They're dropping like flies.
They certainly are, and it's only the bravest of the brave who can save the fuel, who will look like they will get close enough to getting what they want. This is now all about who can stay within range, who can keep the lap delta high enough and still save enough here if they're going to want to pick up a race win. We know that Hampstead and Greg Galt are going to be desperately fuel saving this one to the end, but every driver now is starting to think about, okay, this could be my race right now. This could be our team's race if we just play the cards right. But this is what they're all banking on. They're banking on having enough of that magical fuel in their tank, and maybe even going into reserve tanks and things like that, Lockie, to try and get themselves home.
They have reserve tanks in these cars? I'm not sure that they do.
Well, anything they can save in reserve, anything they can magic out of thin air would be absolutely wonderful right now. But there's Dane Warren, 3 seconds clear at the front of the field on Benjamin Smith, who, remember, is also due to come down in and make the stop. It's figuratively speaking, they need pixie dust or something, or they need the lightest foot in all of Victoria here, Reece would say, to try and get themselves home. Here is someone who's profited a lot, though, out of this. Jake Burton now up to 6th.
Yeah, taking that stop when he did just some laps ago, put himself into an excellent position. Jordan Ross coming in for, this would be a scheduled pit stop for the number 143. But that number 71, Sanford and Burton, it looked like they were completely out of the running, but they've managed to work the strategy nicely after the double safety car that we saw in the middle stage of the race, and El Nabi now up to 17th as well. He's continuing to chip away at that gap to the lead.
Last lap, Dane Warren was a 10th quicker that last time by. So now the gap's starting to turn. The scales and the pendulums are going the scales of the pendulum going the other way. And now you start to see here, Jordi Sinai right now here in this one. I believe that will be a penalty for him after Sam Blacklock's hit. And no surprises there. He was very, very deep on the brakes and he very nearly didn't even make the corner himself. So that would be a very deserved penalty by that matter of fact. You give some, you take some. On the brakes you go down in. Josh Morris under pressure here as Kobe Jones wants to go around the outside. Hyperdrive versus ANZ as they go on through. And at the moment, it seems like it's Morris who's doing just enough. Kobe's got to stay calm though here, Lockie.
The other driver who's starting to line up the sector times as well is Andrew Gilliam. So he's another one of the drivers who's come in for that splash and dash. He's about 5 seconds behind Forza El Nabi at the moment. So the Andrew Gilliam, Michael Taliancic car, another car that shouldn't be discounted here.
Absolutely not. They could definitely be in the mix if things were to go their way. They are pushing with everything that they've got here on the recovery. There down in the pits is Luke Pink. He'll be out and away with the splash, the dash, and away they go. Not too long remaining in this race. We're starting to click over, looking at 15 laps in the not too distant future, and everybody just thinking, well, what could it be? Could it be me that picks up this win? Could it be me that's doing everything right at this stage? And you've got, of course, everybody just trying to run as far as they can, hoping that they've got the fuel, they've got the margin, they've got the number, that they can get every little bit out of it, even if you do run out of fuel as you come on through. The key here is, can you run out of fuel at the right time to coast it home to the line? You may still have it if you've got a 10, 12, 15 second gap maybe here, Reese.
Yeah, I think that's what Dane Warren is really aiming for here. Yes, they're going to have to come in a couple laps from the end if the pace is anything to go by, but you do want that very high gap to the car behind. You want to be able to coast to the finish. The issue is the start-finish area of this track is incredibly fast, fastest point of the circuit, so you've really got to time it perfectly if you want it to work out in your favour. Kenneth Latter, meanwhile, up into 10th place. We're right on board with Hugh Barter, who, along with Brenton O'Brien, has had a very eventful race in the Evolution Racing Team number 26. They've had a couple of penalties to deal with and some bad luck along the way as well, but Hugh is putting in the hard yards at the moment, catching up to Kenneth.
He certainly is. 0.3 of a second. Oh, correction. Going through the corner, had to get some opposite lock going in order to keep the car pointed in the right direction there. But the ERT26, Hugh Barter, wants to try and negotiate a move on Kenneth Latter. Not just yet. You're going to have to wait, sunshine.
Just for a couple more corners, but those Evolution cars have looked incredibly good today. They put a lot of effort into preparing for these races, do ERT. And El Nabi now, having passed Blacklock just a couple corners back, up into 13th position. So the charge from El Nabi continues. Barter and Latter coming up on each other through Lukey Heights. Could be a move down at MG. Latter doesn't go defensive and Barter does not go for the gap. He's waiting, I think, for a move into turn one.
And that's the wait, that's the hold that we're starting to see. Now something really interesting's happened. Look at Ethan Griggolt then. The gap 11.3 seconds. Both of them dive at the same time on screen. That's a big call from both of them as they go in for their splash and their dashes. There's a little lock up there going through. But look at Ethan Griggolt right now. He's dropped back almost 2 seconds here off of Richard Hampstead. He's not getting the draft to help. And suddenly he will soon be falling into the clutches of Cooper Webster in at the championship leading 088. So now you start to wonder here, as Hampstead changed his tack and decided, well, I know I'm not going to make it. I now have to match pace.
Yeah, that's the possibility for sure, but Ethan Griggolt dealing with some traffic as well, as you can see. It's Reese Keane in the 062 and just getting by Michael Schreier in the very stricken Synergy Mustang. Looks like they have managed to get the rear wing back on that thing, so at the very least they'll have some rear grip to play with, but yeah, Ethan Griggolt really backing off in the last couple of laps, which I think is a bit strange. Hampstead, though, I think definitely starting to get onto the Dane Warren wagon, and he himself is exiting at the final corner, does not go for the pits.
No, it's really, really interesting to see, but Forza and Arby struggling. There's a dive from Benjamin Smith. He couldn't go any further. No surprises with that one. That will release Hampstead up then into second position. But Lockie, the key here is that Forzan's losing time now. He's keeping it around 32.7 seconds the margin. That's not good enough. Needs to be within 31, needs to be within 30.
Yeah, he and Dane Warren have been going pretty much blow for blow in terms of lap times, but it's just been those couple of slower cars that El Nabi's caught at awkward times and had to negotiate his way around, and then has just swung the pendulum back in favour of Dane Warren.
And that's the key. Up next is 10th position. Now will be 9th place here with Emily Jones. And the first leading lady of sim racing will be a very interesting little scrap. A Trans-Tasman car with Trans-Tasman 1 and 2. This could be make life difficult, Emily. You've got one title or contender and race contender behind you.
Exactly right. But it looks like El Nabi's going to have to wait a few more corners to get up to Jones. Focusing once again on Ethan Griggolt, who's managed to make his way past the traffic. Gap down to 1.4 seconds between himself and Hampstead, so he might have just gotten back on the pace. Oh my goodness! How was that from Jake Burton? Big correction right through the middle of Hayshed. And that corner is, it's pretty much like turn 3, Stoner, where the cars are really on the knife edge through those fast corners. Good car control from Burton.
Jake Burton proving he's got car control. Oh, that's a late call to dive down onto the lane. He got sideways, still sideways, and he's going to take a splash and dash. Oh, that was brave. And I think that we got to go Brown.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. I have no words. I mean, like, some of the stuff you see Jake Burton do is real heart and mouth, but that was right up there. Modem simulation replay of that move into the pits from Jake, of course, taking his first V8SCOPS win last season at Watkins Glen. Actually caught the grass on the exit and catching the grass again a couple of times. At the very least, keeping 2 wheels on the black stuff, so all good in a technical sense.
That would have been one of those scenarios, if that were the real world, that the pit crew would have suddenly have to have rushed out and they wouldn't have known what to do with the car. It's like, oh, no, I'm in. I'm literally in. There's nothing you can do. I'm in. And that's promoting drivers. Adam Blocker in the Power Slide car is in 13th place. Still yet to come in and pit. It's going to try and run the gauntlet as well. Now behind Gilliam and the Pursuit cars here, but this has been a really great run from the American outfit right now. More known for trying to go for Indy 500 wins, Lockie, than actually going for big ones. And in fact, diving down the inside here, trying to pick one up here on Blake Purdy. He got one. Brilliant work then from Adam Blocker.
But Purdy fights back on the inside at Siberia. Just having a bit of information coming in as well from Callum Brannigan, who's watching on the number 96 car of Brad Ryan. He's driving to a strict number, so the number 96 car is going to try and make it home without stopping again. Conversely, the Kurt Stenberg Lee Ellis car is pushing on hard, so they're not saving fuel at all. They will be coming in for a splash and dash.
Well, here's the issue for the Brad Ryan car. It won't be a race victory. The gap's 5 seconds. There's Jake Burton trying to attack here against the Singy 88 and gets it done. Nicely done. Up to 17th, then goes Burton trying to recover. Posy there with Kobe Jones there with a bit of help there trying to get through. Luke Pink on the back of this one. Top 20 starting to fight incredibly hard. And we're starting to tick down those laps. We're on 101 here of 113. We're past the century. Raise your bat, why don't you? But now we got 13 laps worth of hard graft left to go. And still, it is up in the air, Reese, on who's got this.
Yeah, well, El Nabi's managed to get himself into the top 8 now. His advance continues, and he's been putting in some fantastic lap times over the last few laps. He's only dipped out of the 1 minute 29s once in the last 8 or so laps. So El Nabi right on the pace. Dane Warren, meanwhile, he's got some good times down as well. 29.8, 29.7. He's running mid to high 29s for the most part. So he is running faster than El Nabi on average at the moment.
And that's enough. It brought the gap out to 33 seconds between first and 8th place, and he's doing enough, but not to the drivers behind who are trying to run the fuel all the way to the end. The Hamsteads, the Grig Gulps, the Websters, the Feigls, they're all going to be there trying to save it home and get through. This is Jordi Sinai with mirrors full of one Mr. Jake Burton. Thank you very much. Send it down the inside and position made.
Beautiful move from Jake. Definitely knows how to chuck one up the inside. Of course, Jordi Sinai dealing with a car that's looking a little bit wayward, and he's had to come in recent laps for a second drive-through penalty for an incident on lap 89. So the fact that he's still in the position he's in, I think, is something good to come away with. The Powerslide Motorsports entry continuing to do well, and the number 28 of Richard Hamstead and Jake Maloney, they continue to run in second place here. TTR 1-2 at the moment, but for how long?
For how long indeed? We are not long away from the end of this race. Richard Hamstead and the Bianchi Trans-Tasman racing car has been doing a wonderful job so far. Just been maintaining that gap, doing all that has been needed to, and this has been a strategy. The lights will be starting to fade soon. Sunset is on the horizon, and now that will also be doing good numbers for the fuel here. Cooler track here will be working well for those fuel numbers because they're able to run faster lap times, and so by saving that bit of fuel, going quicker is actually helping them go longer, you would say, a little bit in terms of this race locking.
So what have we got? 11 laps to go. So if you're Dane Warren, at what point do you come in for the splash? I suppose you probably leave it as long as you can, because at least that way you can maximise the advantage of the clear track while you have it. And he's just opened up the advantage over Forza El Navi to 33.4 seconds. So I think Dane Warren's now got the gap out to enough that he can come in, take the stop, and get out ahead of El Navi.
Well, Ryan's going to be the next one under trouble here, running to a number, as we know. Forza El Navi's looking every which way here at the Southern Loop, trying to find a way through. You're not going to find it like that, Sunshine. So it's going to be another case of the waiting game that's coming in then for Forza El Navi. He'll put the power down. He'll look to the inside. Brad Ryan will let him have it. He's not racing the same strategy here today, so there'll be no real argument. You can see just how much difference there is in lift there as he goes through. He's lost half a second almost through that section from 3 to 4 already, but the lockup has brought him back into it a little bit ever so slightly there, Reese. This is some fascinating stuff come towards the end.
Yeah, for sure it is. And, you know, we've already confirmed that Brad Ryan is driving to a number in that car, so that's probably the last El Navi is going to see of him for a while. And El Navi himself continuing to pound his way around this circuit with reckless abandon. He set a 1:29.7 on his last lap. He's definitely still in with a shot at this, but once again, it all depends on how the pit stop goes for Dane Warren in the number 77.
Well, we all hold our breath bated as we wait on everything going on. There's a change for the top 10. Sam Blacklock falls outside of it now as Andrew Gilliam jumps up inside. He's only 7 seconds back of that. Here's a Motum Simulation replay for you of that pass being done, and there may have been a bit of contact between the pair. So Andrew Gilliam has a fender bender on the front right, so he'll be looking like he's just a little bit more concerned about that. But here we go on the brakes. Oh, look at that for a cross of beams, and there's not much you can do about that. Leans on him through the corner, and well, once he's down the inside, and he proved he got it down the inside there, what more can you do if you Sam Blacklock really there, Reese?
Yeah, not much you can do. It was a classic bump and run, I think, there for Andrew Gilliam. Of course, he was very crossed up on the braking zone into MG, so without either car leaving the track, I don't see how that could have ended any other way. But Adam Blocker in the number 74 is right in on this. He's chasing down the Pursuit Sim Racing number 488, and Benjamin Smith, who we saw come in a few laps ago, of course, leading at the race off the final safety car restart, back up into 14th and chasing hard.
Chasing hard indeed, side by side. That's Luke Pink there and Glenn Postlethwaite going at it, and that's Posy finding a way through. Now this mid-pack, they've got nothing to lose here at this stage here, Lockie. They're going to be going full bore and fighting for every place. Most of them have come in and stopped.
Correct. So for them, it's now just a flat-out sprint race to the end, and with a lot of the cars ahead still yet to stop, or in serious fuel conservation mode, these drivers could well be fighting for top 10 positions once we get to the end of this race.
And that was Brett Loxton pulling one down the inside and getting a move done, which was very much needed. The Pursuit Sim Racing car had nothing really to argue that one in terms of a move, so they will continue onwards. There is the Premier Racing Team car a little bit further down the order, trying to have a fight with one of the Exto gaming machines. That's all okay for the moment, but everywhere you look, there's a fight up and down the order. Every position mattering here as the sun starts to set. We do not have long. It's 8 at the line that we're searching for at the moment. Dane Warren in total control at the front of this field, but that stop, it's coming up on the horizon. He's built the gap that he needs to Forza El Nabi. That's crucial, but another lap ticks by without that VRS Trans-Tasman coming into pit. So now you start looking, okay, well, you're not leaving yourself much margin. You're leaving yourself very much a sprint, a very quick dash over to the end for Dane Warren, you would feel at this stage here, Reese.
Yeah, I reckon something like 3 or 4 laps is what they'd have to stop for, and considering the fuel fill rate of about 3 litres per second, they're only going to be stopped for about 4 or 5 at the most. So hopefully for them, that is enough for them to keep the lead from El Nabi.
Absolutely here, mid-pack scrapping still. There is the Powerslide Motorsports car. Adam Blocker behind the wheel, trying everything to keep as many positions as possible. There is Ben Smith just behind, trying to pick up the luckiest dash and luckiest position in all of the world. That one is 13th place, and trying to pick that up as much as possible. Here is the draft, here is the run. Looking forward, can it be a lift-off? Oh, it is a big lift-off there going through, and Benjamin Smith there, Lockie, nearly absolutely tore the rear apart.
Pulled out just at the last minute, didn't he, on Adam Blocker there, and very thankfully not nose-to-tail contacts between those cars. Of course, Ben Smith, one of the drivers who has stopped and well and truly has enough fuel on board to get to the end of this race as we look a bit further up the road, and Andrew Gilliam battling it out with Blake Purdy. And
is that
also
a redress
Sam
for Blacklock? I think that might have been a redress.
It looks like it. So that will be a redress, and he'll have to get back quickly. This has bottlenecked the 6-car pack up. Emily Jones there in 9th place as well. She's trying to get past Brad Ryan, who, remember, running to a number here. So Emily's going to try and go well. Another lap ticks down for Dane Warren. 7 to go here at Phillip Island. And when they head to Italy at the next Enduro at Imola, there'll be a lot of talking about this race and who had it right, who's got the strategy number exactly to what is needed right now. Emily Jones, she's thinking about 8th place here. Remember, Brad Ryan, it's do this and you're going to make it home. He's doing this, and Emily wants to get by. She really does right now, Reese.
That she does, and is going to be a big lift from Brad Ryan coming into turn 1. I don't even think he's on full throttle down the straight, because have a look at the run that Jones has.
Easy pickings down the inside, and the move is made. So there goes another place, and now you start wondering, okay, the margin, 31 seconds, who's in range right now? Ellis and Stenberg, we know they're going to have to try and come in once more here. They're going to run it right down tank to dry, but it will be about 8 seconds to Feigl Hanlin, and then you look at it then, it's 13 seconds to Cooper Webster if Dane Warren makes the stop. By any measure of metric, 13 seconds won't get caught up unless drivers run out here, Lockie.
That's true. And the other thing as well is, remember, it takes about 30 seconds to do a pit stop based on the amount of time that it took Forza El Nabi to do his stop earlier on. So when Dane Warren takes his stop, he'll probably come out in about 6th position. That's assuming that none of the cars behind him pit before he does. So we're getting into that zone now. What have we got? 6 laps to go. Everybody who's stopped under that safety car has now ticked over 30 laps. So we're very much getting into that zone where we're going to start to see just how things are going to play out with fuel strategy.
Who's got it right? Who has hit their number? Who has gone and played the yodeling man game on The Price is Right and got the yodel man all the way up to the top and made sure he didn't fall over the side of the cliff? That's exactly what we're seeing right now. Everybody just hoping they've got what it takes, and they're trying to run their strategy the right way at the moment. Every battle means something here, and we're seeing this pack just inside the top 10 right now, all hoping that 10th is very much possible if people have to pit.
Yeah, and I think Benjamin Smith here on screen is going to be one of those drivers hoping as well. He's currently in 13th position. He's been working his way up steadily. And Jake Burton just behind him as well in the Prologue React 71 car. Smith gearing up for a move on Purdy into the hairpin. Oh, the gap was almost not there, but Purdy moved over at the last second, and Smith is on through now up into 12th, and next target for Smith is going to be Andrew Gilliam. Dane Warren stays out for one more lap once again.
5 laps to go here at Phillip Island. Everything poised on a knife edge here, and it could still go a number of ways. Here looks Andrew Gilliam trying to chase down Sam Blacklock again. Has a bit of damage on the front as well, but this one for 10th place is must get from Andrew Gilliam. Knows that time is evaporating, on the brakes through the right, hoping to chase down Brad Ryan by the end, but is stuck right now, and this is the worst idea at the moment for Andrew Gilliam. Getting stuck, getting frustrated, more contact with Sam Blacklock would be catastrophe here, Lockie.
Yeah, well, he's already had one bit of contact, hasn't he, and had to readdress it, so he definitely can't afford another similar incident, that's for sure. But he's got pace to burn at the moment, Andrew Gilliam. He's got enough fuel on board to get to the end, whereas the Blacklock car is still a bit fuel compromised at this stage.
Yes, but doing more than enough at the moment to hold back Andrew Gilliam, so I think it's pure defence mode right now from Sam Blacklock, who's trying everything. There's Ben Smith in the background, little wiggle going through from Andrew Gilliam as they continue to run this battle for the top 10 as they go on through. There'll be 4 to go at the line when they cross it here, but on the brakes they go once again. Look at them all snake up. Contacts they went through. Gilliam's going to go straight on. Ben Smith's got his place back, Reese.
Yeah, but not cleanly, and Jake Burton's going to try and scythe his way through on the inside here, and Smith gets a tag. He's out in the marbles. He keeps it on the racing surface amazingly, but that was 2 shoves out of the way in a row, and I think Benjamin Smith might face the ire of race control if he doesn't redress that. Here's another view of it. Looking back from Gilliam, in comes Smith. He barrels in and just smacks Gilliam off the circuit. Has to take the really long way through the grass.
Nothing like a late race motum, so to speak. Here's Jake Burton looking for the inside. In's come Dane Warren. He's out and away. He's 13 seconds back at the moment here as he's in the stop. So Dane Warren's just come in. He's had to bite the bullet. We all knew he had to bite the bullet. But look at where he's come out in comparison right now as we try and get you back to coverage live of where Dane Warren is. He's in 5th place at the moment. He's ahead of Lee Ellis right now, and he's got a chase. It's Feigl 3 seconds. It's going to be a very tall order, but 14 seconds back. He is relying in the final 4 laps that Hampstead, Grigott, Webster and Feigl all run out.
Whoa, okay, so this could make all the difference here.
29.9 last time by from Hampstead. Does he make it, Lockie?
Oh,
that's a nail-biter, isn't it? And same question for Ethan Grigott and Cooper Webster, who are both in the low 30s last time around as well. So Dane Warren, unbelievably quick stop, 9.8 seconds the stationary time, 30 seconds dead the total time in pit lane for Dane Warren. He's 13.3 seconds off the lead of the motor race. We've got 3 laps remaining. It's a grandstand finish that we're set for here.
It's the longest 3 laps of these 3-4 drivers' lives. It will go by in the blink of an eye for Dane Warren, who knows. There in behind goes Lee Ellis, who could not go any further on the strategy. But Dane Warren now is chasing hand over fist down against Simon Feigl. He'll definitely catch Feigl before the end. Will he catch Cooper Webster? That's a different question entirely. The difference between Dane Warren and Forza El Narbi was 8 seconds on the road, and that is massive in terms of a gap for this one, when a whole host of drivers haven't got the result that they wanted out of this one today. The Trans-Tasman car's done quite a lot of things right, but there is Forza El Narbi's United car here, Reese, and it just was not up to scratch.
yeah, just not able to keep up there with the Trans-Tasman car. Has come out a few seconds behind at the very least. So Dane Warren now on the back of Feigl into Siberia, and Hampstead we're going to be focusing on to see if he comes into the pits. Now remember, he was one of the cars that was fuel saving quite massively off the restart, along with Ethan Grigolton, the 117. So will these two cars come in through the penultimate turn? Hamstead is sticking left. Oh no, he's actually taken the narrow exit there. He's playing with us.
He certainly is a little bit. There's Ethan Grigolton in second. There is Cooper Webster in third. It's 1.3 seconds, mind you, though, between second and third. And look at Simon Feigl. He's doing a job right now here with what he's got. He's trying to protect Cooper Webster's third place if he can hold on to it. Maybe even second. Dane Warren forced to try and attack, forced to try and fight a way through. But at the moment, he is going to go down to the inside. There's not much more you can do if you're Simon Feigl. That's the position gained. That is now fourth place for Dane Warren. But these two laps, Lockie, you look at Richard Hamstead, you look at Ethan Grigolton, you look at Cooper Webster, and you think, well, if they choke coming out of turn number 11, they don't make it. They choke out of 12, they do.
So, they've just completed their 34th lap in this stint, which is a lap longer than anyone's got at any stage on a tank of fuel today, and they've still got 2 laps to go. If they make it home from here, it will be a 36-lap run on a fuel tank on a night where we were talking about 31 laps being the maximum stint length for these cars. Unbelievable.
This is fantastic. And the last lap approaching soon for Richard Hamstead. 5 seconds. He has of a margin over Ethan Grigolton. I'll focus on the 28 car at the moment, and he'll have a lap and a little bit to play with at the moment. We all wait and see this final lap. Is there enough left in the tank to go through? This is commitment now. There's no more chances to pit. If you run out, Richard Hamstead, you are stuck with it here from now to the very end. Ethan Grigolton 5 seconds back of this, and Dane Warren is not closing enough then in terms of this battle. He's 4 seconds away from Cooper Webster. At the moment, the last lap starts for his teammate in the Bianchi model cars, number 28 Trans-Tasman machine. A lot of people have been saying that Hamstead and Maloney, they've been picking up the pieces. Dane Warren sets the fastest lap of the race. He's going full commitment plus to try and chase this down, but is it enough at the moment? At the moment, I wouldn't say it is, but Hamstead, he's been putting all the building blocks down to say that it has been a case of seconds here, seconds there, doing everything. And what great solace Richard Hamstead has just found in lap traffic. How often do you say that? Lap traffic is the saviour. At the moment, Hamstead, if he can just roll up onto the back, he's got the morsels of draft that he can save even more out of it if he can. Really struggling with the power on the exit, being nice and delicate here and holding that margin back then to Grigolton in the Evolution Racing Team car, to Cooper Webster in the championship leading car, and up Lukey Heights. It's downhill from here, trying to get it on forward, and it's all just about enough at the moment. On the brakes, a handful of corners remain, just 11 and 12 for a go for Richard Hamstead, and he knows what he needs just to survive, just to hold on. And at the moment, he gets himself going through, up the gears through 4th, up the gears through 5th. Drivers running out of fuel left and right around him, but it's enough at the moment for Richard Hamstead, because the Bianchi model cars Trans-Tasman has put on a worldie of a run and wins it here at Phillip Island on a 36-lap final stint. It's Grigolton to second, it's Webster to third, and Dane Warren's VRS Trans-Tasman car can only manage 4th place. Huge shout out to Simon Feigl and the Ultras boys for getting a top 5 finish out of it. What a world-class race we have seen, Reese.
What indeed, and Brad Ryan bringing it home. He's out of fuel. Could he keep an 8th place here? He's got the Logitech G entry of Sam Blacklock behind him. He is out of fuel, but it looks like it's just enough towards the line. My goodness, what a finish. And it was almost on for second there at the end too. The car of Cooper Webster really rounding up on Ethan Grigolton the final couple corners. But man, Hamstead and Maloney are going to be absolutely ecstatic with this. Hamstead finishing second at VIR, and now he's got another Phillip 500 win in the bag.
Oh, he'll be so thrilled with that. He had to work for it. There were questions on whether it was the right call to dive down into the lane on that first caution that came out. It has worked a treat. They have got themselves to the promised land, and that small little top-up of fuel has completely changed the way they have viewed this race. Richard Hampstead's 28 team, here the Bianchi Trans-Tasman racing car, has done it in 113 laps worth of action. Ethan Griggolt and the Evolution Racing team 1-1-7. Jordan Caruso alongside get a well-deserved second. It was third for the Astro Gaming Altus Esports outfit, Cooper Webster and James Scott. The overall championship leader is Scott on points, and those are some big points that he can put in the bank. Dane Warren and Madison Down, though, fourth place only for them, and that is a little bit of lost ground that they were hoping to get. They were the stars of pace. They are the box office team by the paper, but it doesn't matter how you win it by the paper when it's done on the fuel calculator. Simon Feigl and Zach Hanlon, what a top five that is. Drivers of the day, they must be with that run up to fifth place from starting well outside the top 20, with Forsen El Nabi and Harley Haber in sixth place for United, coming back after a penalty to get that sixth place over and done with. Emily Jones and Andrew Fraser, great run from them. They pitted very early in this race. They managed to get a seventh place because of their strategizing here today for the Trans-Tasman team, with Brad Ryan and Mitchell Chiolak in eighth place overall for the Simworks GB Galvanizing Racing team. It is Logitech getting a third car, inside the top 10, which is a mega achievement for them. Sam Blacklock and Simone Maria Marcheno coming home with ninth, as Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic lose ground in the championship there. Pursuit Sim Racing only coming through 10th, Reese with 11 through 20.
And it was an 11th place, a good finish for Jake Burton and David Sanford, all things considered, but they did have an awful lot to work against in that race. Still good to come home in a points-paying position. Benjamin Smith and Scott Gamble, meanwhile, they caused a bit of drama in the final few laps and certainly had their airtime out in front. After that initial safety car period, Ellis and Stenberg come home in lucky 13th. A good consistent run from those guys. Kobe Jones and Ben Christensen were running in the top 10 quite a bit during this race, but with that late race pit stop, they have to settle for 14th. Barter and O'Brien, meanwhile, come home in 15th place, which is a good sight better than their 30th place starting position. The 209 of Loxton and Hins, well, we saw some great potential from them in this race. They could have been on for a top five if things had gone their way, but they have to settle for 16th. Still an improvement on a 22nd place starting position. The JK Signs Synergy Sim Racing 88 finishes a position down from where it started. There was plenty of dramas for that car today. Evolution Racing Team number 13 finishes in 18th place, with Pursuit Sim Racing 3 and Pursuit Sim Racing 2 rounding out the top 20. Purdy, Stewart, Freer, and Stovold. Lockie?
Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes back in position 21 after a penalty. Back to Corey Shepherd and Clint Smith in 22nd position. Dylan Rudd and Brian Borg in 23rd. Back to Kenneth Latter and Sean Lindsell in 24th position. Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson, night of what might have been for them. They were running in the top 10 in the early stages, but fell back with a penalty and some late incidents. Geordie Sinney and Scott Nolan in 26th position. Back to Robin Kirk and Daniel Misdale. We saw that they got belted from pillar to post after that last safety car restart. Adam Blocker and Arjuna Kankapati in position 28. Back then to Josh Morrison, Joel Kenton, and Michael Schreier and Daniel Ackland finishing a lap down in 30th position.
I tell you had to think about that one, Lockie, a little bit there, but here's the drivers who finished a lap down and otherwise here in this one. Kobe Williams and Dale Carpenter a lap down, 2 laps down for the Golden Road Motorsport outfit there for Damien Johnstone and Jack Boyd. Mulqueen and Rasmussen also 2 laps down. And then it's Retirement Central. The DPR car's having a shocker here today. Keenan Pearson out 6 laps from the end. Lob and Worley out 12 laps from the end. Tyler Blackburn and Justin Wallace, a blown engine that caused the safety car. The second one that came along, Jackson Susan Harlow and Stuart Vaughan for United retiring the car, as did Blake Neck and Scott Zlowski, Jacob Knight and Jet Bennett, and then Brad Rattu and Corey Preston making it a torrid time for the Exto Gaming team come at the end of racing action. But we have a lot of drivers who are here and are absolutely stoked with the way that things have gone, and we'll bring them into conversation right now. Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney picking up the wins. Well, Richard, let's just talk about that final stint. 36 laps on a stretch of fuel. It looked very shaky for a while, but you got it over the line, you got it done, and you got the victory, which many people were thinking it was due, and now it's finally here.
Yeah, what an absolute pressure cooker that last stint was. Crazy. It came off the back because the first safety car that came out, we were in a really good position before that, and that sort of hampered us a lot. So we sort of just rolled the dice and thought we may as well have a crack at fuel saving, and it paid off. It was hard to know what the other guys were doing, how much fuel they were able to save, and then we also had Dane, who, we thought he was not saving, but we didn't know, and he stayed out for so long. It definitely, definitely made us pretty worried.
Well, being worried is one thing, but Mr. Maloney, you found yourself in a really nice position in this race. The early stages of this one were very hard fought for, especially up near the front, but your mid-stint was all about consolidating the position, seeing about how to run the early stages. The early pit stop, how did that play into the factors of how you wanted to run this one today?
Yeah, I think the way we were planning it with the 4 compulsory stops, we were sort of planning to try and get a first stop done, then try and get as many stops done as early as possible. And with the battle between Matt and Harley in that first stint, with how it was going, we made the decision to pit early and get track position and speed, and that worked really well. And I think when the safety car came out, we had like an 18-second lead. So if the race went green, we were on the right strategy to win. And I was a bit concerned when the safety car came out, but we played the strategy well, and Richard had incredible pace whilst fuel saving, which was awesome.
And in terms of incredible fuel saving, we go to a track which a lot of people do like. It's Imola next time out. So in terms of how this one runs for you, Richard, how are you feeling like the team's chances are going to be? These are some massive, massive points to be picking up here.
Yeah, we've had some pretty good pace the last probably 3 or 4 rounds. So hopefully we can maintain that. I definitely think we probably had the best car or the best setup this week. So looking forward to it, and hopefully we can back up the strong results that not just me and Maloney have had, but also Madison has had the last few rounds too.
Well, before we let you guys go, any shout-out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank after a victory here today at Phillip Island?
Yeah, I'll just big thanks obviously to Maloney. He did an amazing job in that first stint. I think he actually probably did more laps overall than I did. So he did a fantastic job as usual. Big shout out to Bianti Model Cars. I think this will be their first win as a primary sponsor. So really glad for them to get this for them. Also, big shout out to Madison as always for all of the work that he does on the setup, and also for the work that Dane Warren has done as well on helping to build this into a race-winning car. He's done a really good job as a super sub for the team too.
Well, that's Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney winning for the Bianti Model Cars Trans-Tasman Racing Machine. Second position would go to Ethan Grigg-Galt and Jordan Caruso. That will be a very interesting little battle that we are going to be seeing right now. But we will be having that conversation right now. Well, I won't. Reese will.
Yes, I will. Welcome to the commentary box, Ethan and Jordan. Congratulations on your second place finish. We'll start with Jordan first. It was quite the interesting start for you guys, with a 6th place start for you. But ultimately, it looks like the strategy was on point the whole way through.
It was really happy with that. I think it also helped that me and Ethan were pretty similar on pace, and a lot of the other guys sort of had a fast and a slow driver, so I was able to get through a few at the start. A bit of sort of good fortune put us up to second, I think, and then we ended up in the lead for the safety car. And then Ethan did really well, and the fuel save at the end was really well done. So, no, I'm stoked.
Speaking of that really well done fuel save, Ethan, I reckon that was some pretty substantial fuel saving, some of the biggest I've ever seen you do. You were lifting off quite early coming into turn 3. So obviously driving to a very specific number, but ultimately you guys weren't one of the ones to take the splash and dash at the end, so it looks like the numbers worked out.
Yeah, look, I'm surprised it worked out in the end because after the safety car restart, I didn't really have a number for quite a while to go to, so I was just trying to follow Dane. Then I noticed Richard behind was saving quite heavily, so unfortunately, not saving early enough kind of bit us in the backside, and I had to save a bit more than I would have liked. And yeah, just going towards the 3.1 litre lap marker, coming across the line, burning more every lap, and giving myself a slapper back across the head before I had to save even more. So it was a bit stressful, but to come away with P2 on that one was really good. And awesome job to Jordan in the first stint. This is his first proper Scops Enduro, so he did exactly what he needed to, everything perfect. So well done.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with you on that. Well, before we let you guys go, is there anyone that you'd like to thank from this second spot on the podium, and looking forward to Imola?
Oh, just to thanks all the boys over at ERT. We really went hard at this week. I'm very new to the car again, so I was going through the data a lot to try and catch up with speed, and of course all of our sponsors, Logitech G, Panther Race Fuels, and MIR Raceline.
It was an excellent finish for Evolution Racing Team, and I think I can have one little positive out of tonight's Sperry. I called them to finish second, and they did.
I believe I also called them to finish inside the top 3, so I'll take that as a little bonus as well. But third place would go to the championship leading car at the moment, the 088 of one Mr. James Scott and Cooper Webster, stood by with Lockie Mansell.
Yeah, starting off with James Scott, first of all, our points leader of the V8SCOPS series coming into the night. But despite the fact that he is the championship leader, he handed over qualifying duties and the final stint to Cooper Webster tonight. James, was that always the plan, to get to let the young gun do the heavy lifting?
Yeah, that was always the plan. Got a lot of confidence in what Cooper does, and it was really good to have him alongside me for the race today. And obviously, in the end there, it really showed why he was the best guy for the job.
Talk us through your opening stint, James, because you're right in the cut and thrust of that lead battle pack right the way through.
Yeah, I got a very good start. I think I made up about 3 or 4 spots off the start, which was good. But then I made a few little silly errors in my first stint there. Lost us a little bit of time. But yeah, it was just good to be back up the front.
Cooper, you jumped into the car for the run home, and like James, you were in the thick of the leading battle pretty much right the way through your stint. How nerve-wracking was the run to the finish line with the fuel-saving situation?
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking not knowing exactly how hard you can push each lap, but I had James coaching me through every lap to what target I was aiming to hit, and it was making it a little bit difficult not knowing who was pushing to pit and then who was fuel saving, so you didn't know whether to speed up to stay in position or slow down because you had room. So that made another element really interesting, but we couldn't get Ethan in the end. I was hoping that I could say a little bit more earlier so I could push flat out towards the end, but well done to him, and we did our best today, so we're pretty happy with that.
Really good result for you guys. Anything in particular that you're focusing on that you think you need to work on heading into the next 2 enduro events?
Absolutely. I think we just need to keep hull training, is what we call it. Practicing it as much as we can, because muscle memory and all those things come into play when you do that. But James did an awesome job, and I think the setup worked well. I think most of us in the team were really happy with it. So yeah, just big ups to Hampstead for the win.
James, final word goes to you, people that you would like to thank. Shout out people that you'd like to acknowledge in the background.
Obviously, first a shout out to Cooper. He put a lot of work in this week with setup and driving, so it was great to have him on board. And obviously all the guys at Altus Esports. It's been a really good week for us. And obviously all our great sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, and Own 3D. And obviously you guys for putting on a great broadcast, and all the V8SCOPS admin.
There we go. There they are. Third place tonight for the Altus Esports team, James Scott and Cooper Webster.
A brilliant result for both of them. They'll take those points to the bank. They can't really argue too much about them, but we look over towards what's coming up in the horizon. Imola 500 coming up next in terms of the Scops calendar. That's going to be an absolute blast, and it has been every single time we've gone and run it. We've seen new winners, we've seen close battles, we've seen it go all the way down to the Ravazza corners, but the only place you can catch that is the iRacing Esports Network. If you have not already, like, share, subscribe, you've got it right now where you've got to go and give it some love, not just for us at SimSpeed, but all of the partners, RaceBot, Apex, GSRC, Podium, LSR TV, all of them. Give them some love as well whilst you're at it. But a massive thanks has to go to Motum Simulations, to the Virtual Racing School, to Ezy Finance, and to Oceanic Sim Racing. They've put on a lot of work to get things to where they are today, and it's been absolutely wonderful to see all the work being done. From Jay Kennedy on the cameras, from Lockie Mansell behind the numbers, from Reese Gardner on my right-hand side, and myself, Jake Sperry, it has been a wonderful race for Hampstead and Maloney. It is a VRS Fantasy Land as the Bianchi Model Cars team has picked up the ultimate prize of a race win. The Trans-Tasman team will be very happy, but Imola on the horizon will be a different prospect. We'll see you very soon for that to come to life.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God! Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?